Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. But good morning. It's going to be an exciting one. Today is going to be an interesting day. We were coming off of Powell yesterday. You got a lot of activity. You got the announcement of the taper. I got two spies up here. But essentially the biggest story right now is still Evergrande. So a lot of people are going back and forth. We kind of chilled off of it yesterday. But right now, as of 5 p.m. Hong Kong time, there is two bondholders who said they haven't received payments. China said prepare for a storm as well as prepare to also pay it off. It's actually a very interesting story. So we're probably going to talk about it a lot today. Very, very interesting. Again, Evergrande and just how it's played out. Even the debt ceiling. I hope you guys know you got about end of the week or coming into next week when they vote on the, I forgot which one it was, the one that they sped up, but that is happening right here too, or at least this week. We will see. So it's going to be an exciting one. We still got the digestion from yesterday, so hopefully you guys are locked in, and hopefully you're ready to see a lot of craziness. The FTSE, I haven't even checked overseas. I think China is cautious right now. Yeah, they're doing decent. And again, I think today's the first day the Nikkei should be open. I guess the FTSE's doing not doing too bad, but everything else looks like it should be decent. I think by 11:30 we should get we should get some volume. You know what I'm saying? Should get some volume. So, gonna be excited. I hope you guys are ready. God bless all of you. Good morning. How are ya? Huh? Hello, Frank Gonzo. Oh, NVIDIA does look good. You look good. Good morning. Oh, Mo Bucks. Good morning. J-Mac. Oh, the family. Hello. Jose. Good morning. Good morning. Top of the morning to you. Oh, there's a time for everything. Shane. Yo, you speak in my language, Shane. You speak in my language. No, Evergrande did not make their payment yet, but it doesn't. But I made my good morning payment. Good morning. How are you? Oh, Jack Owen, Mr. Zobringer, Colin, CG Trades. Oh, Mr. Arda Gandhi, Yasora. Yasora, what a beautiful name, baby. Good morning, Mrs. Baker. Good morning, Nazi Wolf, Alexander, Mr. Kabaz. Oh, Christian. Oh, Juraj. Oh, Niles. Good morning. Good morning. It's a good morning, huh? It's a good morning. You know, I woke up very early today because I had to go poop. It was like one of those, I didn't choose to wake up, but the bathroom chose me. So I had I thought it was a good morning still, so I'm excited to be here. I hope you guys are excited to be here too, you know what I'm saying? Amen and good morning, baby. Amen and good morning. So, let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Regulators told Evergrande to avoid a near-term debt default. Let me get these up here. The pre-movers, that's U.S. Composite, yeah. Debt default on bonds. At the same time, local agencies and SOEs were told to prepare for its downfall. The Wall Street Journal reported they're tasked with preventing unrest and mitigating the ripple effect on home buyers and the broader economy. The developer has an $83.5 million coupon due today with a 30-day grace period. Two holders said that they didn't receive their payments as of 5 p.m. Hong Kong time. That is from the Wall Street Journal. Its EV unit has missed salary payments to some of its employees and has fallen behind on paying a number of supplies for factory equipment, people said. And that's a fun fact I think a lot of people don't realize. Beyond real estate, Evergrande is also one of the biggest electric vehicle manufacturers in the world. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. I was like, what's that? You hear that? Oh, man, that's the other alarm? Oh, man, that's the... Why is that even on? That's a bit... This guy's tripping. They have their own financial problems. There's a lot. There's a lot. Again, some people are. We're going to hear a lot. And I said it yesterday on the watch list. Even though they're missing the bond payment right now, you may not see the market react. I mean, I think we got an opportunity, but you have 30 days. They technically cannot default for another 30 more days. There's a provision within the bonds that gives them 30 days, essentially, that they could have a late payment and it would not be considered a default. Anything after 30 days is now a technical default. So very interesting there, but that situation, very, very confusing. I hope you guys, if you haven't been monitoring it, especially this morning, you're getting probably the most contradicting news where China's saying that they're going to help, and then they're saying get ready and prepare for the downfall. So we got a lot going on there. So there was that. Then we also got initial jobless claims for a second week. Surprising consensus for a decline in a sign of choppy weekly data. New filings climbed to 351,000 from an upwardly revised 335. Continuing claims is also gained versus estimates of a further decline. So depending on what jobs data come out, remember after yesterday's Powell, that is going to be key. Futures gain alongside European and Asian shares after the Fed signaled may start scaling back asset purchases this year, but left the door open to extended stimulus if the economy needs it. Treasuries and the dollar's declined. Oil slipped and gold fluctuated. Cryptos edged up and Bitcoin traded above 43,000. Joe Biden will nominate crypto critic Saul Omarova. We talked about this on the watch list. She's low-key kind of like she's going to have a pretty much they're saying there's going to be a tough confirmation because the banks aren't going to like her. This lady literally wants you to bank at the Fed. We should talk about that today. I think it's actually pretty crazy. What do you think? Imagine if they took your personal bank account and then you had to go make a Fed bank account. Isn't that weird? Isn't that crazy? What do you think about that? But that's a fun fact. U.S. short-term interest rate futures began to price in the Fed's first rate hike by end of 2022. Compare with the first quarter of 2023. Overnight index swaps priced in 24 basis points of hikes for December 2022 meeting, with the second hike priced in for June 2023. The dot plot's next key takeaway is exactly who's doing the voting. A look at the rotation helps analyze the balance of power. In 2022, 4 hawkish regional chiefs rejoined the role: Bullard, George, Mester, and Rosengren, with 2 doves, Evans, and Dolly dropping off, giving the 22 hawkish shift more credibility. Beyond that, it's getting a bit messy. In 2023, 2 hawks rejoined, Harker and Kaplan, but a flock of doves, including Evans and Kashkari, assumed voting positions. Norges Bank raised key rate by 25 cents. The chip crisis will lop $210 billion off of 2021 revenue for global car makers. Alex Partners predicted 90% more than its prior forecast. They'll build 7.7 million fewer cars this year, almost double the constraints of earlier estimates. The U.S. government is worried, holding a meeting with companies including Ford, GM, Apple, and Intel to discuss how to cope with the shortages, People Familiar said. U.S. regulators approved Pfizer booster for people aged 65 and over and those at high risk. Around 9 companies looking to sell high-grade bonds today, around $25 billion. Corporate Deutsche Bank investing banking division will see revenue drop 10% third quarter. CFO James von Moltke said analysts expect a 19% fall. Dell plans a buyback of up to $5 billion. Apollo plans to double the size of its Asia-Pac team to tap a growing need for specialist hybrid financing. Veritas and Elliott are exploring options for Athena Health, including the sale or IPO valuing the company at more than 20. BlackRock is prepping a new ETF. Oh my gosh, are you serious? BlackRock is prepping a new ETF investing in China tech stock just weeks after a product from competitor took over its largest U.S. targeting ETF targeting the Asian nation. Senior Morgan Stanley FX trader whose unit linked to an internal probe is suspected mismarking in 29 emerged as a partner in a new fund backed by real estate mogul in Brazil. The chart of the day is the 50-day moving average. People are saying that the flow measures for the S&P signal the buy the dip mantra is at risk. JP Morgan said Monday's outflow of $11 billion from equity ETFs, the biggest on a down day this year outside of quarterly options and expirations, is consistent with the psychology that pushed equities higher. Retail buyers helped the S&P reliably bounce off the 50-day moving average, but it's now below that marker as investors fret over tapering, inflation, and China's property sector crisis. So today, 9:45, I think we should be getting that really, really shortly here. 15 minutes after open, you're going to get PMIs, 10 a.m. August leading index, Kansas City Fed manufacturing at 11 a.m., and then household change at 12 p.m., and then that's it. And then we get the Fed tomorrow. It's saying earnings, Nike, Costco, Trip.com, and Vail Resorts. It's not October that brings tales of woe. So September, again, the seasonal aspect of September. Usually the second half year has led to declines over the last 7 years or something like that. What else we got? Biden will meet Democrats to discuss how to pass economic and social spending. One idea is to exempt billions of dollars of climate spending from his requirement. Again, that is a big deal in the debt ceiling stuff. We're going to be monitoring the credit default swaps. Euro area business activity lost momentum in September. French manufacturing PMI fell to 55.2. BP plans to restrict deliveries of petrol and diesel to service stations in the UK to ensure continuity of supply. Fitch lowered China's growth projections for 2022. Hold on. Hello. Good morning. What time is it? We got a couple minutes. Fitch lowered China's growth. Portfolio players are leading recipients of new LNG carriers. Gold rose as traders assess signals China won't bail out Evergrande. Copper raised gains. Oil edged down. While U.S. natural gas advanced in Europe. Oxford, China statesman exit. Alibaba back best to set away 1 billion unit sale. Food brands firm jeweler falls short in consumer IPO. Chesapeake faced competitors to buy Vine Energy. Boeing expects Chinese airlines will need 8,700 new aircrafts by 2040. That they could account for 20% of global deliveries. Salesforce raised revenue outlook for fiscal 2022. Kathy Wood would sell Tesla if the price hit her 5-year target of 3,000 in the coming year, she said in a panel. Mike Schroeder, Facebook CTO, he stepped down. That one's going to be key. Again, if Facebook keeps dropping at these levels, man, it's getting nuts. Oh, what is there? FedEx, Nike. BlackBerry jumps pre-market. Automakers look to hedge against China rare earth materials. Retail's pile on the Facebook. Apple has dip buy and continue. Spanish winemaker sues Goldman Sachs over derivatives. Amgen cut to neutral at Daiwa. And I think that's pretty much it. Again, pre-market movers. We got time. I think we'll do it a little bit. We'll do it in a little bit. We must pay homage. You must bask in the glory, ladies and gentlemen. You must bask in the glory. HSBC, we're going to talk about it. I mean, I'm telling you, you got a real opportunity here. If you don't smell the confusion coming out of China, then we'll explain. But you are going to have to make a decision. Who are you going to bet on? There's a lot of opportunities. You know what I'm going to always bet on, though? There's one thing I'll always bet on. The beauty and hard work of the American people, especially the veterans. Oh, man. Don't get me started, but I do this every single day. You know why? Because we live in the greatest country in the world, baby, and you could change your life in a second, and nobody could take that away from you. Even my family came here for an opportunity to live how we live today. So before we do anything, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who've sacrificed more than most of us ever have or ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the exact same way I do. Want to give a huge special shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you're doing. We love you, baby. So thank you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there too, baby. We love you guys as well, so thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Let's go. God bless America. And God bless the cult. Amen. Amen, man. My chair got messed up on the Jets. Jets were insane, man. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Get ready. So you got a couple minutes here. Again, today's going to be action-packed. There's still going to be even a lot of data, but you got a lot of digestion. So let's see. I got a couple of post-market movers. AMHC shares are up 49%. SPAC. ACN rises 1.8, 2020 profit. Bit Digital gains 4.9 after Bitcoin mining firm was initiated at buy. BlackBerry's up 7. Condor Hospitality gains 27. Huh. Oh, they sold with BlackRock. DRI rises 3.9 after restaurant operator boosts forecasts. Oh, 99 cents on the peach, baby. Oh, the real Bradley Frizzle. The real Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Oh, it's a beautiful. That's all. Wow. Wow, that's all Evergrande needed. That's it. Horn. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Bro, we need to send the peach to Shanghai right now. I feel like a nice Bradley Frizzle peach could get them out of that situation. That's my take on it. That's amazing. That's an authentic one. That's real. Very, very real. Very rare. Wow. Darden rises 3.1. DGBI or DBGI, 26% ahead of the bell. Would be the highest level. PayMed jumps 11 after Lucid announced plans to list on global market on NASDAQ. Plug Power upgraded. Rite Aid shares 4.9 after drugstore operator revenue missed. Roku gains 2.7. CRM gains 3. There's the bell. Round 1. Fight. So let's see what we got here, baby. We're looking at a couple stuff. How's it opening? You're opening up 0.5% on the S&P. A little bit more than 0.5% on the NASDAQ or on the Dow Jones. NASDAQ is the lagger, but could be worse, man. Could be worse. Is that 172 on Airbnb? Yeah, and then TLT's down almost 1%. Nike 1.25. Again, I think their earnings is today, right? Uber, let's see where that's at. Up again. Uber's up another 1%. Uber, Roku, again, they were in the pre-market movers list. They're up 3.5. Amazon barely up. Weak again. Again, Facebook too. Facebook's up. Yesterday's news for them, and just there's the daily chart on Facebook. I mean, a lot of negativity there. Airbnb pop, UVXY. I think it's down now, right? Has to be. Yeah, it did probably clapped. I mean, we're up 0.5%. I mean, you literally gapped up. So even despite the, that's what I'm saying. You know, we need to really talk about the Evergrande situation and how we expect the next few days, because, you know, you got the market doing its own thing, but then you still have a lot of points to digest. Hood down 1%. Salesforce, they raised revenue guidance again, and I think they already reported, or they have earnings. AZ audits Ford, and there's also a meeting this week. Or I don't know if it's today, but between the president and automakers. Ford's up 1.7. DraftKings ripping. I like the MGM, like I said on the watch list yesterday. I wonder what the premiums are. CRM's coming down. Hood down 3. Remember, weren't they up 11 yesterday? Tesla's down. SPY's moving up here. Again, Dow Jones is almost 1%. And then NASDAQ 0.44. Baba dropping. What's coming out? 945 is PMIs. Snap is at 80? No way. I guess it briefly hit there. Ford again. Yeah, Ford's already up 2%. Jerome Brady, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see. He did good. He did good yesterday. He gave himself, just gave himself a nice window. A lot of good finesse. Banks. Yeah, banks are XLF is already up 1.5. That's big. Yeah, Airbnb hit 172 earlier. SoFi getting clapped. Lucid pop. JP Morgan says BOE may raise interest rates 15 basis points. Nike ripping. Safa. Any Gap news? I think there was actually. There's something retail. Or there's something with Gap I read the other. I'm totally blanking on what it was. Going to be federal agency examining shutdown contingency plans. And again, we'll talk about that. That by the end of the week, we might have a. They should be voting on one of those bills. That spending bill is either going to be this week or next week. So we will see what happens with it. HSBC still moving. Gap. I forgot what the news was on Gap. They had something. But they're doing good. Retail. I mean, SPY's kind of coming down here a little bit. NASDAQ's up only a quarter, but Dow Jones is the leader. A lot of bounce. You said Apple went red. Snap went red. If Facebook goes red again, they've been just getting totally wrecked. PFE, shoes moving with Nike. Yeah, PFE up 1.45, getting a candle there. Myrna's up as well. Emma and Abivi. Emma's up 0.5%. Walgreens is barely up, but again, Rite Aid did bad. There's MGM. Sony news with who? There's Sony in general. Overstock. I just saw a headline that said that the court throws away the class action suit that they had against them. SPY, XOM. Let's see what we're working with. Those other Facebook puts went down. Bull Trap, AMC, popping. I'm trying to put an order in right now. Carnival plans to have 60% of the fleet back. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. I make a play. I made a play, man. I made a play. I talk about this one. New trade activity on stream. Yeah. I kept it small, you know. I was very uneasy about the play. You know what I'm saying? So anything could happen. I said, okay, I'll keep it small on this one. Uncle Montana, man. The gap fill. Wow, look at the SPY just got really, really active after that. I hope I picked the right horse, you know? BA, another leg up. Oh, you love it, man. But do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a MGM December, far out of the money play. I just wanted to keep it. I wanted to keep it small. So I spent less than $150 or $150 or less. Palantir. But again, MGM, I'm relating it to DraftKings. That's why. It just sucks because the premiums are elevated. That's why I got further out the money for cheaper. I got a call. Again, the idea is if they get if they're part of the Entain deal, we could have some. But MGM has moved up a lot in the last 2 days. So like that's why I had to go far out the money, but I had to keep it cheaper just because it's just like, all right, well, every single one of those premiums is like really, really up. So keep that in mind. Nancy bought Roblox. She bought more? Or is that, can we confirm? I'm just waiting until Nancy buys Airbnb. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because look at Airbnb is finding, she going to buy Airbnb. You know she going to buy Airbnb. SPY's going up, man. SPY's ripping. 1% off of yesterday's close. You were right back to where we dropped from Monday. So I was like, this level looks very key. This is the 50-day moving average, I'm pretty sure. Holy. Oh, you're right there. We need like another point. Very big level though. Very big level, ladies and gentlemen. You're about a point. Oh, excuse me. Uber selling off. Toast is up. Snap diverging. Remember, a lot of social media companies went down yesterday, or at least Facebook had the negative news. Nancy has nothing new on the Clerk website. Oh, y'all got me excited. Wells Fargo dropping. Airbnb just... Come on, man. You were just doing 172, man. Why are you getting scared? It's some of them cheaper. BB moving analysts accused by SEC of front-running trades at employers. Weekly jobless claims, 351 worse than expected. 3 minutes, we're going to get September PMIs. So we'll see how that one plays out. What do I think about vaccine mandates? I'm pro-vaccines. That's my response to everything. We crossed 50-day. Yeah, no, 50-day moving average is very, very bullish. Again, I was saying the other day, you know, it just shows a lack of conviction if we can't get there. That's the only problem. The play I just made was MGM. MGM indeed. MGM indeed. Did Evergrande? No. I mean, there's a report today that two bond holders have said by 5 p.m. Hong Kong time they have not gotten to Evergrande. Evergrande's getting messed up. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, Alpha today, you've gotten probably the most confusing headlines in the last 48 hours. And pretty much China said they're not going to let them default, but then they said prepare for default. They're making it. They're going both ways. So my logic is that they're trying to buy time because they still have 30 days on a window. But I think the Evergrande situation, I think Xi is letting it. I think he's pushing it to the wall. BA up 1%. Baba about to hit 150. I think it's already there. Yeah, UVX1. That was going to be in play for the week. Well, we will see how that one plays out from even here. But yes, that one's still in play. I forgot to tell the stream to play. I don't think I did. I grabbed MGM. I'm about to make another play here too, my friend. Oh, really? Lots of plays. We'll disrupt global markets with Evergrande. China's doing some shit. I mean, the situation is just very, very confusing right now with Evergrande. But, like, I say it's confusing, but now it's the fact that they're making it confusing kind of shows the answer, if that makes sense. The fact that you got all, like, it feels like fake OPEC news. The fact that you got all of that news, and yesterday was all rumor. So every single headline that came out on Evergrande was literally rumor. Oh, dude. Bradley Fibonacci, dude? Oh, dude, I've never seen that one, dude. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Get a little Bradley Fibonacci in the morning, dude. A little waking fib with Bradley, dude. Ho, ho, ho. That was a good dude. I'm gonna go take my Bentley Frizzle. I'm gonna just take my Bentley Frizzle and drive it to Starbucks where I have my little Bradley in the peach, dude. My Bradley Fibonacci. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, Evergrande has more exposure. That's why they'll let it tank. But I mean, again, like I'm saying, I think the fact that they're even they're doing all these problems, or the fact that they're like yesterday was all rumor. The fact that there's all this fake news on it, and then they're saying they're gonna do this and do that, and now they're saying, okay, we don't want you to miss a payment, but then we're getting people ready to prepare for they call it a quote unquote storm. So it's like it's starting to sound really Alibaba in the middle of this. Viacom at 40. Baba's hitting a low. There's Spies, bro, 442. You're about to hit the 50-day moving average. There it is. So it looks like that was the dip for now. I mean, if depending on the volatility we get, if it comes down from here, but this is something. I did not think we'd make up that dip in 2 days at the rate it was going the last 2 days before this. This was a big surpriser, but there's our move. I mean, you're up 1% now, S&P and Dow Jones. Yeah, Viacom is looking good. Let's back up to that level. PMI is out. Yeah, PMIs came in slightly below expected. Again, continuous claims went up too. HXL liquidity death on chain. Yeah, that play I factored it was dead from the moment I bought it. Just considering I got filled in the middle of volatility. It's going up. You know, it only partially filled me on a play. Saying you can't cancel because it's already filled. What do you mean to me? What? I'm sure glad everyone has negligible risk. Yeah, everybody. Just they're like, nah, you're good, man. That's China's like, nah, man, no one's gonna get affected. Just be prepared for the storm. But like, everybody has no risk. It's not what it seems like. Like, it's just nobody has risk. Y'all are just tripping. You know what I'm saying? Spy's still going up here. Let's see. Where's TLT? Is TLT still down? They're down almost 1%. Mm. How do you feel about Bitcoin leverage? You could leverage 201 on PrimeBit. That sounds aggressive. I mean, some people have shown me, you know, what they've done with leverage, like they do all these other flips. Bro, I'm getting scammed on this play. So I made a play, but it's not filling me all the way, and now I'm locked up. It won't let me out. But then my bid is still showing up, and I canceled the order. There it is. Let me cancel it. Mm-mm. Overstock. Yeah, they said something even like a class action that came out. Visa's still gassing. It's very, very good. This is very, very good. What is this crazy market? This is post Powell. This is getting back to the 50-day moving average. This is everybody okay, not okay with Evergrande. This is what we signed up for, especially in the middle of September too. I mean, again, this is a very, very key time. We shouldn't see any really, really big green, but it's happening. But not a recommendation. You will lose money. I try to average down on the UBS plays. So I try to grab some of the ones that I was down on. I was down 50% on them. So I figured I'd try to get more, but then I just couldn't get filled on the ask. It only filled me with one of them. So, yeah, that's it. But I grabbed the UBS. Again, I feel like Evergrande is – I feel like we're going to get another headline either by Monday or even on the next week. So that's why I decided to average down on it. UBS CEO said not to worry. They're like, it's chill, bro. They're like, why are you failing the vibe check? Everything's going to be Evergrande. Just relax. AQS. Facebook's still up. That's doing good. Viacom. TLT is about to come down again. So, I mean, again, that's part of it. Even then, I'm surprised that TLT was matched up with the market yesterday towards the end. But now this move at least makes sense with TLT gapping down and market going up. But we'll see. BA evaporated. They evaporated. 0.5%. It's not doing too bad. I think rates will start going up gradually, anticipating the taper. Possibly. I mean, we'll see. That's what kind of today was. That's what it kind of shows. But we really just need to see, do you see that actual effect happen? Just because that should have happened a while ago, but we haven't seen it. But again, too, and I also think like it feels kind of weird that, again, I think the tapering is, even though a lot of people say it's priced in, I feel like the tapering is a little bit more real now than prior. Myrna's coming up here. This is it, right? This is the 50-day moving average, 442.50. I think we're probably above it. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm using Fed futures pricing in 40% rate hike. Yeah, that was another big update there too. That's why I'm saying, like, on the outlook of it, you would think more people would have been hawkish by rate hike expectations moving up. But I even said this, the bullish case with all of this is that even though, like, if you're seeing the market come up here today and you're like, wait a minute, I thought they're tapering, I thought that's hawkish, that may sound like that, but one positive, the bullish case for yesterday is essentially if the Fed is sticking to the schedule of tapering by next month, what that's essentially implying is that the economic recovery is right on track. Does that make sense? So the fact that Powell's sticking with it is highlighting that, yeah, okay, well, we were just worried 2 weeks ago about the economic slowdown, about Delta slowing down the economic recovery. So if Powell and the Fed is willing to get to that tapering point, that could be highlighting the bullish side. Overstock. Well, make UVXY go up or down. Volatility. Myrna getting a lot of steam there. Cisco moving. Overstock. Yeah, Overstock's up another 4%, almost back up to 80. Viacom's up. Amazon's up. Banks are killing it. Yeah, XLF 2% now. I think that might be the outperformer. Only 10 names are down on the S&P. Only 10 names are down on the S&P. That's insane. Win a little high chicle. 0 names are down on the Dow. Not one name on the Dow is red right now. So if that should highlight some for some of y'all. Y'all be like, what is going on? Let's see. New York Stock Exchange. Like, literally not one name in the Dow is red today. They feel strongly about tapering as long as the jobs report isn't trash. Does imply they're worried about inflation. It does to a little bit, but then some people are arguing that if they're really worried about inflation, they'd move faster or a lot faster. But to a degree, that implication is still there, and we might see how that one plays out. Andrew Langley. That's a cool way to spell it. Andrew. I love it. Welcome, baby. Welcome and good morning. Good morrow. Welcome and good morning. He nailed it yesterday. He did do good. Again, I thought about it. I mean, afterwards, he didn't really answer the Kaplan question. He just said it's unacceptable what Kaplan and them did, or he said it doesn't really foster trust, but he just kind of took blame, but it didn't really give us anything else. But then it looks like Kaplan did not sell out at the top if we hold this 50-day moving average. Are we above it now? I think we're right. We're literally right there at it. Ooh. This is interesting. Are we still bearish today? I'm more bearish on the banks. I mean, I think this is a decent sign, but we'll have to see. But this is just what I'm expecting. I mean, I'm expecting. I said it on the watch list. You're going to start getting bigger market 1% moves. You know, we've been without it for a long time. I think we're just going to get a lot of back and forth, and that's why, you know, what it'll do to premiums and everything else, we'll see. But it's, you know, the market is coming alive again. Uber new high. I hope the market reverses. Nick, I'm sorry, I don't want to be the guy, but I think you got to quit now because I feel like this is that we had an agreement. It's only real estate now because this shit did not do this. This shit went right back up to the 50-day moving average. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know the chat remembers. We had this talk yesterday. Now, see, don't let the market got you. The market got you. You're hooked. You're like, I'll give it one more week. I'll give it one more week. J Powell, I just don't think anything's over. I mean, it depends on, depending on the time frame with plays, yeah. You know, some plays might become over sooner than others, but I really, again, I just think the China situation is going to come back just like the Baba situation did. And then we just need Airbnb to run it in the meantime. That would be nice, wouldn't it? September 2nd. Remember what's on September 2nd? Was that the Baba stuff? Uber Leap still down 14. Viacom up 2.3. Uber just got a candle. So did Overstock. I don't know if TLT's hitting a new low. TLT did, and now it's bouncing, but SPY's coming up. Again, Dow Jones 1.25. It's the leader today. Not one name on the Dow is red, and only 10 names on the S&P are red. And then surprisingly, Nasdaq is the lagger today, but everything's still up. Senior U.S. diplomat to Haiti resigns, citing Biden administration's inhumane policies. That's it. Long-term booming. Oh, I didn't even look at the long-term. Let's take a gander at my friend. See, at least he always catches the bounce. You know, it's so weird. I don't know how he does it. Like, you know, sometimes the market goes, like, the long term, like, always catches the bounce. Have you noticed that? Because, like, when you don't know what the market's going to do, he just finds some way to catch the bounce. I don't know how he does it. Easy to catch the bounce. I mean, if you're in the long term, I feel you. It's always easy to, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. No, I'm serious. Like, the long term, I haven't done anything. Like, I didn't do anything, and, like, he's fully involved in the bounce now. It's crazy. So he's doing good. We're back right back up to where we were at the beginning of before the week started. Anything in the UWMC this month? If I'm feeling a little bit risky, yeah. Otherwise, I like Abivi. I also like Uber, and there's one more name I like. I forgot. There's one more. QQCO, here we go. Another high. You're above the 50-day moving average now. The dip has been bought, and now this is the moment. I guess technically it'd be a second signal here, but woof. From 453 down to 420 to now 442 is the buy the dip moment, but you're there. You're at 443 right now. You're above the 50-day moving average. I wonder how that one play would have been. The SPY. SPY, short the puts and buy the calls. Why do you say risky on UWMC? You lost conviction on it? No. I mean, I know which one of my stocks, if I really love the stock, I know which one has more risk or not. Like, you know, looking at ABVI versus UWMC, you know, one of them is very, very stable, and one of them is a post-SPAC that has not even been on the market for 12 months. So, you know, I can't be that naive to say one of them is, or that they're equivalent. You know what I'm saying? In that sense, and that's even said through the yield. They offer different returns. They're two really, really different companies. So it doesn't change my my view towards it. Again, I have over $50,000 in. Well, it's not worth $50,000 anymore, but I got $50,000 in UWMC already too at this point. Where is it? What was it? Was it sell the 390s? So if you sold the 390s, remember these were like $6 to $8. So you would have made 50% on the profit, and then if you bought the, like, what was it? It was like 460s or 490s, I think. I think it was like 460s. No. The calls barely went up though on the further out the monies. I know there's a couple of these that are going for a quarter, remember? Interesting. Interesting. But SPY's chilling up here. And again, I think the long term, I mean, I would have got Uber if it didn't shoot up 10%, but I think there's a lot of different opportunities, especially as some of the companies I really like have came down, namely ABVI. So we're waiting for that, though. Our deposit's going to come in here by next week, so we should be ready to move. But a lot of different ones. A lot of different opportunities. Square's on the high. They just had a little candle. Am I thinking Evergrande will default? Yes. After this report and after the confusion, I mean, today's the day. Today's the day. It's already late in Hong Kong, and people have already reported not getting paid out. And now they have that 30-day limit, and it seems like the government is trying to help them, you know, buy some time. And it looks like the fact that they're going, you know, back and forth is crazy. Airbnb is getting some candles right there. Airbnb just flipped. I just sell off $2? At Airbnb, why you do this, man? The Euro stocks came back up. FTSE bounced. Hang Seng didn't do too bad. Let's see. I mean, Evergrande came up today. 17%. So on this day of the bond payment, they're up 7. This is the Evergrande chart on the 1 year. So you can see they had their first bounce in a while. And that's a lot of volume, it looks like. $666. That's the other Evergrande one. This is the what's it called? This is Evergrande Group. The 666 one's interesting. This is the property services group. So as opposed to just the actual, you know, they've broken it up in many different areas. See, they had a bounce earlier and came down, but they're up today too. Looks like 7% versus 17% on the actual Evergrande. But Airbnb just getting clapped right there. DVAX on the high. Yeah, you guys, that's one of what? You guys surprised that one of the tickers is 6666.HK. That's how in Hong Kong, instead of like tickers, you just use the numbers to identify the stocks. So they have a 3333 and then 6666. Why do you like UWMC? Because a lot of my business connects work with them in the actual real world. So IRL, I like UWMC. So that's why I got it on the SPAC. I liked it before. But it's a new company on the market. They've been around for a while and they pay a dividend. So it fit nicely into our portfolio, but it has been very, very risky and volatile, but still doesn't really change my future outlook on it. I think it's kind of a given with real, I've never bought a real estate stock and profited off of it in the first year. I've noticed, even just like real estate, back in the day when you would buy real estate, when you buy real estate, usually you wouldn't make money till after your first year. Nowadays, the property values go up so high, but usually when you buy real estate, I mean, you're gonna hold it for that first year or two. So, and I'm talking physical real estate, but I've noticed like when I bought Redfin off of IPO, it's beautiful now, but that thing stayed stagnant for 3 years. Go look at Arquite; they've had a little bit more history in the market, but it's kind of common for them to, those aren't they're not high growth companies essentially. Will I ever add to your IRM position? Yes, I will. And increase my reach 100%. I'm waiting for the SALT deductions. I want to see what tax benefits or negatives come out of that because, getting fixed, it could negatively or positively influence REITs to a big degree. TLT's hitting a new low. We'll see if the market goes up at one point, but TLT's down now over 1%. And finally, I mean, I said it yesterday on the watch list. The fact that we were just hitting another top terrified me because I was like, I can't believe that actually happened there. But it's showing, that, and I was thinking about it like economic recovery, looking at the fact that if you have economic problems here, it's just like it gets really, really wild. Oh, I got tinfoil. I got tinfoil too. Oh, what SALT deductions are? I mean, go look it up. I mean, it's something good for politics to understand. It's state and local tax deductions. So, you could even go search REITs and SALT deductions and how they play out. But it's part of the taxes. So it's how you take advantage of taxes depending on where you're at. But then that's why certain assets could help with that, like real estate. But also, if you're holding real estate, REIT dividends are taxed heavily. So depending on the tax plan. And that's why SALT is a big factor. But even beyond the SALT deductions, everything with what they hash out in that tax bill, that will either kill or bring REITs alive, essentially. I mean, go look at the political landscape. You're getting some crazy appointees. You're getting a lot of crazy regulation. I don't know how the general population hasn't even like woken up to it. But the amount the amount of regulation that has gone in through our politics in the last 12 months is, I don't want to say borderline China, just because China is insane, but it's increasing a lot. That's why I think whatever policy is made regarding taxes and dividends and then SALT, it could have a really, really big. That's who's going to determine the real winners. Real winners and losers will be through policy. So now for the tinfoil, are you ready? Are you ready for the tinfoil? Now, none of this is true. This is just me. I've already talked to you a little bit about this, and I was laying down in bed thinking about it. So this is just an idea. None of this is true. None of this is based off of any facts. This is all just like a mental hypothesis, brainstorming. So hopefully you bring your umbrella. But we talked about it the other day. All the boats on the side of like the ports, and it's backed up. So my tinfoil on it is that it's happening to artificially weaken the dollar. That way we could find, that way with everything going on. I don't know the reason why. I had like 5 different reasons I thought about it, but no, it weakens the dollar. Because essentially with all of the goods in the ships, pretty much you cannot, and I think it's related to the debt ceiling. But with all those ships on the side of the ocean not able to dock, you cannot count import good until it hits the soil. So all of the goods and service, or all the goods in those ships, pretty much it's showing that we're not buying as much. So now until those hit the shore and hit our soil, it doesn't get recognized as a purchase. So that being said, our trade data would show that we've been buying less. So if you're able to buy less, that means your dollar has in fact weakened. And now think about what it's doing to supply chains, and people are saying it's leading prices going up and up and up, right? Think about that. If supply chains are making prices go up, what does that mean for your dollar? That means your dollar is weakened. So even when you look at it on the numbers with like balance of payment, as long as the goods stay low, the amount of capital good, or the current account and traded goods, the amount of goods stays low, then essentially that is pointing towards, on paper, a weaker dollar. Yeah, so export prices are breaking out because until the goods hit the land, it's showing our dollar is buying us less. So I don't know what it could be used for. It could even change the budget. Who knows? But yeah, fun fact. That's the 10. That's the 10. I don't know. China couldn't just dump all their bonds to manipulate the dollar, because that's the world of global politics. That's where it gets so interesting, because it's like, yeah, China, like everyone's like, oh, China could do this, China could do that. You're totally right, but we could do a lot of shit too. You see what I'm saying? So what's the point if China takes this big step and then they try to go and they try to devalue the dollar, they try to sell our debt? You're going to get a response from the United States. So then whatever we do, it might offset a majority of what they do. So it's like, that's why they call it tit for tat. That's why they call it a race to the bottom. You could go weaken your currency by 15%. If I weaken my currency 15%, we're in the same spot. We're both just weaker now. So pretty much at any given moment, you have to factor that in. They both have leverage, and they both can change the landscape very, very greatly. What kind of schooling do I need to understand the things in situations like that? I mean, get a degree in the cult, you'll be good. But, reading a lot of books and getting involved in the situation, that's the best idea, if you want to learn about trade. Like, a lot of people don't know how trade works. A lot of people don't know about currencies, floated currency. And I'm not talking fucking learn Forex. I'm talking like floated currencies, fixed currencies, monetary policy, fiscal policy, what's the difference, and just understanding how that works. It's just global economics. It would be the word. CSU, Colt State University. I'm a freshman in Colt State University. The Colt State University Chaztex. Oh, man, it's great. Not Forex. Love that subtle clap. Oh, I didn't even mean this like clap. Like, I'm being genuine about it. Because, like, someone's saying, like, yo, how can I learn about this? And I'm telling you, yeah, go learn about currencies. Go learn about fiscal policy, monetary policy. Understand, like, currency trade. Some people think I would be speaking, like, oh, Forex and technicals and all that. It's like, no. Like, there was a study of currency before there was this, massive amount of retail Forex trading, more or less. Quantum scalar popping on the high. Airbnb is still fighting at 170. Uber, General Mills on the high. Amazon pumping. Colt sophomore class of 2024. I guess we should get Letterman jackets. I think it's kind of like the memberships. That was fun yesterday, seeing everybody. You get to really see, then I was like, you guys could, like, bully the younger guys. Then you could, like, walk around, be like, yeah, I got my Letterman. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? What's up? Easy Jacket ships next month. Wow. Let's go. Does studying quantum mechanics help understand probabilities and options? If you are studying probabilities, I mean, you know, probability is probability. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Probability is probability no matter where you're at. You see what I'm saying? Whether you studied it in math or not, the probability of something occurring and figuring out and calculating probabilities, it's all the same. Now, different industries, different factors, you know, you have different formulas, but probability is probability. So I would say it would help a lot. You know, I'm not really good at math. I'm good at statistics, but that's something where, like, that could take you good. Bradley Freshman, baby. God bless you. God bless you. Wait, what was the other one? We have Bradley. What was the first one today? Y'all crazy. That was fast. They don't play around, bro. They don't play around. Oh, Bradley Fibonacci. Now Bradley Freshman. Dude, it's getting crazy. Facebook breakout. Bradley Fibonacci. April 1st is Bradley Fool's Day. Oh, man. Y'all are motivated. TLT, bro. TLT's down over 1%. Docu on the high. MGM. Oh, MGM started to rocket. That one came out of nowhere. Tinfoil Josh started the Bradley copycat meme to get more donations. Now that's genius. I'm kind of mad I didn't think of that one. We could have started a whole trend. That's it. If we ever go like crazy global, we got to do that. One's a good one. That you should be a marketing genius, bro. What the hell? That didn't even occur to my first thought was like, God damn it. I was like, this is gonna get confusing. I was like, that's it. I was like, man, they taking Bradley's peach, and then now I was like, man, someone's gonna go overboard with something Bradley. You know, it's gonna be like, I was like, man, that's nuts. We should just, honestly, at this point, we should just make Bradley Frizzle NFTs. That's it. So like a randomly generated Frizzle. This would work with the cult. Should we make a randomly generated Frizzle? So, like, it looks like Miss Frizzle, and then it randomly generates, like, it could give you a Fibonacci, it could give you a Bentley, like, certain things, and then that's it. And then, you know, now you could own your Bradley Frizzle. But that's literally, we'd have to get a contract with Bradley Frizzle. We have to market his brand and likeness and image. Get a randomly generated Frizzle. Why not? Non-frizzable tokens, huh? It's good. We'll sell them cheap. It'll cost like $2 and then like $2,000 for gas fees. So we'll find a way to do it. We'll find a way. SPY's still holding up here. AMD's on the high now. Again, a lot of runs here. We got the MGM. Those barely went up, though. AMD taking another leg. Big Tech is starting to lead now, or is at least picking up. They were lagging behind double, but now they're up 1%. It's already a 1% day. I hope you guys realize that. You're literally less than 1 hour in. And we are up 1% already. NFT my thumb. Yeah, it's your first NFT for free. Some NFTs, I mean, the volume, I want to see after that big month in August, we'll see what happens. and then crypto. Some people were saying, I think it was Jim Cramer, he was always saying, or he just saying that crypto might get a lot of weird shit happening because China, if people in Evergrande and people need to move their money, I mean, he said it makes Bitcoin look very, very good. So that's why I was like, I want to see what happens. I want to see if you actually get that demand from China, but like how it starts to play in with everything. Bro, SPY is still going up. This is good. I mean, if it doesn't shake up volatilely and like come straight back down here, I mean, at the very least, I think this is good for market sentiment in a weird. I hate to say that because it seems so unnatural, but I do think that this shows. I think this is gonna investor sentiment is gonna get really emboldened off of this move. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a move like this for the buy the dippers is like it makes you want a chest pump. You know what I'm saying? Shows resiliency for sure. That's why. But again, the fact that we broke below the 100-day, and then at the 100-day, so to see it kind of come back up here all within the same week, just quick. But the market could like it. But like I'm saying here too, I mean, I still just don't think. I think it's just too early to call the game. Believe it or not, even though it looks like it might have a huge lead, I just think it's a little too early to call. Or we'll see probably by Monday. It's good. Thanks. I got calls. I didn't listen to your FUD and taper and BS talk. Well, I said you could play it both ways. And Yasser, let's be real, man. You love listening to me. So it's okay. But there's a lot to take out from yesterday. I think it's still going to be an exciting year. And there's a lot going on. Wow. 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 Ban. You haven't noticed? I don't ban Yasar for a reason. Like, come on. Like, just think about it. I keep you. Bro, that's the same Yasar. I keep him here for a reason. I keep him here for a reason. That's it. Because I want to see. It started back in the day. I wanted to see how long he'd stay. Yeah, I want to see how long he'd stay coming at me and how long he'd keep doing it. So I was like, all right, well, shit, that's my guy. Wow, tomorrow I take my NASCAR license. So I passed section 3.6 of the NASCAR rule book. I'm locked in. I love you in this special community 1 year. What? Yo, that's crazy. Hard. Bro, I didn't even know that existed. That's really cool. Dude, a NASCAR license? Oh, dude, let's get a NASCAR. I'll sponsor the first car, man. That's for sure. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. That seems like a dream. That's a crazy profession to be professionalized in. All right, so I have something for you. I don't know if you guys want to see it. Hold on. I got to make sure it's hidden. Okay, I found the Bradley. And they sent me something. I found the peach. Dash. Dash is dropping. Oh, wow. DoorDash. Wait, is DoorDash FTC? DoorDash is part of ongoing federal investigation. Dash is getting red candles. Good call out there, baby. Good call out there. Let me see the premiums. Dash FTC investigation. Wait, does DoorDash because I made an order on DoorDash and then it showed up on my credit card as Uber Eats. Is that the same? I was like, I don't think DoorDash is owned by Uber, but why did it show up? I made a DoorDash order and it showed up as Uber Eats. That kind of sus. DoorDash can combine with Postmates. They use not. I picked it up. I was the driver. I actually. Are you ready for this? I haven't released it yet. I'm gonna give it to you guys though. I have a hack. I have a DoorDash hack. DoorDash is coming down here though. I'll share it with you. So nobody knows about it. I got. It's just a little bit of free money anytime you order. I got a little. I don't pay tax on any of my food, and this isn't a tax like evasion. Like it's not like that. I got something for you. It's a good one. I mean, hey, you get to save 7% on every if you eat, you know what I'm saying? It's 7%. Joe Biden has entered the chat. Pay your fair share. Bro, it's $1.32. Relax. Okay? Chill out. I'm going to monitor your bank account. Like, whoa, hold on. I wanted to get a chalupa for a discount. Calm down. Okay? Relax. Is that monitor your bank stuff going to happen? We're going to see. We're going to see by Friday. And I mean, Dash is popping a little bit there, but I think a lot of people don't realize how crazy the debt ceiling is. Again, they compiled, they pretty much forced the debt ceiling. They packed it into the spending bill, which, again, do you realize if October 1st, if they do not have an agreement by tomorrow or next week, if there is no budget that is agreed upon, the government shuts down on the 1st of October. That's the beginning of the fiscal year. So that's where they messed up. Instead of keeping the bill open and leaving them up past October 1st, by combining the bill and trying to make it a hardball game, they lowered the deadline pretty much down to next week. So whatever would happen, I mean, we don't know what's going to, again, they have to figure out what they're going to do with the bank accounts. They're going to figure out all the infrastructure stuff. There's a lot that hasn't fully been hashed out. They shot both people in the foot, but the idea is because now by compiling the debt or the deal, the spending deal and the debt ceiling, pretty much what they're doing by forcing the vote till here, it's going to create it makes it where like it's just higher pressure because like, okay, if you're really going to deny it now, you can't take on this issue till November or December, essentially. So if you don't pass this right now at October 1st, then you cannot bring up the bill till November or later. You say you miss 100% of the shots you don't take? Oh, Airbnb did come back. The DoorDash thing, I'm going to post it on TikTok so it goes viral. You must pay $9. Unacceptable, Josh. You must pay $9 for your KFC $5 fill-up box and all applicable taxes on top of it. Amen. Ain't no getting out of this. All right, I'll put it on YouTube Shorts for you. How about that? That better? Brasley Frizzley. I love it. Are you ready for this, though? I got a source. You know that? This is what my sources sent me. Are you ready to see the extent of the Bradley Frizzle nation? Call real estate. Who you sending stream alerts to? Call real estate. Call real estate. You sending stream alerts? Is that unauthorized distribution of stream alerts? We got him. Move in. Move in. But look it. There's somebody in here who there's Obama Frizzle, Brandon Frizzle, Bradley Frizzle, Bradley Fibonacci, Jerome Frizzle, Biden Frizzle, Bradley Frizzle without a mustache, Bradley Frizzle in the giant peach, Bradley Freshman. This is somebody's account. They sent me. They said I'm not allowed to reveal them. I said, Yeah, Michael Jordan added to SRAD. I put that on the watch list on Tuesday. And TLT, another low coming down. You just doxed the Frizzles. I have it, not fully. Kylie Cosmetic to launch in Apple stores. Well, I would not want to dude, that place is already packed. If you turn Apple Store into a damn Sephora, are you kidding me? Oh, Roblox 82. Airbnb at the top. Oh yeah, we are at the 1K like resistance. We're almost there. I mean, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Come on, listen, yo, can I check? Can I give y'all a positive message for the day? Yeah, who wants a positive message, man? Can y'all hear? Oh, there you go. 81 people hear me. 81 people hear me right now. Okay, if you can hear me, this is how we communicate early in the morning. It's like a check-in, you know what I'm saying? You don't need a clock in, but you could just check in with me, you know what I'm saying? So just hit the like button if you could hear my voice. I do this to see who is actually physically just in the moment right now, and I hope all of you are in the moment. So look at 200 people hear me right now. This is amazing. Wow, 260 people just checked in. They just came in a roll call. There you go, 1336. That's 336 people. We're a 1K like resistance. 1,400. Wow, that's almost 50% of y'all checking in today. Holy crap. 1,448. Wow, 1,440. Is it 448? Does anybody know what 448 is? Never mind. I won't get there. 1,493. 1,530. Let's. All right, here it is, man. Here's the message that you came for, okay? This is, if I could give you something today, very positive, very simple, I just need you to understand that the story is not over yet, okay? So when you look at your life, I want you to really look at it and realize where you are. And here's the example. My example to you is Jamie Foxx. Have you ever seen like Jamie Foxx, or have you ever seen like Brad Pitt or like Johnny Damon or someone like that? You know what I'm saying? And like I want you to go really like realize their careers. At one point, they were spending the first 5-10 years of some of their careers doing just like the weirdest shit ever. Yeah, I know it sounds weird. Like even like Johnny Damon, is that his name? I don't know. Whatever his name? Johnny Diamond? I don't know. You know what I'm saying. But point is, Johnny Depp is who I meant. Right there, Johnny Depp, the Pirates guy. Okay, I'm not as hip as some of y'all, but the message still hits. Okay, because seriously, go look at like old Jamie Foxx. Okay, and you'll see their careers and where they went. And you know, at one point they were going through their journey, but they were very, very early. It took them 30 years, 20, 30 years. But if you go look at some of the earlier stuff they were doing, the story was never over for them. And imagine if they took their first 5 years, their first 10 years to say, this is all it's going to be. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. But listen, that's your positive message. So if you want to keep it simple, I just hope you can remind yourself today, tomorrow, the rest of the week, the rest of the year, the story is not over yet, my friend. Okay? That's it. That's it. There you go. So God bless you. I hope you're feeling good on this Thursday, this Friday Junior. TLT is plummeting, bro. Finally, I guess. This is the only thing that makes sense about today, like one-to-one, where it's very, very simple, where it's there. So be famous. You're gonna be famous, Jamar. That's the point I'm trying to tell you. You're gonna be famous if that's what you wanted, if that's what you're going for. The point is you won't realize it today because the story still has not ended. It's still so early. You're in the buildup of the character. If this is a story, like the buildup, the apex, and then the fall, you're not even on the buildup yet, if you really think about it. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Jamie Foxx has grown so much. That's what I'm saying. Just you see it. You see, it's amazing. It's amazing. Hood ripping. Weren't they down? Dude, Spy. TLT is dropping. Josh, it's my birthday. Wow. Elijah. My man, baby. God bless you. And thank you for everything. Amen. How old are you now? I remember your last birthday. Oh, no. Oh, that's 2 birthdays with the cult, baby. 2 birthdays with the cult. Amen. Amen. Airbnb said it doubled the number of Afghan refugees it plans to temporarily house. Hood is going up. Bonds are dropping heavy. Man, happy birthday, Elijah. And God bless any of y'all who took that positive message and it hit. Amen. This you are in the right place. But I need y'all to really remember that. I could get hella positive today. Don't let me get too positive, though. You know what I'm saying? I get really, really aggressively positive. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. New Colt. 2 months of great energy. Let's go, baby. Wait, same here as like brand new or same here as your birthday? If it's not, happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. I'll be positive once the market is negative. That's an interesting one. But, I hope you're just locked in. I'm telling you, it's going to be crazy. I think the market, maybe I'm just the dramatic one. Because I think the Evergrande situation and everything playing out, I'm like, there is just so much. There are so many different things that are like, it's just, I feel the whipsaw is about to happen. That's why I'm like, that's a whipsaw is the best way to describe it. FTC looking into Uber now too. Ay. They're looking into Uber investigation. PKI on the high. But it looks like the FTC is also interested in other delivery searches such as Grub and Uber. Well, there's 2,000 puts on DoorDash. AMA, Ader, Cole, MA. Oh, MA. MasterCard's ripping. Yeah, a little bit of volume there. People disrespect Dash. I feel like Dash does the best. They're holding up. Instant deposits got clapped. Here's the FTC document. 500 add to drip. What should I grab? What are you up or down on the most in your portfolio? And then are you weighted to more dividends or growth? The strikes on Dash, the weeklies, there's like 2,000. They're just spread out throughout it. VWAP is coming up a spot we expect it to keep ripping. It'll if it does come down, you at least know you have certain level of support at VWAP. So it's like it's there, and again, anything could change it between now and the rest of the day. But it's good. It's a good sign. It's more bullish when VWAP goes up with it. But the wider the gap, that's where it gets bad. Like again, it's like if the SPY kept ripping and VWAP just stayed down here, you probably would get more volatility by the end of the day. The Evergrande news has already came out. It's came out throughout the day, and we've got a lot of updates on it. But they've already missed the bond payment, or 2 people have reported they've not gotten anything back. Then there's also the PMIs today too. Bro, look at TLT. Well, TLT at least, again, this makes the most sense because now, but it's still like, it makes sense today, but it could contradict what we saw a couple weeks ago. But at least, you finally get a tapering announcement. And then, you get there's PKI. Yeah, we just call that Airbnb on the high. But the fact that bonds are going high with a tapering announcement, that makes more sense than anything. Yeah, Airbnb 173. Very good pop. Like a pop. Bro, there's no tapering. Yasar. You said that yesterday. And then even Jerome you said he's not going to taper. Yasar. I love you, man. Okay? Yasar. Just Yasar. Okay, relax, Yasar. Oh. Maybe they're bondholders in China only. Yeah, that was a rumor yesterday. You better let the Fed know that then. VIX chart is exact opposite of DIA yesterday. Yasar. Just Yasar. Shh. Yasar. Okay, Yasar? You know in the back of your mind you love me. And you heard everything, Yasar. Okay, Yasar. Yasar, you said yesterday you were telling me taper. You said what tapering? Powell said it. He said it word for word, Yasar. Okay? Okay? I don't want to give him Yash. He doesn't know. We need Yasar. He needs rehabilitation. Rehabilitate him. Rehabilitate him. Remember, the peaches are an excellent source of fiber, good for blood sugar, and naturally fat-free. Wow. Wow, the peach. Just letting you know how important he is. Amen. Horn. Stay healthy today, folks. Stay healthy today, folks. What time is it? 7:47. I need to go to the bathroom. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch this main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Chad, I love you. I hope you guys love each other. Can y'all stand up, please, and greet each other? Can you just say hello to somebody in the chat? Can you just type out their name, make them feel special today, and just say, what's up, Alex? What's up, Ernest? What's up, Raven? What's up, Randy? You said, no, Como. What's up? What's up, Uncle Merv? Just say hello. You might meet your soulmate. You might meet a friend. You might meet a business partner. You might meet someone that you absolutely hate. You might meet someone with the totally opposite political views, and then you're going to read his name in one political comment, and then he'll become your mortal enemy for the next 12 months, and every time, and then you guys are going to okay. Just say hello to each other, okay? And try to keep it positive. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it positive. That's all we need. I need to go pee. I'll be right back. Okay, please hold. Please hold. No, all right. I didn't go pee. Hold on. Please hold. Please hold, Chad. I know you hear me. There you go. You love me, I love you. Isn't that a Barney song? PKI Pop, that was the Investor Business Daily. SPY still coming up. From the options to the long term to the earnings with Jerome. That's a good one. I like it. I like it. I keep coughing. My shit's messed up. I got too excited yesterday. The Evergrande. The whole chat heard me pee. That's fine. I mean, but I mute it when I cough because it gets all like mucus. The SPY's coming up. TLT down 1.5. The MGM. I'm surprised. MGM. I wanted to go cheap with that one, but that one, I guess we have a lot of time on it. Well, the MGMs went up a little bit, but they should have been up a lot more. High ticker going. Airbnb, I mean, again, we're getting close to that 180 now. Look at the 100-day chart on Airbnb. Doesn't that look very different now? How do you guys feel about that 100-day chart? That looks like a breakout now, but wow. I check GNRC. I don't know if it sounds very familiar. Am I going to buy more Airbnb? I want to, sadly, I want to. But, you know, if it still stays high, the fact that I got those leaps already and then I've stacked up for the last 3 or 4 months, and then now that some things have gotten cheaper, I'm going to, Genrac, isn't that, isn't that is that a REIT? But I'm going to I have other things I could buy, essentially. So I'm not going to, like, rush it. But I'm also, I mean, if it comes back down to, like, I think, like, 160, 157. But I have averaged up on it a couple times already. Jeez, Kyle. Kyle, you can't say that, dude. All right, man. Like, that's just bad vibes. Like, dude, come on. I'm timing you out, man. I love you, but just relax. Jeez. Yo, you see that, Mods? He's like, yo, what the? Just like, yo, man, just chill. It's fine, okay? Just take a breather. Just take a 5-minute breather. Just go put him in the box. Relax. Just relax a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Damn, what did Kyle say? I literally cannot repeat what he said. I think I would get in trouble. I can't even repeat it. Let's just say it wasn't positive. It just, you know, we're like, good morning, how's everyone doing? Oh my God, I love you. And then you're like, it's like, geez, bro. He didn't get jiggy with it. He was not. It's just bad vibes. Bad vibes. But is Genrac Is Generac a REIT or am I tripping? I remember we brought up Generac for a reason. SGBI and Dish deal rumors. Dish isn't moving. I'm surprised Viacom. Viacom should be in these rumors. Generac makes power units. Why would I think they're a REIT? Love thy chat. Pelosi live with Yellen? Ooh. I like this. Pelosi weekly news. I want to watch that. Dude, Pelosi, she's going to talk about the debt ceiling.
What works better?
Oh, dog. She's wearing my favorite color. Why does the video look like this, though? Dog, this is, what the hell is this? This look like an NFT. That was like an NFT demon. Hold on. What the hell is going on? Hold on. I don't know. Did y'all see that? Oh, yeah, you saw it, right? That was crazy.
Framework. I'm very excited about this. And again, it's all good. We had appropriations, a saying in appropriations, it's lamb eat lamb. But let me just tell you that, as you know, this week we passed legislation to keep government open and lift the debt ceiling to remove all doubt that the full faith and credit of the United States of America is not in question, as the Constitution of the United States says. The Congress has taken up a tradition of having to vote on that. There's some doubt as to whether that should be the case, but in the here and now, we put forth a proposal. The Senate, the House Republicans voted against keeping government open, which we need to do by September 30th, and voted against honoring the full faith and credit of the United States of America. It's quite appalling because when Republican presidents were there, we always had.
So this is the game of chicken. Just listen to what they're saying about the debt ceiling. Just listen to how they're setting it up.
We'll keep government open by September 30th, which is our date, and continue the conversation about the debt ceiling. Even any, but not for long, because any discussion even cast doubt. And when that happened before, when the Republicans threatened not to support the full faith and credit, when President Obama was president, even the doubt that they cast lowered our credit rating. It's not good for our country, for our families, and it has an impact on the global economy. So whatever it is, we will have a CR that passes both houses by September 30th. And that is, we're very pleased that in that same legislation, which the Republicans rejected, we had our assistance for the natural disasters affecting some of their own regions, which they voted against. But again, necessary to immediately meet the needs of the American people in time of disaster, as well as the legislation, the appropriations for Afghan evacuees to further welcome them to our country, meet their needs, and to do so in a timely fashion. We've gotten such a tremendous response from areas affected by Hurricane Ida, which is the focus of this legislation, to say, Ida struck, and you already are putting forth funding to make our communities come as close to whole as possible. Very grateful. Again, when we talk about the debt ceiling, we're not talking about future spending. It's important to note this is to pay the incurred cost. Last year, Democrats and Republicans together incurred costs for COVID that need to be paid for. This is a credit card bill that we owe. Under President Trump, only 3% of the debts, of the costs that we're dealing, only 3% have occurred under the Biden administration. This is largely under the Trump administration. And again, Democratic or Republican president, we have to lift the debt ceiling. So when Trump was president, he increased the debt by $7.8 trillion. Now, we take participation in the COVID expenses, but not the tax scam that added at least $2 trillion to the national debt. So, again, we've done it before. We've worked in a bipartisan way. It's always been bipartisan, and that's how we want to keep it. Again, it would cost 6 million jobs, wipe out $15 trillion in household wealth, nearly doubling the unemployment rate to 9%, and increased borrowing costs for all Americans. It would be a catastrophe, and that's, don't take it from me. But let me just quote Mitch McConnell when this came up during the Trump years. Mitch McConnell said the following. He said, Mitch McConnell stated that not supporting a debt limit suspension, okay, and this is what he said, ensures that Congress will not throw this kind of unnecessary wrench into the gear of our job growth and thriving economy.
They'll pop in, watch
When
VMware
Trump was
too.
president, they didn't want to throw a wrench, unnecessary wrench, into the gear of our job growth. Today, he's threatening to do just that. We urge him to stop holding the debt and the economy hostage. Again, also on the floor today, we'll be doing NDAA, strengthening our security, honoring our service members, upholding our values. And today we'll have legislation on the security interests that we have.
The high tinker's gassing, so SPY hasn't moved just yet, but there's a lot of activity.
Additional funding for the Iron Dome. It's a defensive system. It's part of the Memorandum of Understanding and negotiated in 2016, and it will strengthen that support. So, again, we stand united on a bipartisan, bicameral basis for Israel's security, which is vital for American security. Again, we pray for every innocent life that is lost in the conflict on any side of these arguments. Tomorrow, led by Congresswoman Chu, we're passing the Women's Health Protection Act. This is a very exciting day for some of us in the Congress of the United States. We've long been supporters of Roe v. Wade. We haven't been able to codify it because we never had a Democratic pro-choice majority with a Democratic president. And now we do. And now we do. Every woman everywhere has a constitutional right to basic reproductive health, yet for years that has been questioned by some. And so, do you know about the Texas law and the rest of that? I don't have to go into the reason why we have to do this. But the Texas law goes beyond a discussion of a woman's right to choose. It's about vigilantes and bounty hunters and something that is so un-American. And it has evoked a response. Okay, it's unconstitutional and unjust. Okay, and then yesterday, this is probably why you're all here today, Leader Schumer and I met with the president about Build Back Better legislation, and it is so exciting. It's going to do so much for our country. One of the biggest middle-class tax cuts for families ever, creating millions of good-paying jobs, unleashing the full power of women in the workplace. Again, when women succeed, America succeeds. That's what we say. And that's with, now, if you're a woman in the workplace, this bill's for you. Even for some dads. Child care, child tax credit to help pay the bill. Universal pre-K. Home health care. Not necessary for a child, could be for a person with disabilities or a senior in the home who needs personal attention. Family and medical leave. Paid family and medical leave.
And your bank account's monitored.
It's just, again, unleashing the power of women in the workplace in a way that has never been done before in our country. It's historic. It's transformative. And when COVID struck, more than 4 million women had to withdraw from the workplace because they didn't have child care, or they couldn't afford child care, or the schools were not open, so that they had to stay home. And some dads, too. So it's not just about women, but overwhelmingly it is. So it is addressing some of that. We knew this problem existed, but COVID made it even more apparent. Hence, we will be going down a path that enables women to do what they're doing. Age courageous. You've heard me say it before. It's Latin. Do what you're doing. That they're at work. They can give their full attention without worrying. We always think of our families and our children, but worrying minute by minute as to whether their children are safely cared for. What I'm excited about in the bill that is coming up, too, is what it does for the environment. This is transformational. I use that word about women in the workplace. It's transformational. The president has established some goals for protecting the environment and saving the planet, and this legislation does just that. In a way, as we were honored by the Secretary of the Treasury and the leader of the Senate earlier, that is paid for. So it's pretty exciting. We have plans that are not punitive to those. We don't resent anyone their success or their achievement, but we do want everyone to pay their fair share, and in doing so, help build our economy better with women in the workplace. So that's pretty exciting for us. Yesterday, I had the privilege of welcoming two heads of state, Boris Johnson. Maybe some of you were at that presentation with Boris Johnson, Prime Minister Johnson, and then later in the day, in the morning, same morning, with Prime Minister Scott Morrison of Australia. Why I bring it up in association with climate is that they were so exuberant about the urgency of addressing the climate issues. Of course, we thanked the Prime Minister of UK for hosting COP26. I just had the privilege of doing that at 10 Downing over the weekend when I was at the G7 heads of parliament, and to see what was happening there in preparation for the COP26. But then he made a presentation to our bipartisan leadership of his priorities, and strongly talking about what the UK was doing in terms of climate. And the Prime Minister of Australia, Morrison, he was saying we're not only addressing the Paris Accords, our slogan is we meet it and we beat it. And so they're leading the way, and that's what we all have to do, is meet our emissions responsibility and our financial responsibility to other countries, so that when we leave COP26, having fulfilled our obligations to the Paris Accords, and then to go further. It's a health issue for our children, clean air, clean water. It's a jobs issue for our country, green technologies, being preeminent in the world on those. It's a security issue because security experts tell us that migrations and the rest, rising sea levels, thermal management of the planet, drying up of rivers, encroachment of deserts, the list goes on. You know what they are, I think. That is cause for competition and conflict over habitat and resources, so it's a security issue. Health, jobs, security, and of course a moral issue if you believe, as I do, that this is God's creation and we have a moral obligation to be good stewards. But even if you don't share that view, we all agree that we have a responsibility to our children, grandchildren, future generations to hand off the planet in a very responsible way. So a lot going on, from a woman's right to choose to preserving the planet, and central focus now on getting the job done that we're on a path to do. The President has given us a path for a better future for our country, a fairness and a justice, whether it's economic or environmental justice or whatever. I'm so proud of our members working it, writing the bills, having their own discussions about it all. Now, but the President put us on a course. We intend to stay the course and pass both of these bills as soon as possible. Any questions? I probably should reward people who come here most.
Okay,
The laugh was so cute.
Could you please elaborate on what Senator Schumer just said? He said that you have reach an agreement on a framework that will take any final negotiated settlement. Does that mean House Democrats and progressives and moderates have agreed on tax rates, how much this bill will cost, and a price tag? And what's the price
No, what
tag?
we said was the House, the Senate, and the White House came to an agreement on how we can go forward in a way to pay for this. I don't know how you define some of the terms you use loosely there, but overwhelmingly, our New Dem coalition, which a long segment of our moderates who represented us at the meeting yesterday, have been very strong on child tax credit, extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies and the rest. The list goes on. So we have consensus in overwhelmingly, maybe 10 to 1, 20 to 1 in our caucus as to these priorities, a higher percentage in the Senate. But we wanted to make sure that it was paid for. And I'm a pay-go person. Pay as you go. Sometimes I have a little disagreement in my caucus with
You
someone
are
who
not
just
using a firm. You got
don't
150 million.
necessarily think
Stop.
we should do that, but I do. And we came to terms as to a framework of an array of agreements that we have, depending on what the need is. Now, at the same time, we're finalizing on the outlay side. So if we need more, we need less. That will impact the choices we make there. But this was great progress, not in terms of, it's just that it's writing bills, and it takes time, and you have to make decisions, and that's what we did.
Have you settled on an overall price tag? Have you settled on an overall
No,
price
no,
tag?
we didn't talk about that. This is not about price tag. This is about what's in the bill. What's in the bill? For children, what's in the bill? Universal pre-K, child care, child tax credit, family and medical leave for their families, protecting the planet for them. It's about specific legislation. How much does that cost? How do we pay for it? It's about the climate issues, as I ended on that, on the climate issues in terms of using the tax code to stimulate the business aspects of this to meet the emissions goals. And that's part of how we make some decisions in there. Does this use of the tax cut help meet the president's emission goals that we have as a nation? So it's not about a price tag or anything. It's about values, not dollars. And when we come to agreement on what people are for or what they would cut if they want to do less, what would you cut? Our goal is to have a very specific priorities clearly presented with as close as possible results as possible. And I'm very, very proud of the work of our members on that score. Yes, Chad?
Thank you for taking the question.
That's you, boys.
The Secretary here, I suspect you have been talking about the debt ceiling. You've expressed concern there. It seems as though every time we get so close to the debt ceiling, we hear all of these horror stories about the foreman of the apocalypse, the locusts, and everything.
It is that.
NTNX pop.
But why would we think that that wouldn't happen this time? I know the position of the Republicans, the public position, but why would we not think that this is going to be different this time?
Well, because, again, public sentiment is everything. The Republicans yesterday, they voted to shut down government and not honor the full faith and credit of the United States of America. Shutting down government.
Wait, she
at
said
the
that.
same
She
time
said
as
yesterday.
rejecting
That means the
assistance
deal's not
for
going to get
their
passed.
own constituents
Wait, did she
who were
just slip
affected
something
by
in there?
Hurricane Ida. Again, we'll keep government open. We'll have the votes to do that, and then we'll go to the Senate again. But the full faith and credit is a national debate. It's a national debate, and why should it be that we as Democrats always come to the rescue when it's a Republican president? And we're not coming to the rescue of the president. We're coming to the rescue
Remember
of our economy,
11-14.
of families and the interest they pay on loans and their job security and the rest of that. That's the debate that we have to have. And we must succeed. And so, again, hopefully, with your messaging this on Fox News, you will get a lot of people writing into their people and saying, let's not renege on the national debt. It's about paying. You know, the former president was famous for not paying his bills, and they want to do that again. But we cannot let them do that and jeopardize our economy. Yes, ma'am.
But how do you guarantee that there won't be a shutdown, especially if Republicans...
Excuse me?
How do you guarantee there won't be a shutdown, especially if Republicans end up blocking this bill in its current form?
Well, we put this bill together in a very bipartisan way. And then when we added the debt ceiling is when they said, you know, because Rosa DeLauro, our chairwoman, she very respectfully, I'm appropriator, so we have a certain culture of bipartisanship or finding solutions there. And it's a very bipartisan bill underneath the debt ceiling, so we don't think it will really be any problem to pass the legislation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the announcement of this framework, are you confident that you have enough support within your own party to move forward with a vote on Monday?
We take it one day at a time. I'm confident that we will pass both bills.
On Monday?
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Speaker, just wanted to ask you about the Women's Health Care Protection Act. The Archdiocese of San Francisco...
That's so confusing.
And the Archbishop of San Francisco warns that the bill is nothing more than a child sacrifice, and he calls on Catholics to fast and pray to defeat this bill. You're Catholic. Your reaction?
Yeah, I'm Catholic. I come from a pro-life family.
Yeah, I said it.
Not active in that regard. Different in their view of a woman's right to choose than I am. In my right to choose, I have 5 children in 6 years and 1 week. And I keep saying to people who say things like that, when you have 5 children in 6 days, 6 years and 1 day, we can talk about what business is of any of us to tell anyone else to do. For us, it was a complete and total blessing, which we enjoy every day of our lives. But it's none of our business how other people choose the size and timing of their families. The Archbishop of the city of that area of San Francisco and I have a disagreement about who should decide this. I believe that God has given us a free will to honor our responsibilities.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Are you
Wait, so
saying
is it
with
a
this
child's-
framework that
okay.
the bill will not be $3.5 trillion?
No, I'm
Also,
not saying that at all.
Are
No.
you guaranteeing that
No.
the bill, that this bill will be done on Monday in time?
But
for
I'm
this
not
vote?
saying that. I'm saying we will bring our legislation forward as ready. We didn't say anything about what the framework was, the price tag. We're talking about the values contained therein. We are for the 3.5 number because that's the number that the President and the Senate sent us. We marked up to that, and now we'll go to the next step. But I think we're in a very good place. I've always been very calm about this because it's like it always happens the same way, all this bluster and this and that and who's there and who's there. But at the end of the day, we will be unified for the American people. And we couldn't be better led than by Joe Biden and his vision for America's working families, so that we have fairness in our economy and justice in our environment as well as in our economy in every other way, and that we open the door for women to succeed in the workplace. So one day at a time. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, is the prescription drug bill part of this agreement?
Love the dress, Nancy. Love the dress. The color, you can't knock it. But again, that was very, very confusing. I was even looking it up. I had another article on there. Where is it? But she's talking about the debt ceiling. So that has to do with this game of chicken. And why I say it's confusing, because she made it sound like they already voted that it's not going to get through. I mean, the way she was talking, that's why I said 11:14. Oh, I should have kept it up. We could have listened to it again. But she was saying, it sounded like they already know what the vote is going to be. But then she's saying that if they don't vote on it next week, they can't do anything. So this is showing the battle is heating up. And then what's his name? Schumer said something, and then McConnell. I forgot where it was. I got to find it. But McConnell's made a statement today, and he said that Democrats can pass the deal with budget reconciliation, and he said that they can avoid an avoidable crisis. But she said voted yesterday. I do, dude. It was weird. She said, I think that the vote's not there. Remember, I said pretty much by end of the week. I mean, the number or the date that you got to look for is October 1st. So again, if there is no planned spending bill approved by October 1st, that is the new fiscal year. If you don't have an approved budget at the start of the year, then we go into shutdown. And then now, since they cannot vote on it till afterwards, it would essentially lead to that default there on the debt. We need to shut down. I mean, honestly, it sucks because it would cost so much. I mean, if it shut down, I mean, in a weird way, I feel like a government, if they did actually get us to the point of default, whoever, whether it's Republican or Democrat, in a weird way, I feel like that would be the Great Reset because it would be awful. I mean, again, that's the only way like that. If they really push it and play this game of chicken, the costs are high. I mean, that would be the only thing that could actually like shake up a lot of different stuff. So what do they default? Who do they default to anybody who's bought the bonds, or even then, defaulting is just a term in credit. So if you have a fixed payment date and you're offering a high yield, a fixed investment, and you miss a payment, it's a default. Now, it depends on the terms. Like, again, like Evergrande, they got 30 days to consider it a quote-unquote default. But essentially, you know, it would lead to a downgrade in your credit situation. That's what the risk is. It's not as if America wouldn't. Even that's the problem. Like in 2010, we made the payment. We eventually, do you realize in 2010, or maybe 2012, I forgot. I think it was a couple years later. But last time we had a real big issue with the debt ceiling and it led to the government downgrade, what ended up happening was that they agreed on the deal and they agreed on moving up the debt ceiling. But even afterwards, the United States credit position was downgraded by the S&P. So even though they got it situated, they said it was such a mess and that this, you know, confusion and like this what's the word I'm looking for, not confusion but difficulty in passing the bill, it led them to get a downgraded credit. So the risk here is pretty much by October 1st, if you don't have anything passed, you run the chance of risking your credit position. That's the whole idea of default, whether you have enough money or it looks like even in the future you may not have enough, or it looks like it's going to be a problem, your credit situation would get downgraded. The head of S&P, yeah, he got fired after that. He resigned. There wasn't. Let's see. The NASDAQ since July. I mean, yeah, so this is what I showed you the other day. You can read it a little bit here. Again, on August 5th, 2011, Standard & Poor's Credit downgraded the long-term credit rating of the United States government for the first time in history from AAA to AA+. In contrast with previous ratings, the agency assumed the base case scenario that tax cuts of 01 and 03 would not expire at the end of 2012, citing congressional resistance to revenue-raising measures. The downside scenario, the conditions would likely lead to further downgrades, assuming the second round of spending cuts would fail to occur and that yield on the Treasury bonds would increase, but the dollar would remain the key global reserve currency. The upside scenario consisted of maintaining the ratio, included the new expiration of 01 and 03 tax cuts, and only modest growth in government debt as a percentage. A week later, S&P Director Jodeep Mukherjee said that the only factor was that numerous American politicians expressed skepticism about the serious consequences of default, an attitude that was not common among countries with the AAA rating. At the end of 2012, the U.S. fiscal cliff was resolved with compromise, but the S&P did not downgrade to AA. So again, this idea that there's so many politicians with skepticism and the fact that they're considering a default, that is not a common attitude. That was the reason why we downgraded in 2011. So again, and even to show you the downgrade chart, let me show you 2011 on the year so you could get an idea. This is I think you already dropped leading into it, I think, as the situation played out. It kind of looks like this a little bit, huh? You had all-time highs, and you had a drop, and then a run-up, and then whoop. So it's a big event. That was, and even back then, it looked small on the market, but that was about a 30% drop. Oh, I missed the super chat. Oh no, what do we got? Let me see. Oh, we got preserve the plants but kill the children. That was Vance. World's longest fade says we need extra PHILO today. Chad needs to be safe from themselves. Marcio says what's been the biggest percentage gainer? I think we hit a 3,500 percenter on Alibaba just a month or two ago. And then Affirm was like another 2,000%. And then Bradley Frizzell. Wait, is that real Bradley Frizzle? Wait, is that the real Bradley Frizzle? Super hypothetical. Say you're holding a BA 220 call. You get spreading it, asking for a friend. Again, hypothetically speaking. Is that the real Bradley Frizzle? I'm so confused. Is that real? I'm asking if it's like a press release. I would ghetto spread it. Right now, this market has just shown that the ghetto spread will take care of you. Even like the HSBC on the downside, even on the upside when there's this rip your face off rally, I would go with the ghetto spread for sure. Or if you can make it free if you have more than one. But ghetto spread is your friend right now. We talk about Baba. Yeah, as long as you're not going to ask me if you should buy it, then I'm down to talk about it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to refer you to section last 2 months, and then there'll be your answers there. I have one I paid 25. Yeah, ghetto spread it. If you ghetto spread a decent amount, leave it with enough upside there too. But if it's short term, I would do that. This is getting better. Slow process. The channel has taught me how to handle my emotions more than any other tool or program. Amen, baby. And that's the longevity, man. That's why I'm saying I got so hyped seeing all the members yesterday, just because it's you get to see who you're surrounded by. You know, everyone's been here for a really long time, and you know, it's not like, you know, I didn't get my start in the middle of fucking GameStop. You know what I'm saying? And it's like we got a lot of people here. You know, there's a reason why they've been here and they've seen the good, the bad, the ugly through 23 months, 19 months, 15 months. You'll see a lot of shit. So, not even if you are banned, and if you're banned and you haven't, like you, Jordan, you should probably stay banned. I could tell by just that comment. You know, I'm like going in trying to explain like longevity and like, you know what I'm saying. And you're like, yeah, unless you're banned, like you're not a Chad at that point. It's okay, but get a long term. You know what I'm saying? But for most people, they've been here for a while. So I hope you guys understand how longevity is key, and you know, you're surrounded by it, but you got to give yourself time to get into it. You know, that knowledge X and Y curve, that's the key. Not Jordans are like, bruh, come on. New renminbi stablecoin? Boomer just sent me something cool. I'll have to look into that. I never made it to Dutch Bros. I have not. I was working on my head. It's cool. I mean, I'm telling, I feel really good about it. I mean, again, that's what I'm saying. You've been here for a while, but like, even for the people who are new, I mean, I really wonder what the turnover rate is for like financial or stock like rooms. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been around stock trading for a while. Most people, they don't last that long. So like, I hope you realize, you know, you're surrounded. There's a lot of people who've been here for a long time, and that right there, it should say something. But you know, to make the most of being here, I know it's just about learning how to manage this. You know what I'm saying? Manage day to day, get through it. Again, have the long term, exposing yourself to opportunities. You're going to take losses. There's going to be good and bad plays, but you know, I hope you realize where you know, day to day what you're learning and picking up on and just learning how to be a cockroach and stay alive, it will go a long, long way. Mm-mm-mm. 19 months, baby. Netflix interested in streaming Formula One. The young Airbnb on the high. Again, Netflix did good. They came down today. I thought they were going to do better. CNBC just said China is preparing for the failure of Evergrande. Again, they've been saying that since the morning. Not CNBC, but China. Any update is very weird. That's why, I mean, again, I wish I could have bought more HSBC puts, or the HSBCs are up, the UBSs. I mean, I didn't get filled on the full order, but there's a reason why I'm down. I'm doubling down on that one. But you have it's really weird right now. What they're saying is just very, very weird. Because they only offer stock-related content. You're offering life principles as well. Horns, amen. And I'll even say, though, I mean, this is stock-related. The point is most people are just focusing on the lines or the numbers or what's the play, what's quickly, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I just really hope you realize that it's about the real stock content is about knowing how to be in this game for the realism of it, essentially, and knowing how to stay alive in that sense. So it's like, people don't realize it goes well beyond just what you learn about the options or the basics, and that, like, you know, PHILO and other things, it may sound weird or it may seem like it has this other purpose, but at the end of the day, it's the full circle, the full package to be able to stay alive. Love you for that. Amen, baby. God bless you. Easy. Easy. Either way, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I already have 100 HSBCs. I'm waiting for another one. Wow. I'm wearing my Make Volatility Great Again hoodie in red. Oh, man, that's OG. Hard. Oh, man, that's beautiful. It's beautiful. Wow. I have 100 HSBCs, and then we ghetto spreaded them. So the HSBCs have a $50,000 max gain. I got the, what's it called? I got the UBS puts today. I was down. Those are the ones I rolled over into, and I was actually down on those 50%. So I grabbed them. I grabbed more at 50%, but I wanted to get 100 more, but I only got filled on 10. I don't want to pay 15 cents for them. I'm being a cheap. It's these ones. I have an open order still for 90. I honestly think that's me. Oh, no, there's a lot on there. First gen merch, baby. Ooh. Then we will see how long-term holders start to realize they are bag holders. The thing we never discuss is current valuations. You know, you have a good point, because I know you're probably trying to come off with a negative basis on that one, but you're right, and that's why if you own quality companies in your long-term, then we'll see what happens with the long-term, right? It's like, again, I could go through all of these names here. It's like, Snapchat's a high valuation. Maybe it even comes down 50% from here. We'll still be good on there, but I don't think Snapchat's disappearing. Airbnb is not going to disappear. Abivai is not going to disappear. Altria has been around already for 100 years. Again, Overstock, maybe. Who knows? Walgreens, they're not going anywhere. DraftKings, maybe it's growth. Uber, they're not going anywhere. AT&T, they're not going anywhere. Ulta, every girl in the world, baby, we love y'all. Abivai, again, get that Botox. Again, Coca-Cola, that's not going anywhere. Altria, Uber, Disney, that's a little bit. Arquite could be a bit volatile, but we're down on that if anything, so hopefully the volatility or valuations do reflect what that company's really worth alongside UWMC, IRM, not going anywhere. Beyond Meat, and maybe, who knows? Again, UMC, who knows? We'll see. But Spotify coin, that's just not. Coinbase, maybe. Spotify, maybe. You see what I'm saying? But for the most part, there's a lot of these names. That's not going to happen. Or, it may come down in value, but if hopefully you don't panic sell. But then at the same time now, if you built your long-term with companies that you do not know, that are not used in real life, that, you know, all of that stuff, then yeah, you're right. So it all comes down to what you're buying. You know, you cannot bag hold something quality. You know, again, imagine 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 15, 30, 40, 50, to say some of these companies, like you were bag holding Altria. No. Bag holding Coca-Cola. No. Like it's good quality stuff. So that's where it is. Again, we're taking some risks with growth companies. And that's why I'm saying any of the names, I'm like, maybe it's a growth company, but hopefully you see with that many names and then little by little making sure, you know, we have a 50% cushion coming into it. It's like you got to turn into a bag holder. It's going to really come down to the quality of what you're holding. So it just there, and then that's the next level, because what you're bringing up is reality. One day, so I don't know when, whether it's today, whether it's next year, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, there is going to be a time when you're going to look at your portfolio. We went through it in March 2020, where you're going to remember March and April, the long term got clapped. Do you guys remember that? Anybody remember that? When the long term was like down. You know what I'm saying? We were like, it was like everything dropped and all of that. So like you're going to go through that at one moment, and that's why, you know how to handle it too is the next level. So where it comes down to you're going to need to learn how to, you know, whenever that moment comes when it does go against you, you are going to have to figure out, okay, you know, am I really going to hold this? Am I going to be the one 5-10 years from now? Am I going to hold a quality asset? Am I going to hold something? One, do I believe in it? But is it something that I'm actually going to hold? And will I ride it through, or am I going to panic and then pretty much be 5 years in the game, 1 year in the game just to fold? So what's the example I had? I had a good example. Bitcoin in 2018. So like if you bought, like I bought Bitcoin in 2015, and then in 2018 it went crazy. I bought Bitcoin for like less than $500. At one point it went up to 20,000 by 2018 in 2-3 years. So that was hype. I did sell a little bit to go buy a house, but I didn't sell all of it. And what ended up happening? I went from a little bit amount of money to a fucking fortune, and then it dropped. So what did I do when it dropped? That's the key. That's what you're saying. The valuation went extremely, extremely high. A lot of people would argue it's definitely not worth that. Now look at it today, but it fell back down to 5,000, 3,000. Well, I just didn't sell. You know, I did end up buying more of other stuff in like Ethereum and all of that, but think about it. I held it. It was something with quality. So it's like the valuation did move. At one point it was cheap. One point it was overvalued. And then another 3, 4, 5 years go on. And then sure enough, you see what that good asset did. So don't underestimate the long term in this idea in the stock market. It's not about making right decisions. It's making small, good decisions, keeping it small and holding it for a long amount of time here, because that's where we're going to be making our money, of owning something good. You want to own good equity of something that is quality, that the whole world is going to want. You know, some of these companies, that's what people want. Bitcoin, Ethereum, that's what people want. But also, don't focus too much on what people want as much as intrinsic value and quality. And that's where you could debate the crypto analogy there, but hopefully you see what I'm saying. It's really coming down to holding things for time. So it's like, even if your valuation, even if it's high right now and it drops, if there is, let's say, a crash, what are you going to do? Like if I don't think you would sell out. The last thing we were going to do was sell out our losses in March 2020. And that shit was scary. If you really think about it, in the middle of all of that, it was very, very scary. We didn't even have a thought of selling it. But even if we did, like, why? What would you have done with it? You would have took your cash to panic to do what? To own what? As long as if you make sure you have your living expenses, if you make sure you're on a budget with life and you handle all of that, you're gonna want to own assets throughout till the day you die. You see what I'm saying? Like, otherwise, why would you not hold assets till the day that you die? Why wouldn't you want to own the best assets you could buy on fucking Mother Earth, right? Think about it. You want to own these assets. You would buy the best. I want the best companies, the biggest companies, the best things. I want to hold all of them. Otherwise, if I have an emergency, now you're talking. If I get into a car accident, if I need a heart transplant, if I got to pay for a bunch of college expensive, if my kid, my child, if who knows, I need a car, I'm behind on my mortgage payments, whatever it may be, then yeah, okay. Now I have a reason to sell that damn asset. But until then, and if I make sure I'm not in that position where I'm over leveraged or I'm in that dire necessity and I could take care of the bare minimum, I'm going to own assets until the day that I die. And if I buy something good, I want to hold. That's a good. If I could draft a LeBron James, I want that on my team forever. Woo! I get hyped. That's all I'm saying. So the only way you're going to become a bag holder is if you're holding dog shit. You know what I'm saying? Where it's this stuff where it's not. And again, please don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that our portfolio isn't void of dog shit. But like again, like some things are risky. Some things are risky. Anything with the growth name, it may very well not be here in 5 years. But we're trying to limit that. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you're gonna to be a really bag holder or not. It's gonna come down to quality of the assets that you are holding, the quality of the companies that you have determined. Okay, I will part with my money and I will give them my money to own part of this. You know what sort of quality are we talking? Tesla's hitting a low. %20 allocation towards dog shit. I'm about 30%. Mine's growth, and now some of them isn't complete dog shit, but it balances out. I watch every day for 2 years. Thank you, Josh and Amor Fati, baby. God bless you. Wandering into my life. Wander into the long term. Or no. I only get quality dog shit. Well, you get dog shit with we're taking risks still. But again, I mean, I hope, everything I'm telling you now, if you build your portfolio on 90% high growth companies and then you've never even used 10, 20% of them in real life, you're going to be in for a rude awakening at one point or another. And all of us will be in for a rude awakening because we own a massive amount of equity. Welcome to fucking real life and getting rich. This is what you fucking wanted, right? Isn't that the funny part? How many of you wanted to have a big portfolio? What, we're going to act like we didn't? Think about it. How many of you one day wanted to look into a portfolio with $20,000, with one $50,000, $100,000, $250,000, $500,000, $1 million, $10 million, $20 million? Think about it. That's what you wanted. So what are you going to do? Like everybody is going to be in for a rude awakening at one point. Why? Because you have a lot more money, and then one day a lot more money is going to change in value for a temporary period, and then you're going to be like, oh man, you see what I'm saying? So this is what you wanted. So it's like you're going to get in for a rude awakening, but if it's all dog shit, again, stuff with a lack of quality, that's where you're going to be in for even a worse problem, but eventually it will come down, but you will see I have quality. I'm holding these assets. Your job here is to accumulate assets that will go through a massive amount of value. That's how you're going to build wealth. That's what we're getting to. You see what I'm saying? So you just want to, yes, exactly. Won't be able to weather the storm is better, but focus on the quality. But again, as you start to stack up your money, you're going to have stuff even go down in value. Some of you may need to get comfortable with, stop trying to time everything perfect. Stop trying to be right with it. Who cares if it does go down? Like, you're more scared of the boogeyman. That's what we would call it. That's what it says in the song, 2020 election. He said, I know the boogeyman exists. Everyone's scared of the boogeyman. They're like, oh, I'm going to buy these up, but what happens if it drops? What happens when one day when Evergrande does this and this and this and this? It's like, well, yes, that will happen one day, but there's ways to go about it, and it's not going to last forever. And if you have good quality, you have good defense. I mean, I got a bulletproof vest on for a reason. I'm expecting to get shot. You see what I'm saying? And then you wear your helmet on. Don't expose yourself to any headshots. If you got 90% dog shit, you could get hit in the head. Easy. But if you got your helmet on, you're focusing on quality, you actually used your brain, you know that's the helmet, you protected yourself, and you did slow and steady, and now you have defensive names, you are in a defensive position while remaining offensive, you're going to get hit once, but it's not going to kill you. And then you learn to survive that. Watch what happens. AYX. Woo. I need to turn down that volume, huh? AYX takeover talks. It's popping. We're about looks like we're 5-6 minutes late. Spocky Seeking. Yeah, I was late on. I was just too busy hyping up the long term because I think it's a good discussion. I was even thinking about all of this last night because I was like, okay, well, valuations will come down to a degree, but like it's not going to change anything, and it's just all about. That's why like I'm happy with what I hold and everything else, and that's like, I want to make sure too everybody walks away. This is gonna be a real key to growing wealth. I mean, again, literally to growing your own wealth. Do you hear what I'm saying? How are you going to grow wealth if you never own anything? Just literally. And now imagine that's why some of you've realized how effortless it's been because over the last 2 years, you didn't change anything except for slowly buying stuff. And you started buying assets, and that has increased your wealth more than you ever imagined just by you doing a small good decision, by literally adding once a month. By giving it a little bit more focus, by being willing to buy something and hold it and not trying to sell it to the next crackhead who's going to offer you 10% more just because you want to feel the money coming in and coming out. It's just like you built up your garden. So it's like, how are you going to build wealth, real wealth for you, your family, your future without ever owning anything? And then without giving it time to own it. Again, imagine owning a garden where no plant has ever sat there for longer than a year. What's going to happen when you have a garden and you have a plant that's been there for 10 years, 15 years? That's called a damn tree. That's called a money tree in this case. Go compare anybody in life who you've seen that you'd be like, wow, I want their wealth. Or go look at anybody who is not, who's stuck in a rat race and how much do they own of assets? Do they own any assets? You see what I'm saying? Whew. So it's just like it's a really, really big thing, and that's what I'm trying to say. I really hope y'all realize the importance of the long term. They are super old, yes, if they own assets, exactly, but you're not old. You're young right now. You're young enough to be on a damn fucking YouTube chatting on YouTube, making jokes on YouTube, doing all of this where y'all ain't old at all. Nobody in here is old. I know everybody's data on here. I even see the people who fill out the long term. I've rarely the last time I came across someone, I was like, he's kind of old. He ended up having $7 million in Apple shares, and he sent them to me. He said, oh, yeah, I bought them in 1997, and I held the whole time. I didn't know it would happen. Now he has $7 million. And he was in his, 70s, I'm pretty sure. That was the last time. That's why I was like, okay, he's young. If not, I've had more instances of seeing young people, and I'm like, wow, you guys are getting off to way better starts having, being 18 to 35 years old, owning stuff. So point is, you're not going to fucking sell your way to wealth. Does that make sense? Like, you're not going to buy stuff and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. That's going to be part of the process to gain capital. And then, yes, you're going to trim some stuff, but at the end of the day, you are going to need to determine which are the good assets that I need to hold on this journey. You're going to need to hold some assets. Otherwise, you will not build wealth. Again, you are able to start making real hand over fist fuck you money when you get your capital to work more than your labor. That's the difference between my parents. My parents, they did not understand this. This is why we lived the life that we lived. This is why I saw my mom. I'm listening to Nancy Pelosi, and I'm like, She's like, oh, the moms have to get back. They got to take care. It's like nobody took care of us. My mom worked. My dad worked. I'm thinking, I'm like, wait a minute. Who the fuck was taking care of me when I was I was 7 years old, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There was nobody. They were working. And why did we still not have, again, my parents got into real estate. They made money, then they lost it all. How come they never were able to have freedom financially? Why? They never owned any. They owned real estate, but then they over-leveraged and lost it. Besides that, they did not own any other assets. And if they didn't have that one little house that they had, we would have all been on the street. So it's literally, they had labor capital. So how did my parents make money? They had labor. So they got to go to work, come back, go to work, come back, go to work, come back, go to work, come back. You're laboring. You work for your labor, put in your time, you generate $1. That is labor capital. So what is capital now? They did not have the ability to make money off their capital. They did not put themselves in a position to take the money from labor and start investing in capital, investing in money, investing in equity, investing in loans and capital to literally, the stuff needed to grow, right? So capital will always outpace your labor. And that's what happens over time. Every billionaire had to labor to get their money. Every single person in the world had some level of labor unless you inherited it. And even if you did, some labor was still involved at the origination of that wealth creation. Somebody worked, generated labor, and then they put it into capital. They put it into stock. They put it into real estate, mortgages. They put it into loans, bonds, giving money in private equity to give a company money to say, here's the risk. Here, okay, make your little McDonald's burgers. That was private equity at one point. Uber, they're like, go with your little taxi. They took the money and put it into capital. And then what happens year after year after year, as you start to own more and more capital, you gain more and more assets. What's eventually going to happen? Your capital returns and how much you make off of capital, your productivity will outpace what you make in labor. And at one point, you're going to make 10 times more, 100 times more off of capital than you would have ever made off of labor. And that's the formula to life right there if you want to live it. Why? Because you want to labor less and make more money. That's why I could say, no matter what I've done in life, since I started buying real estate so young and I started buying stocks so young, every year I'm able to make slightly more and more money, but guess what happens? I don't have to work as much. Thankfully, I'm young. So guess what? I want to work. I'm excited to work. I'm excited to get up and do stuff. Why? I'm fucking 20-something years old. I'm not ready to retire. I don't fucking even like golf. So just think about that for a second. That's the idea here, and that's the idea of the long term. That's why I tell you nonstop, go buy a fucking house. Go buy this long term and stop worrying about what it is. You're missing the point if you think you're going to day trade your ass to freedom. That's not the key. It's part of it. Again, don't forget, in the middle of all this story, we still took an account from 40 grand to 150. Then the other one, 12 grand to 70 grand. And there's still, and then the Bitcoin, I don't even know what the fucking 15 to 70. I could keep going. But the point is, it's owning the assets. That's why you guys, I could show you a long term. I could show you a trading account with a bunch of stocks. I could go show you properties. I could go show you Ethereum and Bitcoin. It's owning assets. I didn't do anything. So this is why I'm saying, don't forget, this is the future goal of every single day we are planting here. We are planting these seeds. We are buying equity and we're holding it. We're not making our decision to change our mind in a month, in 5 months, in a year. It is holding over time, but little by little, some of you have seen what you didn't change anything about your life except to start buying assets and holding them, and you have changed your wealth position. Yes or no? That's all it takes. So the valuations are going to change, my friend. That's expected. But what is the only variable part about all of this formula is, are you going to end up owning assets or not? If valuations go up, if valuations go down, are you going to end up with holding something? That's what happened pre-March 2020. That was the question middle of March 2020, and that was the question after the pandemic. That was when we were looking at real estate. Used to be very cheap in January 2021. December 2020, real estate was dirt cheap. The question was, were you going to own an asset or not? That's all it comes down. The prices are going to move. But are you going to own something as they move up and down, up and down, up and down? Because real estate's going to come down, and then it's going to come back up. Then it's going to come back down, and then it's going to come back up. Same thing with your stocks. Are you going to own assets? And guess what? I already gave you the lesson on it. A leap is not an asset. So the option in trading, that's a different discussion. But I'm saying, what assets are you owning in your life? And is this really going to build you your wealth? Because if you're banking on something else, it's going to probably require more labor, is all I'm trying to say. Because again, don't forget, capital will outpace labor. That's easy. That's billionaire logic. That's how you become a multimillionaire, billionaire, and then you can do whatever you want. Because your capital will outpace your labor. So go take whatever route you want without owning capital and assets. It's just probably going to require more labor. I rest my case. Go get a long term, baby. Free 99. I don't know. It went down. My leap went down. I was up 3,000 on the Airbnb leap. But as the stock rips up, the spreads widen, and then it drops my gain on there. Watch my affirm spread. I mean, it's still, what am I? I mean, I'm at 125 is in the money. I still have to like 140. Thanks for the knowledge, my boy. Dropping gems. Feel the diamonds, baby. Shout out Mr. Galeas and all the other Oscars, baby. Or instead of getting an apartment, I'm thinking about getting my car, taking showers at Planet Fitness, working 2 jobs while investing in the long term. Let me tell you, I love it. I love it in the sense that you have that hunger now. Something clicked in your mind where you said, wow, as long as I could save my money and do this, and you're like, yes. You're like on that level. Everybody went through this in their early Chad life. You see what I'm saying? But I'm going to tell you that's not the move. It's good dedication. If you're forced to do that, fuck yeah, do it. If you're forced to, you know what I'm saying? If that's what the hands of life have dealt to you and that's the card you got, sleep in there. You know what I'm saying? Go sleep in your car, do whatever you need to. But if you don't have to, it may not be the best for you personally. Remember, I need you here for 20 years. I need you here 10 years. I need you ready to go, and you need to be in the best position. You may not have to go get your own apartment. Maybe go rent a room. You could go find somebody a room to rent. You go on Airbnb and find a room to rent for a month or two. You don't even have to sign a down payment. You don't have to put a down payment. You don't have to put anything. You don't need references. Go Airbnb. One room, $50 a night. See what I'm saying? Or maybe less than, somewhere 20 I saw. You see what I'm saying? Go, if you could get a room for $500, $600, $700, you could go from there, but then get yourself, slowly build into it. The idea is make the floor rise with you. We need the best of you, man. Amen. Okay. This calls our first family home, back to work with the cult. Let's go. Thank you for pushing it. Amen. And there you go. And now you own capital. Property is your capital. Now we get more stocks, more property, everything. But again, too, I hope you realize, a big part of this is that understanding I'm focusing on what we're trying to own. But what's going to happen is that prices are going to go higher and lower. So you have to realize your job in the middle of any of those circumstances is to be acquiring assets. You see what I'm saying? Be cautious. When prices are high, we still want to be acquiring. When prices are low, we still want to be acquiring. We have to show when it's at an extreme, if it's really cheap or really expensive, we need to show, discretion and caution. But that's the idea. Bro, Airbnb 174. Oh man, bro, all I need is UWMC to go up and my sister might not kill me. That's beautiful. Bro, she's already up 17% on that. That's amazing. What do we got? Oh wow. We got 21% on the small account. And then 17% on the big. Damn, that's a big one. This very big. You got this very good. Wow, 17%? Wow. Disney high of the day. Affirm still up. We still have that one lead. TLT leveled out a little bit. SPY's about to keep going, though. STER IPO open. My average on Palantir is $10, I believe. I think. Is that what it IPO'd at? I think it is $10. Yeah, 1040. 1040. I got my girl 17% on Airbnb in the long term. She probably like, oh, she like, keep going, man. You good. She like, okay, I like this. Insane that, yeah, that's IPO price. Was it IPO price, was it 160 actually? Hold on. Airbnb, bust it down. Oh no, IPO at 10. Yeah. For Palantir. I thought we were talking about Airbnb. No, I'm a big Airbnb guy. Got AMD Daily. NVIDIA added to IBD leaderboard. Hold on, I'm checking something here. Okay. Housing crash this fall. Nah, it'll probably have to. It'll slow down here, but it might after. HMC pop Honda. HMC. Is ARC BF? Isn't that just? Is it a new fund? Is it Kathy fund? Is that the like the clear one or the transparency one? A clear one. Yeah, HMC popped off that one little nice little candle. T-Mobile, the Revolve, is Revolve like the clothing company? I mean, retail's been good. I don't know why. Can you tell me why you brought your sister into our UWMC mess? Man, all I can say simply is I like UMC, UWM. That's it. That's the simple part. That's all. I mean, it's not because it's just not even like, I'll do it like time to time a little bit. Like, you know, like I'm not even that obnoxious with like Snapchat and some other plays. But I'm just saying, like, once UMC gets back, I mean, God willing, once UMC goes to the moon, am I allowed to talk shit? Am I like, that's all I'm trying to, like, I'm going to a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Like, I didn't with Snapchat. Like, I really could have been really annoying with Snapchat. I could have, you know, but God willing, because, I mean, it's not, Habibi, God is in control of everything. I mean, I will not base it on my own conviction, my pride, my idea. You know, it's anything could happen, but I do know what, I have a good idea, God willing, what is going to happen. That's why I'm saying. So, you know, I'm just saying, I'm going to talk mad shit. I'm going to talk mad shit. Just for a day, probably. Until I get over it, and then we keep going. I know too many people that work there. They stay busy. Everybody who works there is just, anybody who works with them is just, it's always busy. On weekends, on 9 p.m. on a Monday, on a Sunday, all of it. HSBC put premium went up. Myrna's on the high. It's at 680. This thing just killed. Just a SPAC. I mean, it's a SPAC. It's been in the gutter there. They still are working it out. Not to mention, I just don't think a lot of people don't know what it is, but also, too, the industry itself, you know, the industry related to, like, look at bond yields. Look at what has happened to bonds and everything. I mean, this isn't, you know, flip the bonds upside down and tell me if I flipped TLT upside down, would it not look exactly like UMC? So if take from the beginning of the year and flip TLT upside down, it's an inverse. So it's like it's related to the fixed. That's what I'm saying. It's real estate related. And they've been around for a while. That's why but it's also SPAC related and bond related and what's going on with fixed income. VMware's up from, or Dell was up there. ARC BF. I don't know what it is. What the hell is this? Coin, I haven't looked at coin. Overall, the whole market's gassing. It's slowed down, and we're right. Ironically, we haven't really gassed much higher than hitting the 50-day moving average, so it puts us at an interesting spot. ARK BF Blockchain's mining company? Oh, maybe. But what was I going to see? I'm shocked with Airbnb. This thing's tripping me out. I'm glad now because, again, I mean, on the long term, on the small long term, Airbnb is our second largest position. So the fact that that's good for us, because if it does start putting work from here, this could start taking away some of the pressure from some other names. Oh, we're down on coin now in the long term. AT&T down 9% now. Oh, did it cut out? No, the Evergrande situation didn't get resolved. I'm even anticipating it's going to get worse. I think the confusing info and just the side-eye comments from the government is just not good at all. Has anyone ever told me I'm the GOAT? Well, thank you. God bless you. I love you. Vary and Viacom content licensing contract with CBS. I just want Viacom to go. LNG, I think it's my third position if we're going after China. LNG is China? It's gonna say LNG. I'm thinking of Chinery or Chenery. I don't even know how to say it. In second quarter, stock market gains contributed to $3.5 trillion household net wealth in the United States. So real estate added $1.2 trillion. And then I'll have to double check this fact, but I believe 70% of all China wealth, of household wealth, is held within real estate. That's why Evergrande is such a big deal if the real estate market collapses. Cat 3%. TLT, I mean, TLT finally responded to tapering. I mean, today's a big rip up. Bond yields going higher. This is at least a lot more normal, but TLT is just getting some of the, it's finally reacting to tapering. I mean, dude, 2% on TLT. That's so massive considering the lack of movement we've saw. Thank God it topped out. It topped out again. Was this a quadruple top? Do y'all call it? How many tops this got on it? Because if you go watch the watch list, I was like, I get baffled every time I saw it came up here. Because even then, from the middle of July or the beginning of July, I did not think bond yields would go lower than this. I called that out. I put a credit spread on it because I said there's no way we go past this like 150, 152. It just didn't seem likely. So this move, I mean, I'm glad it happened, but it's very, very crazy. I mean, again, bonds are very, very wild out here. The upward pressure, I mean, tapering. Like, think about it. You just got Powell saying he could taper as soon as next month. I think tapering is real. Again, it's just hard to imagine because so many people saying, no, tapering's not going to happen. But now the fact that, again, there could be other influences that have kept bond yields low, because aka the Fed, but it seems like today was a actual response to, okay, if they're gonna really start tapering, I mean, tapering means less demand for bonds, aka higher yields. Tapering is slowing the purchase of assets. So since the March 2020, the drop, the Fed made a decision to buy assets, quantitative easing. So they would even buy stocks sometimes and they would support it, I'm pretty sure. But one big thing they've been doing is buying bonds every single day. So to make sure that loan markets are able to fund and that people have access to capital from big banks to mortgages, they've been buying bonds every day. So that's why bond yields have been so low. Not only has the Fed cut rates on the short term, the Fed has now been buying the long-term bonds. So what tapering means is slowing down the purchase by slowly buying less and less assets, in this case bonds. So that's why people look at the bonds here, because if they taper the bonds, then it starts to slow down how much they're putting in, and that would raise the yields up and get us back to a normal market where the Fed wasn't stepping in with open market purchases. But why today? Yesterday was speaking, everything rallied. Well, yesterday it did kind of react a little bit, but you could see it had a small move. But this is the digestion. This is everybody all around the world. Again, different countries. Europe had to digest it. This is Europeans. This is China. This is Japan. This is everybody. And even then, that's like I'm even saying today, just because we had the event yesterday, nothing's over. Everything is still going to – this is a very fluid situation, and this is now the market – kind of positioning into the end of the year in earnings. A lot of people are focused on what happened in the last 2 months, failing to realize the market is now looking at what's going to happen after October 1st. That's a new fiscal year. So now everyone's looking ahead for that. The Carnegie Evergrande essay I have not. What did it entail? You think they've been propping up the market? I don't think they've been propping it up. I think they've made it. This happens before. I mean, it happened in China when the government gives easy access to money. Everybody runs it up. So they propped it up to it. They gave a floor to it, but it went crazy because of natural market behavior. You see what I'm saying? It's like they started making. I mean, I was saying this in April and June 2020. I told you guys, I said it's going to be the biggest inflation wave you've ever seen. I remember I showed you that video. So what ends up happening if they give cheap money policy and then the Fed kind of steps in, they're kind of the floor. But then if the rest of the world, if businessmen and people want to start taking these loans to buy shit, you can't stop that. So that's what led to a lot of these runs. Runs and elevated prices. Nigel says it generally takes about 3 to 5 days for food to be digested. A very large snake, such as the anaconda from South America, eat rather large prey, so the digestion can take weeks. Indeed, just like the Amazonian and Facebookian. So keep that in mind. Notice Powell didn't mention average inflation. That is true. They have shied away from that. Let's grab the Ford car. Saki bomb. Saki bomb stream. Saki bomb. She's not on yet. Hood weekly 49 call sweep. It's too far. I need to see Ford. Ford, I mean, they're up a lot today. I'm loving it. I love every update from the hirings that they've had all the way down to the F-150 production. I mean, I'm down with all of it. I need to see our shares on there. Oh, bro, they're united today. Bro, she wearing the same thing as Pelosi.
Today, NEC Director Brian Deese and Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo will host a semiconductor supply chain convening to discuss the ongoing global chip shortage, the impact the Delta variant has had on global semiconductor supply chains, and the industry's progress toward improving transparency and trust across the supply chain that both produce and consume chips. We use semiconductor chips constantly in our everyday lives, and the participants in today's event will be representative of that, including those from the consumer electronics industry like Apple and Microsoft, the automotive and trucking industry, including General Motors, Daimler, and BMW, and firms that support agricultural and infrastructure equipment. The semiconductor shortage has been top of mind for the president since he took office. But we also know we must also rely on the industry to take steps to minimize the impact the shortage is having on U.S. workers and consumers, including providing greater transparency. We will continue to work with Congress to fund longer-term solutions, something we've been working hard on to expand and strengthen domestic manufacturing capacity for chips and strengthen the federal capacity to address supply chain resiliency. And we're also working with partners and allies to minimize the impact disruptions overseas have on the U.S. economy. Here we've been working with foreign governments in Southeast Asia and elsewhere to keep critical factories up and running while taking appropriate COVID precautions to support the local public health response and worker safety. Why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Two questions, both on budget. One, Senator Schumer, Speaker Pelosi came out and said they have agreement with the White House on a menu of options to pay for the agenda. Senator Manchin, Senator Sanders have indicated they don't know what's on that menu. Can you give us some details about what is on that menu and maybe like a rough range, maybe specific options, anything that shows that this is progress?
Well, first, Josh, we certainly think it's progress, and it builds on the president's meetings he had yesterday with leadership, with moderates, with progressives, to talk about the path forward in an effort to unify members of the Democratic Party and caucus around our shared objective of lowering costs for Americans and making the tax code more fair. As Leader Schumer saw, I know you followed it closely, but for others, as Leader Schumer said, I should say, he conveyed what has been agreed to is a menu of options that will pay for whatever the agreement on the investment may look like. And so it's a menu of revenue raisers. Now, I think as you may understand, it's important to have those discussions with the range of important leaders, including Senator Sinema, Senator Manchin, a range of members, about what those menu of options of revenue raisers look like. That's exactly the process that's going to happen over the short term. So I'm going to let that play out before I detail more from here. I would otherwise point you to Leader Schumer's office.
Okay. Secondly, I know you don't want to negotiate from the podium.
I typically try not to.
Exactly. But are there any items where there is unity among Democratic lawmakers in the White House, like with regard to the child tax credit, universal pre-K? Is there anything where you can say, we have agreement that we want these programs at this level?
Well, I think what's important to note here, and you gave me an opportunity to do this, is there is broad unity about the importance of, again, lowering costs for Americans, whether it's child care, elder care, the cost of college, cost of pre-K, that's all part of the discussion. Child tax credit, there's broad agreement that we need to do more to address the climate crisis. There's extensive proposals both in the infrastructure package as well as in the reconciliation package. A big part of what we're talking about here, which is not a secret to all of you, are the size of the package, right? There are a range of different viewpoints on that. That's part of what the discussion is, and that will certainly impact as we look toward how we're going to unify moving forward. Go ahead.
Thanks. So following up, I want a few follow-ups on the budget. I'll
Sure.
ask about Haiti too. So am I hearing you say that the White House at this point is okay with any of the financing options that are still on the menu?
Well, our bar has always been from the beginning nothing that would raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year, and certainly we wouldn't support anything that would. But this again is a menu and a range of options. It's an important step forward, a sign of progress, but there's no question there's a lot of work ahead that will proceed over the rest of the day and the days ahead.
But the president has greenlit all the choices on the
Banks are ripping right now.
Again, yes, but it's a range of options, and the next step is to have a discussion with a range of members about the path forward.
And then on Haiti, we saw the U.S. Special Envoy, Daniel Foote, resigning. He had strong words. He said he would not be associated with the United States' inhumane, counterproductive decision to deport thousands of Haitian refugees. why would DHS go ahead with a plan against the special envoy's advice?
Well, let's take a step back here for a moment. I would also first note that the State Department put out a statement on his resignation. He was obviously an employee of the State Department and, of course, of the administration. First, I would note there have been multiple senior-level policy conversations on Haiti where all proposals, including those led by Special Envoy Foote, were fully considered in a rigorous policy process. There are disagreements in these policy processes. That the president welcomes that, the Secretary of State welcomes that. That's certainly a part of having discussions and having robust discussions about the best path forward for difficult circumstances. Some of those proposals were harmful to our commitment to the promotion of democracy in Haiti. I'm not going to detail that further. I will let the State Department do that should they choose to. But I would note that Special Envoy Foote had ample opportunity to raise concerns about migration during his tenure. He never once did so. Now, that wasn't his purview. His purview was, of course, being the special envoy on the ground. His positions were, and his views were put forward. They were valued. They were heard. Different policy decisions were made in some circumstances.
But it's not just him. We've heard from Democrats on Capitol Hill, too, who say they're really against these mass deportations. The White House still stands behind the mass deportations. You still view them as humane?
First of all, they're not deportations. People are not coming into the country through legal methods. And again, our policy process has continued to be the same with Haiti as it is for anybody coming through for the irregular migration across our border. I'd note, as I did yesterday, that as we've applied our border restrictions, as we've applied our immigration policies, there were more than 90,000 people who departed the country, who attempted to cross our border in the month of August. That was even before we saw the horrible photos that we saw of people gathering under the bridge. There is a process that is in place as people, whether they're coming from Haiti or any part of the world, goes through. Go ahead.
Jen, we haven't yet heard recently from President Biden specifically about these images on the border. You have described him as saying that they're horrible, but what does he believe of the comparisons being made between his administration and the Trump administration? We saw Congresswoman Maxine Waters just today saying this is Trump's policy. Several other Democrats are saying this looks like the previous administration. What does he think of those comments?
Well, what our role is, and what the president has asked his outreach team, members of his national security team, homeland security team to do, is to explain clearly what our policy is and what our policy is not. We could not see it as any more different from the policy of the prior administration, which the president feels, we all feel, was inhumane, immoral, ineffective, wasn't operationally working, and because of the dysfunction of it, we have led to a very broken system that we're dealing with today. So what he has asked all of us to convey clearly to people who are understandably have questions, are passionate, are concerned, as we are about the images that we have seen, is one, we feel those images are horrible and horrific. There is an investigation the president certainly supports, overseen by the Department of Homeland Security, which he has conveyed will happen quickly. I can also convey to you that the secretary also conveyed to civil rights leaders earlier this morning that we would no longer be using horses in Del Rio. So that is something, a policy change that has been made in response. But separately, all related, it's also important for people to understand what our process and our immigration process is and what the steps are that are taken. We are still under Title 42 because we are in a global pandemic. So we are still operationalizing that. If people are not expelled under that, then there are a range of options. Either they are put into an alternative to detention where biometric data is required, they are they are given a notice to appear, or they are given.
She's trying so hard to say we put them in a camp.
This is the process that is ongoing and has happened for every other migrant who has attempted to come irregularly across the border.
It's good for a little.
One follow-up on the budget. What is it about the nearly 5 hours of meetings yesterday that gives President Biden hope?
Well, I think what gives him hope is that there is agreement about the need to do more to address costs for the American public, whether it's child care, elder care, the cost of college, pre-K. There's also agreement that there's more that needs to be done to make our tax system more fair. There are important discussions, and certainly there are differences of opinion on what the size of the package should look like. Those are important discussions, but he felt encouraged by how constructive the conversations were. He's going to have his sleeves rolled up, and he'll be very engaged moving forward.
Rolled up, but what will be happening this afternoon, and who is he planning on meeting with here at the White House?
We're still finalizing specifics, but I think there'll be members who we're working to see if there can be meetings at the staff level at this point as a follow-up to yesterday.
At the staff level, but the president will not be meeting with lawmakers today.
We'll see, Jeff. The president's always open to meeting with, discussing, communicating with lawmakers, but yesterday is evidence of, but he just met with a broad range of members yesterday. There's a lot of work that needs to continue that can happen with senior staff members, but I don't think anything has been finalized quite yet. We're happy to keep you updated if it does. Go ahead. And I promised I would jump around today, so after you, I'll jump around and come back.
Thanks, Jen. After yesterday's meeting, Senator Manchin said that the president was very straightforward with he and other attendees about what he expected of them, and that the president said, just give me a number that you can live with and what you want. But the progressives have been so clear about their number. Does he have any reason to believe they're willing to come down from 3.5 trillion?
Well, this is what a negotiation looks like. This is what compromise looks like. And ultimately, the president also wants to see a robust package that will help lower costs for the American people across the country. You need the votes to get that forward. That is how the process works in Congress. This is democracy in action. So his role yesterday was meeting with a range of voices, hearing from them on what they're excited about, where they may have concerns, and trying to help be a unifier in moving the process forward. It wasn't that it ended yesterday. There's a lot of work ahead, which will proceed over the days ahead.
So he does think they might come down.
We'll see. He's always believed that there would need to be a potential for compromise, would need to be what everybody would have to be open to.
Just a couple questions. Are you doing anything to expedite the process of finding Foot's replacement, given the situation in Haiti?
I don't have anything to report out to you on kind of what the next steps are there. What I can reiterate to you is we have an ambassador on the ground. We have a robust presence on the ground. We have a newly installed assistant secretary for the Western Hemisphere, all of whom have experience in the region and will certainly be overseeing the policy at this point in time. Ken, want to go ahead?
Just one more. Just one of his concerns that he laid out in this letter was that the Haitian government is expressing an inability to provide for the migrants that are returning there because of a lack of basic resources. DHS has said vaguely that the U.S. will provide support for those people, for the Haitian government to absorb deportees. Can you provide any specific details about that support?
Sure. Well, first, let me say, because this is a question that's been asked, that we are working with the International Organization on Migration to ensure that returning Haitian migrants are met at the airport and provided immediate assistance. So that's in the most immediate. In terms of the range of assistance we've provided, let me just give you just a quick overview of what we've done sort of to date. U.S. agencies led by USAID recently provided an additional $32 million in new assistance to support earthquake response efforts and humanitarian relief. This funding builds on the USAID disaster assistance response teams. In January, we announced $75.5 million in bilateral development and health assistance for a wide range of issues for Haiti that we're still working with them, of course, on to deploy. That's a large amount of money. So I would say we're continuing to provide a range of assistance, but the recent $32 million is in response to the earthquake that happened over the summer. Go ahead, Ken.
Just on the infrastructure package, just having had these lengthy meetings yesterday, does the president think the House should vote on the infrastructure bill in the beginning of next week, or does he think that there might be a benefit to waiting and delaying?
The president's going to work closely with leadership to determine what the next best steps are.
He also may need Republican votes. Does he intend to bring Republicans, House Republicans over to talk about infrastructure in the next few days?
We're really deciding day by day on what can be most helpful and constructive to moving his agenda forward, which includes each of these pieces of legislation. So right now I don't have anything on the books, but we're again deciding day by day. Go ahead.
We're about a week away from the end of the fiscal year, and we understand that today's the day that the administration is going to instruct agencies to develop contingency plans for a funding lapse. I want to ask specifically about agencies within HHS, the CDC and the FDA. Years ago, in 2013, when there was a government shutdown, Tom Frieden, who then led the CDC, described that period of time as one of the worst in his tenure at the agency. 8,000 CDC staffers, he said, were furloughed. Do you expect a similar dynamic to play out if there's a shutdown this year in this pandemic, or will there be different instructions to those critical agencies now?
Well, we are taking every step we can to mitigate the impacts of a potential shutdown on our pandemic response, economic recovery, or other priorities. The fact is, shutdowns are incredibly costly, disruptive, and damaging. Direct public health efforts can generally proceed during a shutdown because they're exempt, and that is certainly our intention. And large swaths of the federal government coming to a screeching halt would certainly not be beneficial to pandemic response. But we are doing everything we can to mitigate. I'd also say on the first part of your question, it's consistent with long-standing practice across many administrations for OMB to simply remind agency senior staff of the need to review and update orderly shutdown plans. This is not formal guidance being given. It's just a reminder we're 7 days out and we need to be prepared, of course, in any event of any contingency. So we see this as a routine step and one just to be prepared in any event of what could happen.
Theoretical, but would the administration be in support of, let's just say, a cutout, a CR just for Health and Human Services or other departments that are critical to the pandemic response?
I don't think I'm going to speak to that, Steve. Our objective here, there is a CR that passed. There's a debt limit that passed, raising the debt limit that passed the House. The Senate can ask.
Listen to talks
to
about
raise both of them and
contingencies.
to
Remind me
ensure
about
there's
that.
funding,
I'll talk
for a
about
range
it.
of government programs. Go ahead, and then I'll go, and then I'll jump more to the back. Go ahead.
My first question is on Haiti, and then I have sort of a bigger picture question around that. But should the administration have been more prepared for these people to come, given the political unrest there this summer, then the earthquake in mid-August, given how conditions were on the ground there even before all of that? And then kind of a second part of it is that the Border Patrol Union has been saying that they had some warnings within the administration as early as June that they were expecting an influx not of patients but of other migrants to Del Rio and that they needed more resources there. So did the administration not act on those things? Were those not widely disseminated concerns? And then, you know, just kind of on the conditions in Haiti, like couldn't the administration have expected that refugees were going to show up somewhere in these weeks?
Well, there's a range of factors here. It's hard to really gauge what percentage, or I can't attribute at this point what percentage each of those factors are. Obviously, there are challenging circumstances on the ground in Haiti with the government unrest, with the earthquake. There are also a number of smugglers who are taking advantage of this, and we've seen that over the course of the last couple of weeks. Certainly, we're aware of that reality. We've seen that as in other parts of Central America as well. But you know, that's something that we have no doubt has contributed to a rapid influx of people who were told that they could come into the country and everything would be fine, when clearly it's not. So all we can focus on at this point is what steps we're taking now to ensure there is an orderly and humane process, to ensure that people who are there are treated with dignity, that they're going through a process of being considered for the range of options, and that's what our focus is on at this point in time.
Sort of related things or not. President Biden ran on a promise to use government to help people and that he would be able to wield the powers of government effectively. But we've seen on a range of issues, whether it's the pandemic, immigration, Afghanistan, you know, some missteps or places where the government trying to do its best hasn't necessarily been good enough. So what do you say to a voter who might be saying, I thought Biden was going to know how to run this government, but now we're looking at a potential government shutdown in a week and a default on U.S. debt?
I would say that every president is elected to weather storms and navigate crises, and they come to every presidency. And if you look at all of the things that you loaded into that question, all issues that are happening, of course, currently, the president has been clear that he wanted to end a 20-year war in Afghanistan. He did exactly that. That's something I would say the American public broadly supports. We've certainly acknowledged that there are aspects, of course, of how it was handled or how all of the events transpired that were not what we had planned for. I would say on other issues, we are doing everything we can to prevent a government shutdown and planning to prevent the impact that we've seen in the past that has been quite devastating on different components of government. We're right now in the midst of trying to get a historic package that's going to address a lot of issues the American people care about across the finish line. And making policy is messy, so we're right in the middle of that. So I would say to anyone who feels that way, we're in the middle of navigating and weathering storms and dealing with crises. That's what a president should do. That's what an administration should do. We're not going to shy away from that, and that's what people were elected him to get through. Go ahead.
Also on Haiti, building on Jeff's question, I mean, when you have Maxine Waters saying that what these images and this policy harkens back to the slave trade, I mean, you're saying here that you're trying to communicate what the policy is. She and other Democrats who are your allies in other political projects are criticizing that very policy. Isn't this a larger problem, a political problem for the president than just merely communicating what the Title 42 policy is?
It's not just about the Title 42 policy. I think Congresswoman Waters and others, as are we, have been horrified by the photos of the Border Patrol officers and that behavior. And we have taken very specific action in launching an investigation, ending a part of a policy that the Secretary of Homeland Security felt was problematic. There has also been a view that we were handling our immigration policy in a different way than we were handling for other migrants who were coming across the border. That's not true. And so what we've been doing is trying to explain what our policy and our process is and reiterate to everyone that our objective is not to keep the policy as it is, which is broken, which is not workable long term, to work with people who are frustrated to put in place a new immigration policy that is humane, that is orderly, that does have robust asylum processing. But we've also reiterated that it is our objective to continue to implement what is law and what our laws are, and that includes border restrictions. Go ahead.
Jen, in the spirit of explaining policy, can you explain how the administration is determining who gets to come in and get processed under Title VIII and get an NTA and who's getting expelled? On-the-ground reporting suggests that it's based off demographic, not racial demographic, but if you come in as a family, single adult, what have you. How is Border Patrol determining right now who actually gets to stay in and get processed and who gets expelled under Title 42?
Sure. So across the border, including in the Del Rio sector, we continue to enforce Title 42. Families and single adults are typically expelled under this CDC directive when possible. The determination of who can be expelled or not is determined by a number of factors, including the makeup of the specific family unit. Some people with kids who are younger than a certain age are not accepted back in certain countries. We know that from our immigration policy writ large, long before the last couple of weeks. And agreements with the country origin and as well as agreements with the country of origin or last residence. As you know, and as all of you have reported, this is not just a case of everyone coming directly from Haiti. People are coming from different countries, some where they have lived for periods of time. Family units are different, and so each is made on a case-by-case basis. Another determining factor is detention capacity, both within ICE and CPB. And so as we have stated, those who cannot be expelled are placed into removal proceedings and issued a notice to appear, or when capacity issues and processing backlogs arise, they may be processed via an alternate means, which requires them to report to an ICE office to commence the next steps in their immigration proceedings. That's how the process works.
DHS thus far has not given data on, specifically in Del Rio, of those who have been processed under Title VIII and those who have been processed under Title 42. Is there any breakdown that you can provide on that?
I think they did provide yesterday, and I think they're going to be providing regular updates, and certainly this is something that is under their purview, as you noted, that the department has conducted 2 repatriation flights yesterday. I'm just going to give you a little more information than you asked for, but just so everybody has it, with a total of 318 Haitian nationals on board. These flights will continue since Sunday, September 19th. 12 repatriation flights have left the United States. 1,401 Haitian nationals have been returned to Haiti. 3,206 Haitian nationals have been moved from the Del Rio camp to CBP custody or to other sectors of the United States border to either be expelled via Title 42 if possible or placed into removal proceedings. Sometimes it requires a discussion in order to determine the path forward. Then, therefore, there remain less than 5,000 migrants in the Del Rio sector.
Can I ask about police reform as well?
Sure.
Obviously, reports that those talks are dead. What's the White House strategy now moving forward to try and rein in police departments? And I know that the readout yesterday mentioned working with Democrats both in the House and the Senate. But what's the strategy also for the White House to work with Republicans as well, who did ask for more concessions when it came to these negotiations?
Well, I spoke to this quite a bit yesterday, but I'm happy to speak to it again. Part of our objective is to communicate and work with a range of members, activists, and others who've been involved in pressing for reform, something the president strongly supports. That includes the consideration of executive action, and certainly includes considering whether there is a path forward legislatively. Obviously, we just saw those talks break down just yesterday, so those engagements need to resume, but those are really the next steps in the process. Karen, go ahead.
Thanks. Getting back to the Monday potential vote on infrastructure, you had said in response to Ken's question that the president's working closely with leadership to determine what the next best steps are. But what has he indicated he thinks the next best steps are? Is he looking at Monday as a hard deadline, or would he be okay with that vote being delayed by a couple of weeks?
Again, he is somebody who has been through this process quite a few times before, and he is going to work in close consultation with leadership. That's when the vote is scheduled. We don't have any information to suggest that has changed, but our focus right now, and really his focus, is on finding common ground, working together to unify the caucus and the party around a path forward.
And to follow up on that, and what you had said earlier about there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, and the president sees himself as a unifier in this process moving forward, does he feel that he has to sit down in the same room with the moderates and the progressives? Yesterday the meetings were separate. You explained why, but does he think he needs to have all of those stakeholders together to actually move this process forward?
We're going to determine day by day what the right next steps are. So yesterday he had meetings with a range of voices, some who had different points of view. That's part of who we are as a Democratic Party, part of democracy, and we'll determine day by day what the best next steps are. Today I think it's follow-up on a staff level.
A middleman then, if he's hearing from the moderates and then passing that on to the progressives.
He's not the only, they're talking to each other as well. So this is just his role in hearing from all of them and playing a role that he can to unify points of view and find the next best paths forward. Go ahead, Yamiche.
Thanks, Chad. A couple of questions on Haiti. The first is the president has often used his bully pulpit during the most important times in his administration. Why is he not using that bully pulpit to speak out forcefully himself on the treatment of patients?
I would say, Yamiche, certainly I've represented to you all his point of view. His point of view is also reflected in the actions that have been taken through the administration, including the investigation, including the change in policy. The Secretary of Homeland Security oversees these efforts and has been quite outspoken and quite visible on what steps we should take moving forward. And he certainly may still speak to it. Obviously, there's a lot of events happening here, including the UN General Assembly, COVID, and others, and I wouldn't rule that out.
Respectfully, I just have a couple more questions. Everyone else got questions in. Respectfully, I understand that you are the spokesperson for the president. These are images that are traumatizing Haitian Americans that he promised to treat respectfully and with humanity. Why isn't the president telling people himself these images that people say look like slavery are wrong? Me as president, I as president, condemn them. How is he not doing that? Why is he not doing that? What are people supposed to take away from the fact that he's not at the bully pulpit himself talking about these images?
Yamiche, I think people should take away that his actions make clear how horrible and horrific he thinks these images are, including an investigation, including a change of policy, including conveying clearly that this is not acceptable and he's not going to stand for this in the Biden-Harris administration. Our actions make that absolutely crystal clear, as have our engagements with a range of voices, a range of concerned advocates, members of Congress, and others who we want to communicate with, not just about our horror, but also about what our immigration policy is moving forward.
Also said in his letter, he called the U.S. policy inhumane, deeply flawed. Does the president believe anything in this letter that Daniel Foote is saying rings true, has some sort of point that he believes is true?
Which aspect?
He called the policy toward Haiti inhumane. He said that
He wasn't specific in his letter. What I noted earlier before, let me finish, Amish. What I noted earlier before is that we have taken very specific actions as it relates to the horrific photos that we're not going to stand for in this administration. I don't know if he was referring to that or something else. That's why I raised the point. His purview, let me finish, Amish. His purview was not about migration.
Damn, why are you
He
talking
didn't
to her
raise
like
his
that?
Concerns about migration
Jeez.
privately. We respect his point of view, respect his ability to bring forward concerns, to raise ideas, to raise proposals. That's certainly something the president welcomes from everybody on his team, and something that he.
All
had
right,
the
I was doing the
opportunity to
same
do
thing
in a
that you
range of
saw her
meetings.
like an hour
we
ago.
We also have to make
I feel.
decisions here based on what we feel are going to help promote democracy in Haiti, including Haitian-led reforms, Haitian-led steps on the ground to make changes in the country.
a number of people who say that he did raise concerns over the deportation of Haitians and the treatment of Haitians. Are you saying then that Daniel Foote is not telling the truth in this letter?
I would point you to the State Department, who have conveyed clearly in their statement what I just said.
I promise. Yeah. The last question is, Daniel Foote, the former special envoy to Haiti, he's raising this idea that the U.S. should be listening to Haitian civil society, not backing the current prime minister who was not elected by the people. What's the president's response to that? Because those civil society members have been telling me and other reporters for months, even before the assassination of the president, that President Biden was not listening to the people of Haiti about how to move forward with their government.
We support a Haitian-led process charting the country's course through the current political situation. We don't back any one political group, and we continue to encourage all political stakeholders to engage in dialogue and find solutions together. And that has been our objective through all of our policy process making throughout the course of this, in addition to providing a range of assistance, training to people on the ground. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple questions on COVID. One having to do with masks and airlines. About a little more than 4,000 incidents reported of unruly passengers. Senator Dick Durbin has said that fines don't appear to be working. Now, we understand they just doubled, but they don't appear to be working. He's calling for criminal charges. Would the administration support that?
That's not a policy decision we made. We obviously just announced the doubling of fines last week, and we're hopeful it will have an impact on people behaving in a safer way on flights.
One more question on COVID. When it comes to people who are resistant to vaccines, not hesitant, but resistant, outside of mandates, is there any discussion going on?
Oh, sorry, I'll let you continue and then I'll ask it.
Discussions going on about messaging and how to reach people who would just say, I'm never going to take that vaccine. Is there a new approach being discussed outside of the policy that's going to be new rule through the Labor Department? I should be more specific.
Yeah. So one, I think if we go back to December, only about 30% of people in this country were willing to take a vaccine. Now we're at over 75% of people who have received at least one dose. So clearly there has been progress made in addressing people's questions, addressing hesitancy or resistance, whatever it may be. And we've taken a range of steps, not just the announcement made just last week about mandates, prior to that. Part of that has been relying on local messengers. Part of that has been making the vaccine broadly accessible to everybody in the country, making it as easy as humanly possible to get vaccinated. And we're going to continue to deploy those tactics as well, because we've seen them as effective, and we've seen them work in a range of communities, getting us to a point of over 75%.
Follow up on COVID, please, Jen.
Sure.
So yesterday, the president, in his remarks, mentioned working together with partners to increase global vaccine capacity, including this upcoming meeting with the Quad. But one thing that he did not mention was anything about supporting the TRIPS waiver or waiving the patent technology at the WTO, which many experts say will be the game changer in terms of boosting global capacity. So is this no longer a priority for the administration?
Well, he supported the TRIPS waiver. excuse me, it's a process being led by let me finish, our ambassador. It's an ongoing process. We said from the beginning it would be a lengthy process. I have not seen many advocates say this is the silver bullet and the thing that is going to provide everybody with vaccines around the world. It's something the president supports, we support in his administration, and there is an important global process that is ongoing. What we feel our role is also is not just providing, as the world's biggest provider of vaccines to the global community, more than every other country combined, but also working with our Quad partners to produce at least 1 billion vaccine doses, boosting vaccine manufacturing in South Africa to produce more than 500 million single-dose regimens in Africa for Africa, ensuring we're increasing capacity around the world and increasing and sharing know-how with the global community as well. All of these steps are essential, and certainly we continue to support the TRIPS waiver. I just want to get around to a bunch of people. Go ahead.
Maybe Jen, just to clarify, yesterday DHS said that they will not be sending migrants at the Texas border to Guantanamo. But there's still conflicting media reports about this. Can you definitively clarify whether or not the administration will send migrants at the border to Guantanamo?
We will not. There's never been a plan to do that. I think there was some confusion related to the Migrant Operations Center, which has been used for decades to process migrants interdicted at sea for third country resettlement. This request for information that went out publicly yesterday, which I think caused some confusion because of the timing, was posted in a typical routine first step in a contract renewal and unrelated to the southern border. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have a question about the numbers that you gave and the math. So there are 15,000 migrants under the Del Rio Bridge Saturday. If you add up the ones that you say were expelled or released, it's less than 5,000. Say there's 5,000 that are still left. Where's everybody else?
I'm happy to get you a more fruitful rundown for you, if helpful, from the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and when you talk about how some of these people are being placed in removal proceedings, that does not mean removed, correct?
That means they're in the process of going through a removal proceeding so that it can go through the process, our immigration process that's long been in place.
We understand that basically most of these people that are going into removal proceedings are being put on either buses from Del Rio to El Paso and Laredo, or being flown to Tucson with no COVID testing unless they show symptoms. How is that helping anybody stop the spread?
Again, we have a protocol and process in place as it relates to COVID in terms of testing and quarantining, and also vaccines are provided for a range of migrants by our partner organizations in the region. What is happening now is that, as I outlined yesterday, is that if individuals cannot be expelled under Title 42, they are placed in removal proceedings, as you referred to. That may require them being placed in ICE detainment facilities, or it may require being given a notice to appear, where biometric data and other data is taken. In terms of their transportation methods, I'd certainly point you to the Department of Homeland Security.
But why should somebody, say, in Laredo, Texas, or El Paso, or Tucson, Arizona, have to have their chance of catching COVID go up because hundreds of miles away there's an open border?
Well, there certainly is not an open border. We are continuing to employ our immigration proceedings and process and restrictions at the border, and that includes the implementation of enforcing Title 42, which is an authority, a public health authority. It includes moving people into either a process for expedited removal or removal proceedings. That is our immigration process that we are proceeding underneath.
A final follow-up. You say the border is not open, but we're told by our teams on the ground, you guys are releasing pretty much all family units, couples where the woman says that she is pregnant, or single women who say that they are pregnant, and that nobody actually has to take a pregnancy test unless they want to. So
are you suggesting you don't believe when women say they're pregnant? Is that a big issue, we think, at the border?
I am not in charge of keeping the border secure.
Do you
guys
think
are.
pregnant women are posing a big threat to the border?
You tell me.
To the border communities?
You
Is that a
tell
big
me.
issue?
You tell me.
I'm not aware of pregnant women being a big issue of concern to people at the border. What I will note for you, Peter, is that, as I said earlier, there is a process if people cannot be expelled under Title 42 for a range of reasons. Some of that is because countries they came from or other countries, including Mexico, may not be accepting families with children under the age of 7. They are placed in removal proceedings. Those removal proceedings require them to either go to a detention facility or require them to go get a notice to appear, and including providing their biometric data and otherwise, so that they can be, we can ensure we know where they are, and we can ensure we know when they're going to come back. So that's what the process is. If there's a big outrage about pregnant women, I'm not tracking it.
The issue is not about pregnant women. The issue is the border open or is the border closed? Because my understanding is that a lot of this is happening on this side of the border.
I think you know the answer to that question, and I just conveyed clearly that we're implementing our border restrictions, including Title 42, including making clear that people who are coming through irregular migration, this is not the time to come, and they will be placed in removal proceedings. Go ahead.
Hi, Jen. Yesterday, Minority Leader McConnell and Senator Scott held a news conference in which they essentially argued Democrats control the White House and both chambers of Congress, so it's completely on them to raise the debt ceiling. Do you have any response to that? And does a debt ceiling fight, does that complicate the president's ability to get his agenda passed and deal with some of these other crises he's handling?
Well, let's just take a step back here. So these same Republicans, including Leader McConnell, or former Leader McConnell, no longer leader, including Senator McConnell, who felt during the Trump administration that we could absolutely not risk defaulting. That would be devastating to our economy. I can provide you the quotes. I have the receipts. He, at the same time, feels that way, or they all feel that way, but they are refusing to vote to increase the debt limit. So what are we doing here exactly? They are playing with the faith and credit of the United States Treasury. This is not a game to the president. This is our economy. This is not about partisanship. This is about doing what has been done 80 times in the past and raising the debt limit, including 3 times under the last administration, even after $2 trillion in Trump tax cuts that were unpaid for were passed. So that's my comment on that. What was the other piece of your question?
Does that complicate your ability, if you have to have a debt ceiling fight, and we're going to have the economic turmoil that those fights bring on, does that complicate the ability to get some of the other things that you're working on done, reconciliation package, dealing with COVID-19, dealing with border, all of these things?
Sure. Well, I would say in terms of the legislative agenda, our ideal would be for the Senate to vote and pass the CR that included raising the debt limit that the House passed earlier this week. Let's move on. Let's do what we've done 80 times in the past. Let's ensure that people can have confidence in the faith and credit of the United States. That would be our preference. So certainly spending time on that, having people worry about whether the government shut down, which we're working to prevent, having people, businesses, economic experts, the American people worry about the debt limit, that's not our ideal. We think we should be able to avoid that, and certainly that would allow more time to move on with the rest of the agenda, whether it's confirming nominees, getting the rest of the agenda passed, whatever it may be.
And then one question on the border. You mentioned yesterday that the agents involved in the videos, they've been placed on administrative leave. You've laid out the policy changes. What repercussions, though, once an investigation is completed, could those agents face if it's determined that they had committed wrongdoing? Would they be fired? Would there be transferred? Can you just talk about some of the repercussions that after we get past the leave and the investigation?
Sure. Well, the Secretary of Homeland Security made clear he wants that investigation to be completed by next week, and part of that process will be determining what happens on a personnel level, also on a policy level, even though he conveyed today one of the policy steps that will be taken. So I'm not going to get ahead of that process. That's why the process is in place, and I'm sure once it's completed, we'll have more to say. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Help us figure out something about the travel restrictions. So, starting in the beginning of November, people from 33 countries, for instance, Iran, where 15% of the population is fully vaccinated, or Brazil, 39%, India, 15%. And then we look at Canada, 71% of people are fully vaccinated, and still the border will remain closed. So obviously, it's not a...
People can fly from Canada, right?
Yes, but they can't drive through the border. I mean, it's not easy to drive from Iran or from from Europe.
That's
but
true.
It's much easier from Canada.
Fair point.
Percent of people are fully vaccinated, so it's not a health decision. Because if it was, we would. I mean, Canada is within the first 15 country most fully vaccinated in the world. So it's not a health decision.
Land restrictions, which, as you know, have been renewed through I think about October 21st, but we're continuing to evaluate and make policy decisions. I would say that it is a health decision by requiring vaccinations, and we wanted to do it in a way that was equitable. So people who are vaccinated, no matter which country they're coming from, obviously they need visas and the proper documentation, et cetera, they would be able to come to the United States through that. Land restrictions, I don't have an update for you on where that stands beyond it's been extended. We're continuing to consider additional steps.
And what kind of an impact?
Okay, thanks everyone.
I have a question on Hunter Biden. In 2019, you tweeted it was prejudice. So now Politico is confirming they corroborated it. Have you changed your mind?
Let me finish. Let me finish. All right, so that was key. I mean, the only thing I was really, I told you guys to talk. Twitter's popping. Wait a minute. Twitter's popping. I guess it was just printing the high ticker, but no, there you go. You got to pop on Twitter. Hold on. Check news. Check news, and if you already check news, you could check Instagram. I posted a long-term thing for you. Let's see what we got. Twitter, I'm not seeing anything, but it's pop. Oh, wow, Facebook's ripping. Yo, something's going on with Facebook and Twitter, it looks like. Or no, not Facebook, just Twitter. Checking news on Twitter, Amen, amen. Twitter confirms support for crypto. NFT announces slew of just a slew of crypto products, it looks like. So there's some movement. Mass going up. I think another one was just on there. LYV, Live Nation. I don't know why they'd be moving. Live Nation's popping too. LYV. You got a couple things moving here. They make by the a slew of products. Twitter rolls out tips feature globally and adds support for Bitcoin. LYV final trade. The MGMs went up, so those MGMs from this morning, I think they're up almost 50%. Big volume on Viacom. Even the SPY, the high ticker's gassing, but we've been slowly going a lot slower here from this level. Bitcoin tipping and conduct study of non-fungible tokens. The debt ceiling doesn't get past UUP, TLT. It would be a mix of UVXY as well as just playing the general market. And then the dollar UUP would probably pop too. But that's just going to be one we react in the next coming days to. Or as as it gets closer to the deadline or confirmation of it. It's about one. It's not as much as how to play it versus when to play it, which will be the key. What was I going to say? What did she say, though? She said something about this. Oh, that's why I said be careful if they start talking contingency plans, believe it or not. So as we talked about it this morning, the more and more that the government says that there's, the more and more warnings we get of a government default, it might actually be the issue. Pretty much the more they talk about a backup plan and the more they talk about the consequences, that is actually negative in terms of the credit situation. Does that make sense? Because again, in 2011, they got the downgrade because they said it's very inconsistent for a modern, a AAA government to even be having this discussion. So that's the only thing I got out of what she was saying, but I want to see the timeline as far as when they're voting. Again, pretty much from now all the way until the end of the year, now till the end of the month, October 1st, that's when they have to pass everything. Yeah, Twitter's holding up there. A lot of volume initially. CRM. Josh, let's say you were down 24K on SPY puts, about 17%. Would you hold 70% of my account? Would I hold? I mean, the next question is how much time is left? Do you think we see another 1% that's not stairs up? I think we're just going to see a lot of movement. I mean, again, I don't know about 1% every day, but, I mean, again, this is another 1.6 on the Dow, and we're going to get it. I just think you're going to get big movement. I think you'll get 1% moves round trip. Just 9. Overstock over 80. Twitter's still going. OIV's on the high. SPY's coming up too. Overstock over 80 is great though. Yeah, that's a big move. It's like low-key coming out of nowhere. It hasn't moved like that in a while. I wonder if the leaps came back up on that. They did. Oh no, it's still down 8% on the leaps. That's insane. I did not even think those had premium like that. The Twitter's still going. Twitter, they're announcing tipping in Bitcoin, and then they're doing a study on NFTs and a couple of other crypto products. Pale blue dot today. I'm blessed. What's pale blue dot? What does that mean? Pale blue dot. Did you go and did you say hi to me on Instagram? And did you share it with your friends? And did you like the video? And then did you do a push up today? I don't think we. Oh my God, we didn't do it. I gotta go. If I want to buy Uber for the long term, would you wait and buy now? I mean, I wish I got it. We got it for the sister's account earlier, but the best thing to ever do would just be little by little. I mean, even like Airbnb, as long as you don't plan to throw in all of your available capital in, you could always just get a taste of it and throw in a little at a time and go from there. Been exercising this whole time you've programmed me. Amen, amen. TCAP popping. Overstock still up. Oh yeah, TCAP pretty decent pop. BNTA, everything. The high ticker again. Look at it. It's literally just flooring it. Jeez. That's crazy. Overpaid on the Twitter. I mean, I'm gonna see that. I think the MGM was a sleeper. I'm surprised, bro. Another 4% after being up 6% yesterday. I thought that play was gonna be hard. Am I selling the Lambo? Yeah, I got an offer on it yesterday, actually. I mean, I put out a crazy price on it, and if somebody offered it, I said I'll take it, and then somebody offered on it, but I still have it. Still have it. It just sits there like a pretty piece of silver. But I am scared because now I think they said that by 2024, they said that it's going to be what's it called? They said no more. They're not going to have any gasoline Lambos. So I was like, what? We didn't talk about the IG post yet. I just said go see it. Let's go see it. Yeah, they're like actually going EV. Because again, I know the original Lambo SUV, you could sell those for like $1 million now. So, I mean, I don't know, it's hard, but I'm like, take it. Great post. Well, thank you. Thank you. Get the long term. I mean, I think we had a really good discussion on it. And that's why, I mean, I think it just worked out. And then even for the people who, at least if you didn't have access to the long-term alerts, at least we could get up the recent hold-ins on there. So wait then, yeah. Well, pretty much. I mean, I got a good offer on it yesterday. I got a decent offer on it now where it's like I could take that. I could walk away with profit. Drove the car for over a year. Destroyed it. Absolutely just put mad miles on it. Everything else. And then just get all my money back plus profit. Which is wild if you think about it. Oosh just dropped in to make everyone's day better. Every day's a good day, baby. All the active cult people are beautiful. You know what I'm saying? All the active, everything you see the names, you see names you've seen before. You see how long everyone's been here. I got too excited yesterday. I was hyped off that. So God bless you guys again, man. Shout out to Colt, bro. Shout out to Colt. He's beautiful. Bless you, man. No, that was hype. I'm at Urgent Karen on watch. Are you good, bro? I hope you're good. We'll pray for you. See, you got the call. Then you got a bunch of people gonna pray for you, man. It's crazy. And again, next week put on Nike. I mean, they have earnings today. I like the Nike play still. That's what I'm saying. Even if it's moved, however it's moved in the last couple of days, you know, you are going to get eventually the, what's it called? You're going to eventually get the earnings, and that could change everything. Firm barcode in. What was the other one I wanted to look at? There was something else. I want to see Airbnb. Again, the MGM I really like. I was surprised. I wish there was November's. I could have got closer to the money that did better. But, I mean, with timing, we'll see. But I think that whole game, the DraftKings online bidding stuff, I think that's starting to play out. And then there you go. Now the Airbnb leap is coming up. Again, if you guys are holding the leaps, they're going to get crazy. It's because of the spread. So the spread is still $300. So keep that in mind. But now we have 17%. I mean, if you guys want to see, imagine, I mean, I think I have 100 shares here. I have 80 shares on this account, right? And I'm up $1,900, 16% on almost 100 shares. So similar amount of money. But now we've got to make more money just off holding the leaps for a week, essentially. So that's the leverage for you, but keep that in mind. Oh, now Airbnb want to red candle me? Come on. Check IGDM a little bit later. I'll get back on there. Maybe if there's another Saki. So you got 50K on the sidelines. What long-term plays would you consider? Pretty much the same stuff I'm buying now. I mean, if it's not pretty much, if there's anything that I'm buying now, it's because, you know, if there's anything better, I would go for it. And that's just in my opinion of what I believe in. But with that much money, if you got on the sideline, just start off little by little. And just, that's what I'm saying is that, you know, 1,000 here, 2,000 here, 2,000 a month to 4,000 a month. You know, you could do a lot. You could do a lot, but the idea is just over time, it will turn into something good. And the Uber robot, but you know, you have to even think about it. It's not as you know, it's not even just like what's it called? It's not even just about buying like the same names. You know, at the end of the day, you actually have to like look into, you know, how you're making the balance. So like, how are you going to be balancing it out in the sense of like dividends, growth, value, all of that. Check email. I got you. I mean, it's dude. How is it already 10? I need to check my email. I need to check my email. I gotta see where we're at. Pelosi affirmed. I just subscribed. That's good. That's good. Hi, Eagle Eye. You're the go, baby. Hope you're doing well. No posture reminders today. I know. I hope you guys have been having good posture. Best EV stock. Man, are we not gonna talk about the EV elephant in the room? Are we not gonna talk about the EV elephant in the room? No, there's an elephant in the EV room. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. It's Evergrande. That Evergrande. It's either they are or they at least set that their goal. But I'm pretty sure they are one of the largest electric vehicle manufacturers in the world. Believe it or not. So it's either they are or they have at least, that was their mission about a year or two ago when they started out their EV model in China. Allegedly. Isn't that weird? No one wants to talk about that? Can I get an Everventi? Thank you. I'll just get an Evertall. That's fine. Let me see if I can find the data. Electric. What is that? Because I don't know if they they actually do it. Yeah, Evergrande's EV unit has stopped paying staffed. That's what came out today, but I'm trying to find out what is it. China Evergrande New Vehicle Group. Look. Here's China Evergrande New Energy. New Energy Vehicle Limited mainly engages health management business, but I don't know if they're the largest in the world or if they were going to be. What is it? It was only the 21st. I know they had plans to. That's why. But look into that because that's going to be that's like a little bit of offshoot news related to it. That's where it's like the Evergrande thing could stem into a lot of different ones. MO is your largest position in the long term. That's not bad. I mean, you're getting probably 7 to 9% on it, depending on when you bought it. BBIG, AD has arrived. TCAT came down. BBIG popping there. How was that even? That has got a lot of volatility, I feel like, recently. Crocs, BBIG, big pop. Evergrande is the Chinese real estate company that does a lot. So the storm passed. I don't think with Evergrande, I mean, again, China literally said today they prepared officials to, quote unquote, get ready for this storm. They have 30 days to default. That's again, not just because of their thing. They make that tiny EV that's horrible. Keep hearing it on the meme channels and Chad. BBIG has been talked about even since the beginning of the year. Steve Jonas, 17 months, baby. Hey, man. What companies are good to invest? The companies that you use and believe. Again, that's why some of the recent examples are all very, highly publicized names. And then the real question is going to be not when you buy it, but are you going to continuously buy it and build up that portfolio? Are you going to build up that garden? Let's see. Earnings, I think we're getting like Nike. There's like two others. There's actually two decent sized earnings. And again, that's the next part here of the market. You guys got to realize that we're entering a point now where you're going to get earnings. So a lot of positioning in the next week or two, everyone's going to get ready for earnings as we start setting up into a new fiscal year and then the end of the quarter. Don't let the badge fool you. Been here since 2018. God bless you all. Even then, 10 months. 10 months solid regardless, baby. I love you. God bless you. How are we here? How is it already 10:30? Did today just go by really fast, or is that just me? Because I'm still I feel like I'm still checking stuff and I'm going over. I haven't even got to my email yet. I feel like today flew by. They killed on earnings, expectations much higher. Yeah, and I mean, again, the earnings will say a lot. We'll see. MGM's still going. Airbnb still, everything, bro. Look, the high ticker has just literally been flooring it for the last 30 minutes. I'm surprised that the move isn't bigger. I mean, oh, wait. No, it is. We're at 444. That's 2 points above now. You're about to hit the top end of Thursday. Oh, my goodness. You see this? Oh, I guess we gapped down on that Friday. You're about to hit the top end, though. I guess 447. Jeez. So it looks like it hasn't been moving, but that's actually been a pretty steep climb. Yeah, I'm holding the VIX calls. They're down 50%. I mean, I put what, $200, so down $100. I think it was worth it on the play, and then I averaged down today on the HSB or the UBS HSBC. That one was there. Remember, I sold one of the Facebooks. I sold the Wells Fargo puts at the bottom, and then I have the Shopify one for next week. That one's down about $200 now. That was the one. If I sold that one, I would have been fairly just in the middle off of that little bounce. That would have got me a little bit better protected. Oh, the IWM. Well, that one came back to life. I was going to trim one of those, but I didn't. But yeah, I forgot about those because those were already dead. They're back down to 74% down. So 468. That one was bad. But that one was a play made a while ago. That one was just one of those, okay, if we get volatility. But that's why I could have trimmed a little bit harder at the bottom. Remember, I still took away some profits, but we could have trimmed a lot harder. Before it explodes out the wedge. Explain when to sell. Well, that's dependent for each person. It depends on the size of the position, if it's an option, how much time is left. usually, I mean, if you get that inkling, look at your account, how much is your account worth? How much is the play worth? If that play went to zero, what would it be worth holding that play? That's what you got to ask yourself. Evergrande update, I mean, there was like back and forth today, but it seemed mostly negative. I don't think they'll have holiday. I think Nike, again, I'm just more worried about their China effect. While we're up as hell, though, again, the bullish phrase, the bullish narrative that you could, I mean, again, I don't know if you want to know why. Some people, they don't care about that question, but when it comes down to it, what you're seeing is that the positive thing that came out of tapering is that the Fed sticking to the schedule is essentially implying that the economic recovery is on track. Love you all so damn much. It ain't even funny. Remember, blood makes you related. Loyalty makes you family, baby. Tell them. Or no. Amen. Do I think Kathy is going to be buying RBK? Maybe because I thought it was ARC B at first. Chat, Josh, you ignore my Apple call out. You shouldn't miss it, though. Well, there you go. I said it for you, so there's no way they can miss it. And you got Apple up on here. So Apple's just pretty much right back to that level. I mean, if it did break out, it breaks out. Why did it break out here? Was that they had a couple things that lined up. Is Palantir getting hyped? I've heard a lot of people talk about that today. Oh, wow. Almost at 30 again? Yalla. Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm going to sell those. Once it gets high again, I'm selling covered calls. I am. Are you doing the criteria? I haven't looked. I mean, most of the IPOs, I feel like they've kind of been doing their own thing without the criteria, but where's the volume at compared to the offering? Oh. Bears trying to crash AMD. ARBK. Let's see here. Are we going to run it? I got to see. Man, I've not talked about toes. All the IPOs have been weird lately. I mean, again, a lot of them have been they've been going up without the volume or without the things. SGC just dropped. That looks liquid as hell, though. SPY, another high. 444.44. Dude, look at this candle. Wow. From a 100-day moving average bounce all the way up to here. Sava's on the high. That thing's up 15 or 17%. White House prepared for possible government shutdown. I think stock market has done good during government shutdowns. Believe it or not, someone should go look up. I know the debt ceiling stuff is scary, and then it's kind of seems contradicting, but I'm pretty sure the data supports that anytime we've been in a government shutdown, the market has gone up. Yeah, yes, right. We've talked about that. Government shuts down as market stay. Market stays open, and usually it's done good. The number 4 in Chinese culture is unlucky. Yesterday's PHILO is short and sweet. Short and sweet. LPL study examined stock market activity over 18 government shutdowns spanning from 1976 to 2013. Shutdowns have remarkably little impact on performance as the median change was 0. Nice. See, I know there was some stat related to it. Airbnb. I mean, there's a lot of plays. Like, I like Sava. Like, I like looking at some of these plays. They just look like, I don't like it if it's kind of bouncing too heavy off the bottom. It's just giving me, I'd want the more quality plays. So, I mean, I guess we'll see here in the long term. Because some, I'm not saying that some aren't quality, but you could take some certain risks. Like, even Abivai is like a risk off the bottom. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between buying the names that have kind of had out of favorness and are just bouncing now versus like Nvidia is going to be a lot stronger. You see what I'm saying? Apple wedge broke out. Let's go Zabir. It's moving. The whole SPY, man. The whole SPY. I've snap up there. Where's TLT still down? SPY going on. TLT continues to drop. Yes. And again, you have to realize this SPY, actually the SPY's catching up to it. TLT dropped 1.92% today. So you're almost having a direct correlation. Bonds sell off 2%, stocks go up 2%, right? So it's a big deal, and the correlation will say a lot moving forward. They had bad reports, and then all of the Alzheimer drugs got clapped, but that's why, if they had anything going in their favor, it could be good. So I like Texas, almost 200. So today, again, and that could be part of the reaction today, that if the market did really genuinely factor in tapering here, then that could be giving a lot of extra steam there for the market. Amazon, Yalla, Apple's on the high, Airbnb wants one. Oh, yeah, Amazon's really going 1.4. Again, you're only up 1.2 on the NASDAQ. They're the lagger on the day, but still doing good. All right, let's get our market wrap. Stocks and bond yields jump as rate bets recalibrated. Bank of England raises the prospect of hiking in November. Oil gains while dollar weakens against major peers. U.S. stocks rallied for a second day as risk-on mood took hold after the Federal Reserve's guidance on stimulus. While traders assess the latest developments in China Evergrande's crisis, yields jumped on bonds worldwide and the dollar weakened. The S&P turned positive for the week, with the Fed signaling on Wednesday it's on track to scaling its business. Zoom news. Bro, high taker's gassing again. Almost 2% on the Dow. I'm surprised the SPY's not up. We're going to start planning for earnings now. Sadly, that's pretty much what you got today. This part of this move is probably people getting ready. This is the jump on earnings. So, because you got to think about it. If the premiums did skyrocket here on some of them, they're going to move but pretty much by next week, I'm saying. So I'm going to let it play out tomorrow, Monday. And then maybe by Monday or Tuesday, we should, after we get some of the data, we'll be able to make a decision from there. But the S&P turned positive, left the door to extended stimulus if economy needs it. Government bond yields climbed, led by the UK market, where the 10-year gilt yield topped 9.9 for the first time since May, after Bank of England opened the door to 2021 rate increase to contain a surge of inflation. Treasury yield surge, led by the 30-year, which moved more than 12 basis points, its biggest increase this month. A hawkish Fed, it was surprisingly welcomed by equity markets as it was seen as a confirmation of continued strength and substantial progress made by the economy in recovering COVID shock. That's said by Anu Gagar, global investment strategist at Commonwealth. So that's what I've been telling you guys here today on the bullish front. He continued to say, while we are far from the end of QE and near zero rates, the tide seems to be beginning to change. So far, the market had welcomed bad news as good news, but a market reacting to signs of an economy able to stand on its own without monetary policy is a refreshing change. So there's some people are saying the market's acting rationally now. Huh. Okay, that is refreshing. Confidence is building up that the markets could ride out a pullback in Fed stimulus, unlike 2013, when the so-called taper tantrum triggered large losses in bonds and equities. Investors are betting that economic and profit recovery will be strong to outweigh a reduction in asset purchases, while ultra-low rates continue to support the riskier assets. The turbocharged taper, a little bit of a surprise. It was coming in relatively short period that they're planning for this, but the markets are okay with that. And at the end of the day, Paul Donovan, that's what he said, or no, he said they're okay with that at the end of the day. Meanwhile, British pound rallied, brought forward wagers of Bank of England rate hike to 0.25, and then that's it. And then after, again, it seems like 8:30 or 10:30. I mean, a lot of the big moves. I mean, we're up a lot from Euro close. Okay, so a lot of people are looking at the bull case. Again, after day one, we'll see day two and that weekly change. But again, weekly change on the positive. I'm just expecting a big swing in the next 7 days. I think it'll either, if it does end up high, it's going to be a lot higher from here. And if it ends up low, it'll probably end up a lot lower than where we were. But actually, what sort of return is this from the Fed or even from the bottom? Because if this is like 1.5, I think we got another 1.5 to 3% move left in the tank, because then that'll bring you to a 5% weekly change. That'd be on the upside, and then downside, we'd go right back to the 100-day. Again, I'm still very, I mean, at this point, I said I was more bearish neutral. I'm just kind of now falling in line with more neutral. So we will see, though. I think it's very, very early. Amazon's killing it. HSBC premium shifted. I know even the UBSs. I was disappointed. My order won't get filled. Those even went up. The UBSs literally went from the same price. I could have been up 100% on those today. So I'm like, what? No, we have not done the PHILO yet. I don't know if we are going to. I have to see. I know the market's kind of slow here, but it's moving up. I mean, I got to see what we have. Because any of the PHILO, I got another short one for you, if anything. Yet it's still early. It's still today. Today kind of got ahead of me. The Apple. Eric Nunez, my guy. Welcome to the Chad. Hopefully you make it past Elon. Amen? Amen. We're rooting for you. I'll make it past Elon. I know it. I hope, man. I hope. So no taper talk till November meeting. No, tapering is going to start in November. So pretty much by if assuming nothing changes and no bad data comes out by November, the November meeting, Powell saying we're going to start tapering. This is when we're going to start it. This is when we're going to end it. Here's the timeline. And that's it. Lula becomes Canada's official Olympic outfitter. And then America, we got fucking Kim Kardashian. Great. Great. We were like, yeah, we're going to give them all Skims. And Canada got damn Lululemon. Pfft. How'd that happen? Y'all did good. Y'all hustlers. Can you Barney style with taperings? I love stimulus. You love stimulus. But we can't have stimulus forever, so we slowly cut it off because the market's a crackhead. Won't you say you'll taper slow? Ta-da! There it is. I don't know if that works. So pretty much the market's a crackhead, you know, and then you can't give stimulus forever. So tapering is just slowly slowing down the tapering. Hey kids, you want a little taper? What? I gotta go. This is weird. Okay. When do you decide to go with in the money long calls or buying the stock outright? That's with the leverage. So like the variability. So like we said, if you want to look at like a in the money leap versus buying the shares, it's literally the difference between a fixed mortgage and a variable mortgage. So the idea is if I do a leap in the money, I'm pretty much planning to buy a lot more of the stock, and I'm expecting the stock to be volatile enough so that, and it has to be very volatile essentially, because then if I buy the in the money option, I know that if it shoots up 30%, I could get my hand in the cookie jar and profit off of it. That's what I did that with Overstock. I did that with Airbnb, but then I'm also like, okay, it's variable. If it drops a lot, or if it's volatile, it drops a lot, then, and I still plan to buy more, I'll lose on the call. And even though it's leverage, I'll only lose a fixed amount, but then I should be able to buy more of the stock that I want at a cheaper price. So that's what I'm doing. You know, besides, should I buy shares or should I buy the options in the money? One, I mean, if I want long term, I mean, you know, you can't beat the quality of a fixed income. Right? A fixed mortgage, but just knowing you're gonna get my gains $1 for dollar every $100. I can never lose unless it goes to zero. There's safety in that. But if I'm trying to build a position and the stock is volatile, and I really do truthfully plan to buy more, I'm going to go with the leap. And that's what I'm saying. For some people, the problem, like, don't fool you will lie to yourself on this. If you have not done this before, speaking from experience, because as I first started out, it's easy to chicken out. Pretty much, you're going to buy this leap. You're going to say, yeah, I plan to buy more, so I'm going to buy this in the money leap or in the money contract. And then you're going to buy it, hold it, and then when that leap goes down 80%, and now you could buy the stock you really wanted at a real big discount, you chicken out and you don't do it. Yeah, I sold out the leap. I sold out the leaps on Overstock and Asana I sold out really early. So that's when I'd be going about it. Never below 44. Crypto is ripping. Oh, I didn't even look at it from Twitter. I didn't even think I looked at the stock. I didn't even think I don't even log into the crypto. Let's see where we're at. Oh, Bitcoin 44. Yeah, Bitcoin's up 3.4. It just looks ugly, though, the last couple days. I wish I could see your questions. I can't. This is awkward. I see you. What's good? Like, this is a awkward daily chart. I don't know if we survived. I think that's very hard to say. I guess it looks like Apple. Now that I think about it, this looks like Apple's chart. Yeah, what doesn't look ugly, I guess? That's a good point. ASON don't look ugly. Dude, 121? Bro, who in their right mind? Who keeps feeding them? Bro, who is feeding Asana? I'm telling, someone's like feeding it and it just keeps growing. This is not natural. Jeez. And then Palantir looks great on the daily chart. I love it. I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised. I thought, because now once it starts getting above here, that's where it starts to get crazy. But very, very surprised. I want to see the Ace. Bro, the ASON shares are up to 12 grand. That's nuts. Asanabolic. ASON Derulo. Still holding the ASON, so SPY keeps going up. Let me see. Let me go grab me a carbo. I don't have a carbo. Roblox dump. Jazeel. Is it dumping or like dump? We need to see. Get to the Roblox quickly. Hold on, it's dropping. Little bit of chicle. Get to the yard, hurry. Airbnb dropped too. They look the same. MGM. Bro, that MGM. Oh, that one was a conflicting play because I'm looking at the Novembers on that. I don't know how the Novembers doubled up. And I guess the Decembers are a little further out. Not bad, though. $35%. Should be more. It should be more, Habibi. A new job. Tax changes advanced by House CMT Democratic Framework. And bro, I don't have any carbos. All I have is fruit juice. I didn't put my carbos in the fridge. CEI. I've heard of CEI. Is it materials? Palantir going up. I mean, Palantir's it's a good company, but it has a lot of hype. I mean, I would just say a buy side imbalance, aka hype. CEI Camber Energy. Camber. I'd like CCJ better, I think. I'd rather take the uranium than Camber Energy. And I wonder, uranium chilled out a little bit. I don't know if I want to take that risk, though. CIE from Powell's speech. No, someone just brought it up. I just wanted to look at it. We've seen it move a couple times. I know Palantir somehow got memeability. I don't know how. That's what I was saying from the beginning. If you compare Asana to Palantir, like, which one would you take? Like, they literally both IPO'd on the same day. Let me throw it on the 1-year chart. So they both IPO'd on the same day. One of them has literally 10 times as less shares. I guess it was, but they both started at the same, roughly the same price. Pretty much at one point when you were spending $30 for Palantir, you could have got Asana at $20. And then at one point, I think they matched up $29 and $24 for ABRK free cash flow. Negative 18 million or 18 million? And funny impersonation. That's good. I'm glad that you like it. And God bless America, you know what I'm saying? Because if you fool me once, I'm going to get a long term. God bless you. It means they're in debt, right? If it's negative cash flow, yeah. Or that could just be meaning that they're making off of expenses and everything. You know, they're not walking away with cash. What's their you know, there's different ways to analyze it. You could look at their revenue, their net profits, and then look at operating income versus just normal, just profit in general. Thank you. God bless you. Wait a minute, Josh. That's nasty. Ugh. What's in the sauna? Ugh. ASON equals team, same business. That's what you're saying. I was like, why do you keep saying this, Atlassian? Do Joe Rogan? I was gonna say something, but I think I'd get banned. I had a Joe Rogan impersonation ready to go, but unfortunately, we live in communist America nowadays. So, you know. That's cool. Have you ever done DMT? No. So man, I don't know how to do PHILO. I don't know how to do the PHILO with the without my carbo. Baja California, 5.7 earthquake. The PHILO is, you don't need it. The ghetto spread tactic is you pretty much turn a normal option play into a spread, but you buy the contract without selling first, make money on the buy, and then it would allow you to short a worse contract for more than you spent on the original one. So the idea is to be able to get the money and still hold the play. Bradley PHILO. Ah! I love it. Do I mean legging in? Oh, you're one of those guys, huh? You're one of those. You're one of those. You belong. Do you have an office on Wall Street? How long have you worked on One Wall Street, my friend? You're one of those guys. Oh, you seem like, uh-huh. Add me on Bloomberg, bro. Hit me up on the IB chat, bro. Let's go. Come on, you one of those? Hit me up. Come on. We could have a little work share group. Oh, you want to do? Oh, okay. That's dope, man. That's dope. You fancy out here. Woo, that's crazy. That's crazy. You from the stock exchange. So the difference is the ghetto spread is making sure that you walk away with more money than you paid on the contract. So traditionally, if you want to use the term legging in means that you could do it at 50%, 20%. There's anything, you could do anything. But What we're really talking about is making sure that you make the play free. That's why we call it the ghetto spread, because it's pretty much getting a credit off of a debit spread. So not the traditional use of legging in doesn't necessarily account for that. Where we're saying the idea of a ghetto spread is make it entirely free or walk away with a credit even though it's a debit. You want to talk about mamas? It's ghetto. It's the ghetto spread. It's so ghetto. That's what I'm saying. Even Wall Street gets mad when we call it that. That's how you know it's ghetto. You can't do that. Why not? I grew up slapping the TV to get service. Don't tell me what it's called. This is obnoxious. 0 red on the spy. Oh, I know. It happens. It happens. I mean, again, I just encourage you to widen the scale. You're going to have to learn to deal with the bad days or deal with the days that are against what you may have saw. And then find a way to even position both ways. You know, when I'm looking at what I could have done better, I could have taken a little bit extra of the profits. I did make a put play yesterday, but I kept it small. You know, $100. Pretty much I lost $100 to bet on that historic of an event yesterday. I'll take it any day. But I think this is just a giant picture. That's it. A giant picture. I've interacted with random third parties who told me about the ghetto spread and they weren't cold. It's spreading. Oh yeah, it's a good strategy. It's one of the best. I think if you could learn it as an option trader and you learn the ghetto spread and you learn it quickly and you learn it early, it will have a tremendous impact on your profitability. It will take you a very, very long way. Grew up in apartments. Why you think I ghetto spread it? Oh, amen. All right. Everything not in the gym? Oh, man. You'll be good, baby. You'll be good. Is that the allow? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about. That's crazy. Oh, man. I just choked on my own spit. Wow, that's a great way to start this philo. Amen. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, too much high. I was getting ready. I was getting ready to scream, and honestly, I tried to show y'all on the watch list. I was gonna leave in one of my bloopers, and it just sounded so disgusting. I had to take it out. I was like, I can't let you guys listen to that. Like, it sounds so weird sometimes. So forgive me when it's live. You know what I'm saying? I can't edit this. I cannot edit this. So, but sometimes I get a little crazy with it. But yeah, that's another point. We'll talk about that later. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time for the philo. So maybe some of you guys are new here. We've had very exciting days lately. So we haven't had time. I mean, if you've kind of seen the vibe with some of the philos this year or this week, they've kind of been quick and straight to the point. And that's kind of what this one's going to be here. And honestly, I just want to keep it real with you guys in many different ways. And one thing, like, yesterday with the membership thing, I mean, I'm telling you, I'm very grateful. I was very excited about that. I don't know, isn't it funny how you could have something in front of you the whole time, but then like you view it in a different perspective, and like you see something new in it. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like I don't know. Like, have you ever just like looked at your car once and be like, oh, that's nice? You ever like, I don't know, you look at your girlfriend, you be like, damn, she's hot. Like, you know, like you didn't, and you kind of took it for granted maybe, but, you know, I think it's easy to maybe take the chat for granted, but, you know, I think I love you guys no matter what, but there was just something about viewing, you know, the people who've been here for so long, and like, that's what I was just like, wow, there's just a majority of the names that I read, a majority of the people I see, like, you guys have been here through so much, like, and it makes me feel so, like, whew, a sigh of relief, because, you know, we just to be able to talk to so many different people, and just to know you kind of got like a good core like that who've been here for so long, and like, and they've seen the good, the bad, the ugly. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's funny because a lot of people try to run away from failure, and some of us feel ashamed of some stuff like that. But it's like, for me, I love it because I'm like, wow, you know, I know there's people who like, this isn't your first 5 minutes. This isn't your first 5 months, you know, or it's not your first 5 weeks. And so it's just so like, it just runs deep, man. And I like it. And like I said it yesterday, at the end of the day, like I would rather be surrounded by, like, give me 1,000 people that have been here for 2 months or 2 years rather than 1 million people who've been here for 2 days, right? And there's a reason why, and that's why I hope you guys, as we move forward on this journey, I hope you guys know you're with me, because you guys have spent this damn time with me. It's not as if I've been here for as long as I have. You know, I do go every day. I'll go every minute. I'll be talking, but when it's all said and done, you guys are riding with me. So I really hope you understand what you're surrounded with, and I hope you guys are ready to take it to that next level, because I know I'm talking to people now. I know I'm really talking to some specific people, and if you're new too, you're gonna find your way there. You know what I'm saying? But and that's why, and maybe too, for some of the guys who've been here for a while, one thing that did make me think about it, I was like, wow, so many of you have had opportunities, so let's never forget where we all came from, and let's make sure we also help other people too. You know what I'm saying? Because there's somebody listening to this right now, and they don't feel us. You know why? Because they've been here for a week. You see what I'm saying? They've been here for a month. Just remember, so that's why I know, in the midst of the politics, in the midst of all of this shit, whatever's going on, I hope you know, man, if you guys could answer a question and answer it properly, if you could help somebody out and get them on the path of the ghetto spread, the long term, you know what I'm saying, making it free, going little by little, making them realize there's a world beyond just the damn meme stock, shit like that, you know, just you have that responsibility just as much as I do, okay? Just remember how you started, okay? So that's just the first part of the philo that I would tell you. And, you know, it leads to a lot of other parts. There's 2 parts. I'll start with the second part. And the one thing that I like is what I told you earlier. The story is not done. And I'm not here even just talking about the Chad. I'm not talking about where we are and everything, but I hope all of you realize individually, like, your story is not over. And if you are feeling a certain way, and some of you guys, like, and again, like, this, people have reached out to me. I read these damn prayer requests, man. I'm praying for all of you. And some of them, I could see like the worry, but then I also smile because I realize you are in that position where you are going to have your breakthrough moment, and you kind of need it in a way where it's like, get ready. But that's why I said, I pray that you have hope. But the key is just like, let's say you don't want this stupid spiritual shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it, right? Let me give you something practical, and that's just understand the nature of time in your development and growth. That in understanding the story. You see what I'm saying? Like, you are not even at the character development point of your life. Like, some of you have just started this, and it has only been a year. It's been 2 years. It's been a month. It may sound like a lot, but that's nothing. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I know we laughed about it. I said Jamie, whatever, Diamond, whatever his name is, right? I don't even know what his name is. but like Matt Damon, Johnny Depp, but like Jamie Foxx, like there's even Morgan Freeman. Like go through like in why I'm saying these names is because you know these names. You see what I'm saying? Like you actually know these names. You know these people. You've watched them many, many times. You've seen them, all of that stuff. So that's why I hope you realize, like, if you see their stories, like they were young once. They were in their 20s. They were in the early 18. You see them now. They own a bunch of stuff. They have successful careers. They've created bangers. They got all of this different stuff. But at one point, when they were 3, 4, 5 years into the game, nobody really knew them. Yeah, how long were they nameless for? Exactly. Exactly. And that's what I think that's the best word right there, nameless. Because I feel like some of y'all have planted so well, so fucking well. Like you've planted deep and you keep planting and you're going little by little, but to you, you still feel nameless. Does that make sense? Because you could easily look at me like, well, I still live in the same area. I'm around the same things. And like, I made money and like, so, and maybe some of you will realize like, you know, maybe this is the wake the fuck up moment where like you didn't believe them at first when people told you like, guess what? If you make money, it's not going to make you happy. It's not going to change anything, clearly. Because guess what? You could make money. You could even have success initially. Remember, winning is not loyal. We told you that, right? So now you've been winning, you've been doing something, maybe you've even been losing, and some of you are thinking you're losing when you've really been winning, and I hope you could wake up to that, but you still might feel nameless. And what I'll tell you is good, because that's part of the process. And the people who deserve the name, the people who deserve the success, the recognition, whatever it is you're looking for, it is the people who can get through these moments. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there's just something about somebody, there's something about a man or a woman who is still finding the ability to plant the seeds when they do not see the sun. You see what I'm saying? And then somebody to keep watering when they don't see the sprout and it's all growing underneath the surface. So like that takes time and that takes discipline. That takes a level of maturity. That takes a level of success maturity to actually hit. And a lot of people are at that stage, but they never hit it. And they will always remain nameless after that. Why? Because they were at that stage and they gave in to the feeling of, oh, maybe it's just this. I'm not here. Maybe this. I can't believe. And then now it goes from, because you remember when you first started and you were hungry and you were excited and you were looking at everything and then boom, you would get little by little, but you had so much to achieve. And then a lot of things happen good. But now it's like now instead of looking forward with that same hunger, you're looking back saying, why didn't it be like this? Or it could have been like this. If I did this, it would have been like that. But it's like, nah. You got to really realize where life is taking you in your story right now. And that's why I'm telling you the story is very, very early. All right? So that's the second part of the PHILO. So I hope you guys realize it. And then the final part, we talked about walking through the valley, and I hope you do. But just this, idea of sometimes things are going to look good. Sometimes things are going to look bad. And now what do you do when you can't get it to look good? Essentially, when it's so dark, you can't, it's so cloudy, you can't see anything. And, I hate to say this, but I love it. I do, but I'm going to tell you something with it. It's very, how do I say it without it sounding like superiority, essentially? Maybe you'll get what I'm trying to say. Because it's just like, you might be going through a period right now. A lot of people, they'll be like, oh, I started getting my life in order. Isn't it weird? Like sometimes the minute you start like giving a shit, the minute you try to get your life in order, the minute you're like, I'm going to follow God. I'm going to go follow the principles of fight. I'm going to take it right. And you start making good decisions. And then all of a sudden, what happens? Just bad shit after bad shit starts happening, right? Most people, this story of I gave my life to God and then a bunch of bad things happen, that's actually just as prevalent as the stupid stories you see where they're like, oh my God, I believe in Jesus now and I became a billionaire. Think about that. That's just life. And then what happens when you're in these moments when like and you know what I'm saying, where you're like, you were in a certain area, then you kind of, it's just like what Billy said. He said, I haven't been to the gym in 4 days. That's how like going to the gym starts. You used to go to the gym every day, and then little by little, you miss it like 4 days, 2 days, and then it turns into 6 days, and then before you know it, 2 weeks, and then a month, and then now it's like you're in this dark zone where it's like hard to get back into it, right? You know what I'm talking about? So, what's the answer to that? And this is where I'm saying I just hope you have hope, and I hope you keep trying. I mean, I'm not giving you a good answer with it. I promise you. It doesn't sound good, but maybe the reasoning why, and this is why, is simply I would rather be focusing on good, and I would rather be a child of the Most High, focusing on good and being miserable than vice versa, than giving in to the thing that I wanted to turn away from, to giving into the world, or to giving up to this fuckery that you'll see here. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different feeling, where it's like I'd rather know that I've went for the good than going the opposite way. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. It may sound like a little superior to say I'd rather, well, at least I'm a child of God, at least, but I believe it, and I don't think it's superior. It's just saying at the end of the day, I'm gonna feel good double downing on the right path. And what for me, if I said this is the change I want to make, and I want to make this change, and I'm saying it's good, then yeah, that's it. I'd rather stick with that than kind of go 30-40% of the way, not even, and then switch gears and then react and then look at it as if it was a waste and then fall back into the same mud that I was in. So it's just something to know that during these times, and I hope you know the valuableness of it for the world, and again, your maturity. Your maturity is the key to it, because the maturity is going to be the ability for you to handle your situation, and not only this situation, but where you're going after it, whether it's handling money or not. I mean, I was talking about it with the long term today. I'm saying, like, y'all asked for more money. People wanted more money, and they want to build this long term, and then they want to freak out if it goes like this. I'm like, dude, your account's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. That means naturally you're going to learn how to have to deal with bigger and bigger losses and gains. Eventually, $100 may feel like a lot to you. It's going to feel like nothing. But you have to be mature enough to handle it. That's why leverage is bad, because guess what? You put a 15-year-old trying to handle the amount of a 50-year-old. Or you take a 20-year-old and have him handling Billy Huang 100-year-old money off 200-to-1 leverage or something. You see what I'm saying? It's that maturity. So that's what I'm saying. And putting all of this together and, like, having this, like, is getting the maturity in these situations to keep on going and realize it. But at least you have to have the maturity to know it's better to do it for the right reason and the right thing, and knowing you're on the right path, than maybe getting a different result that may look sexier, but it's just completely different. So I hope you guys are able to take something from this. I hope it helps you. I hope at the very least it gives you more hope. But this is just something to know that the story's not over. And wherever you're at, there's going to be different seasons, man. Some of y'all, it's cloudy right now. Some of y'all, it's really, really sunny. And, and that's the interesting part about it. I'll end it with this in the stock market and gambling, okay? Because I think this highlights our personal nature, and it should highlight to you the different seasons. And it's on you and your maturity to keep moving forward and do the best and handle what you have and what you have coming to you. And I want you guys to be so mature so you have an entitlement claim to more than what you have now. Why? Because you can handle more. You see what I'm saying? That's a big difference. It's not give me money because I lived a bad life. Give me money because I lived a good life. Give me success because I really want it. Everybody wants it. No, it's give me what I want because I have the maturity and the actual ability to handle it, if not more. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Come on. So I'm going to end it with this so you understand of the funniness of gambling. Why we love and hate gambling. You know that? As a culture, as a society. It's this ugly mirror, if you think about it. Even the stock market, you know why? Because it holds up a mirror to everybody's decisions and actions. You gamble on the market. you lose on the market, people fucking love it. You know that? Because they get to hold a mirror, and guess what? You're a loser. That's what it highlights for people. They get to see the losers. They're like, oh, you loser. You're sitting around there wasting your money. You did this, you did that. People love to point at the loser and say, oh, how I could never be somebody like that. How does this people do that? You know what I'm saying? Come on, we do that a lot. You see someone, you're like, oh, how did Billy Huang end up doing that? How did this person do that? Oh, we love it. That's the mirror on that sense, right? And then guess what's the other part? The winning. We fucking hate winners. Welcome to human culture. Welcome to America, ladies and gentlemen. We even hate the winners. And that's what this highlights too. It puts up a mirror to the people who win and the person who got all this success and then they got lucky, and luck is she's a fickle god. And then she looks at it, you're like, and then it highlights the people, and then it highlights, oh, they're making this money doing this, and then they're making money doing that. Oh, and then I can't believe, and then they're just sitting there. Oh, man. Why didn't luck hit me like that? That luck did this for that. Woo-hoo. So, do you see what I'm saying? There's seasons. It's funny what we love and hate at the same time. It's funny how we like a situation that we're in and we get something we never thought we have, and then we get it, and then we still feel a different way. It's funny how we don't like losing, but we point our finger at losers. It's funny how we want to win, but we point our fingers at winners, and vice versa on all of it. It could go. Some of you pray for the winners. That's great. But again, how do you treat your wins? And again, the losses, all of it. Just think about that. Whew. So there's different seasons, but the maturity is moving forward and knowing, and that's why you got to know what you're doing it for. And then if you know you're on the right path, and if you started knowing you're on the right path, remind yourself why so you don't forget. And realize you are. I'd rather do the right thing than the wrong thing any day. I don't care what the result will be, because eventually you will reap what you will sow. Do not forget that. And that's what a lot of this boils down to. And that's what this whole thing with the story comes down to, because I want to make sure everybody keeps planning. I don't give a fuck how you feel, honestly, because we're all going to feel different at different times. Yeah, and it's okay. It's not to be so toxic that you miss out on life and then ignore your feelings. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is how it's going to play out. So we need that maturity, and we got to make sure regardless. Sometimes I don't want to plan. I don't feel good waking up planning. I don't feel good afterwards dealing with it, but I'm still going to do it because I'm knowing that this story is not over. In this story, we are still at the beginning stages. See what I'm saying? So it's all about planting. Planting little by little, little by little. Keep on planting. And you'll see through every season. So I hope you guys are excited. And I hope some of you could take a lot out of the backpack, lighten the burden off yourself, and ease your heart a little bit. And remember how important, full, undivided, pure, and peaceful. That's key. Yes, you are at the beginning stages of your life and your wealth and the dynasty of your family and what your name means to this world. Yes, you are at the very early stage, my friend. Very, very early stage. So don't let 12 months fuck it up. Don't let 24 months confuse you. Don't let 36 months make you think it's the whole entire world, because it's not. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope you're excited. And I hope you take that to the bank, baby. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. And man, workhorse. Worky horse. We'll get you some worky horse and answers. Oh, workhorse pop. That's in bed. Let's go. Show me your mind. Ay. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right to custom shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I can make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this opposite shit, they thought it was easy. Like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend, tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream you keep on dreaming. It's gonna leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does I'll buy the dip and then I'll get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate your shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness, I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Vested in everything from value to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah, pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. It's has it possible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, plain as the wolf. Subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope. But back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes. I have to go contractual, selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough. My high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options as homes. You don't got those, leave me alone. That's it, man. Talking like, woo! Uncle Answers. All streaming platforms. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Sabbatical. I had to go. I don't know. I have to go contractual. Selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. Oh man. Yes, that's not my music. That's my uncle. He's a big part of this. Some people even with the hero one, Uncle Mage, because people kept at it. They're like, did Uncle Answer have Hitman? And I said, nah. You have Uncle when he said Uncle refers. He's like me. That's why I call it. If you haven't noticed, we call all of our real estate agents killers. So that's what he was saying, because he was like, you know, he has some killers that they'll do it for they own buildings and they'll do it commission free. That's what he was saying. So it's kind of like a rap double entendre that he was trying to explain. But I was like, I feel you, bro. I feel you. They won't. So I had to explain that for Uncle. You know, that's what he was trying to explain. Yeah, you know. But yeah, man. I hope y'all living good. Okay. I hope y'all got the PHILO. I hope y'all ready for your story. Okay, and I hope y'all know it's early. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see some of the stories in here once they start getting not getting good, but once they start getting to a point. You know, think about it. You wouldn't read a story just for if it only had 2 chapters in it. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I could keep going. I'm just saying. Strategy EDM. You clap this week, you're still here. Hey, man, I know you have a long term too, though. You got the long term. And don't worry, it will come. Gustavo. Story was good, full and complete. I would. Yeah, I would. Even then, though, imagine if it was a good story. You only had like 1 chapter. I'd be like, come on. Great, been hitting him every day, holding up 300. I like him. I'm holding the MGM. I mean, I'm gonna ride it out. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I feel like you're gonna get a bidding war with DraftKings or somebody's gonna bid higher, and then now that MGM's in the middle of it, and the fact they've kind of held up a lot better if you kind of look at them. So in the last week or so, they've been one of these companies towards the top end. I mean, the fact they're breaking out, and even on the 2020 level, so they got some good things moving for them. DraftKings, well, because DraftKings, that's what I'm saying. MGM would essentially be the one who would benefit. Because DraftKings, they made the offer, but the fact that it didn't get accepted, I think it's making it an opportunity for a bidding war. Are we hitting VWAP? We might. I mean, we're really, really high. We're really, really high above the even that 42 or the 50-day moving average. Feel like I need a sneeze. Crazy, ain't it? But yeah, those premiums though, they're a little tricky. They should be up more, but I mean, I'll take it. Like if we went to the other ones, we would have got a way larger, I guess, percentage-wise, or a little closer to the money. I'm holding the Nike puts. I'm down. That's an earnings gamble I'm willing to take. Again, remember, they surprised to the upside last time, so we'll see. But with all the China stuff, that's a play I'm willing to take. SPY didn't go above Friday's open. It's already at a level though. Even if it doesn't go to open, it's a strong move. This now changed the level of conviction in the market because I remember what I told you yesterday. What did I specifically say? I said the longer every day that goes by below the 50. This is, I mean, I'm not even the technical guy, but every day that goes on below that we're below the 50-day moving average, that is showing conviction that there's not going to be a dip buy. So the fact that, I mean, thinking now it came up quickly, that's showing now a little bit more conviction in this dip, in the purchase of it. So that's where like the timing of it is becoming key. That's why if it holds up here and it keeps going, even better. I think they raised the bar. Even if the earnings on Nike isn't good, I feel like they have to say something about China. Like they have to give some level of guidance on that. If they don't, they might be able to push it till next quarter, but we'll see. And again, the market is going to get ready to react here as all of these earnings statements are going to be coming out, because now this is the earnings everyone's been waiting for essentially. Nike is today, I'm pretty sure. I thought it was going to be on Tuesday, so that's why I'm like, I just know it's this week. Oh, shit. I didn't even see that. Hamza! I hope you're still here, baby. I miss you, too. But I know you've been grinding regardless. Oh, Hamza, bro. Hamza! Hard! Oh, I can't believe I didn't see that. I was in middle philo. You know, I was getting real philo-y. Today, after hours, that's good. Looks good. How busy the Costco in China was. Oh, yeah, you remember that when they first released the Costco? It was hype. They loved it. Do you care if I rename my channel to Small Good Decisions? I mean, as long as you're not trying to like make money off of it or like use it in a commercial branding sense, because I think we already have something associated with that. So as long as it's not like, as long as it's not malicious, does that make sense? As long as it's not used to try to create confusion or to use it in a way, because people do shady shit like that. Hence the multiple accounts that get made every day. Hamza, my God, baby. I hope you've been doing good, bro. Nike puts, I'm with you. AMC dumping. Kind of. It's just going negative now. I'm saying to you in the cult, baby. Fucking Hamza. 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 My Hamza. It's my guy. I'm the most consistent YouTuber you've ever witnessed. Really? Wow. Thank you. That's good. That's good. We have a review. If you'd like to fill out a review, I could give you, then you can know. Now I'm like, what are the other factors? Family. Ohana means family. Every day. Every day. My reason, well, we talked Nike is just, I'm expecting China drama again. It is not unknown to the world, let alone even the company. They have issues with China. Remember, they were on the chopping block with China not too long ago. So that's what I'm saying. There could be some connection to that. I just have old Nike puts. So remember, I made an old Nike puts a while ago. So I'm still holding those. And then I got the, I put like another $100 on weeklies on Tuesday or Monday. Nike is expected, let's see actually. Nike. Pricing in, I think $10 is, I think we already did this too. Says the thing about $10. And again, since it's end of the week, $3.97 or $1.57, and I guess they're $2.50 in the money. It's about $10. So that's like 6%. Was the NBA? No, that wasn't even the Nike issue. That was part of it, but it was like I think it was like 3 weeks ago. Jesus. Josh, I honestly feel Nike will do good based on China's new gaming rule for minors. Should result in more time for labor and production. That's awful, dude. That is awful. But maybe, but no, but there was it was like 4 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, maybe a little longer, Nike got clapped. Because remember H&M, they made a comment towards the Uyghurs. They said, so H&M got removed from all of the maps in China. Do you guys remember that? So when H&M made a comment about the sourcing of materials and the child labor in China, they took H&M, they literally removed all of their stores on any map program in China. So they forced the stores to close, and even if there wasn't on there, they literally took off the store from the map. So then, but Nike got in the middle of it for a little bit. During that moment, Nike said something, and people associated it with Nike, and they got clapped for a little bit, but then they were able to kiss the ring and then be good. CEI running fast. Is that Camber? I mean, it's a hype play. It's cheap. Again, I don't know if what I'm going to do with it. I mean, the best strategy, instead of asking me on some of this, because I don't know where this thing's going to end up. $100 stock or $1 stock, 100 shares. You can make a cheap YOLO option, but just on a stock, and that's it. But in this play, like, I wouldn't go more than 100 shares realistically. Like, if I risked $100 on UVXYs for that event, you see what I'm saying? Something like that. You could small share strategy. Just be careful. Because that's going. It's just people are saying it's going to be another hype play. That's all. Like, that's why I'm not really down with it. But I'm just saying, don't listen to me. If you want to get in hype, you want to do that. I wouldn't do more than 100 shares, but that's about it. Because with small shares, you could take this with minimal risk. You don't need to be that fully involved in the play. They don't have options. Well, that's what I'm saying. Trade the stock as if it's an option. And you could short it. 100 shares equals one contract. That's what I'm saying. If the shares are cheap, $192, it's never going to expire. If you really want your shot at the fucking next AMC, I don't know if I believe that, but in general, you could play it limited. If it goes down 50%, you lose $100, and then if it goes to zero, it'll take a lot to go to zero. You'll always be in it with 100. And again, all you need is 100 shares. I mean, I already have this up. ASON, 100 shares. $2,000 turns into $12,000. Again, AMC, I only did, when I first bought the AMC, it's worth $12,000 here. I only bought $4.95. I bought $1,500. So keep that in mind. That's why I'm saying you don't need to go too crazy with it. But again, I'm not playing it. That too. Oh wait, that makes that's that. Look at the Chad. Chad is very smart. CEI has no options. It won't be the next AMC. There's no gamma pressure. Wow. Horn. That's a pretty. Oh, pop. That's a good point. That's probably the best point right there. Let me finish. Oh, no, let me finish. No, let me finish. Mm-hmm. No, let me finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish. Let me finish. No, but that's a good point. See, so that, but again, this is how I've gone about, like, even any of the shitty plays with the biotechs that you've seen me do. This is my logic. If I could buy them cheap with shares, I'm just going to buy it and hold it, call it a day. So keep that in mind when you're looking at any of those. It's funny because sometimes I tell people my name is Chad. That's good. Amen. Mm-mm-mm. And they push it to the point it gets options. If it has enough, you would need, I think your 7 or 14-day average trading volume needs to be a certain amount, and then you'll get it. No, I don't only trade options. We do stocks, options, everything. I mean, we can even get some bonds in here too. We analyze the bonds a lot, but mainly stock trading and options, though. If I'm going to trade something, it's probably going to be options unless it's a cheaper name. I'll go with shares. And then at the very least, I'm buying equity minimum once a month. Minimum. No matter what. Every month, we are adding a new position on this channel, building the long-term portfolio. Oh, yeah. Horn. I'm giving myself a horn. So this is that Instagram post. So if you didn't see the Instagram today, go check out the Instagram. But I posted all the positions in this. So we focus on stocks. And then, again, we have the options account. I mean, again, this is our options account that we started. So we started this one with $500 and added little by little versus this account. We just threw 40 grand in it, and then we said, let's gamble our ass away into the shares or into the options, and then we were able to do all this. It's been a wild ride. It's been a fun ride, but all of these trades done live and done live just for you, baby, and all of the chads. But hopefully y'all learn. You get to see this is what like getting lucky and gambling look like, and then we get a lot of back and forth. I want to go. Then we turned it into shares. I made sure I took my – see, I just like the shares. I'm an addict. And I'm an addict with a flip on the addict on the flipmatic. You know, so yeah, there it is. Chair top. Ooh. So you can see. But yeah, so we're going to buy stock at least once a month. And we have our options as well, too. It's just a matter of, and we have the news. That's why, like, a lot of the times it depends on why we're playing it, what we react to. You know, different situations in the market produce a different tool. You know, sometimes we need a hammer, sometimes we need a screwdriver. Thing is how you make shit free. That is the key. That with that trading account, with the options, the big part was, like I went over on the video, I mean, we could probably pull out like 50 grand of plays that we just made free, or we bought them just cheap, like $4,000 into 20 grand, or 1,500 into 15 grand, 2,000 into Asana on the high, to, you know, stuff like that. But then a lot of them free shares. It's gone a long way. Brent settles. John, it went up a lot. I did not buy the IPO. I got 2 ASAN. Yeah, the update, a lot of people. So I'm going to give you guys updates on that. And again, this is the long term. So this is what I just showed you here. But recently, again, we need to make this. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, crap. Look at it's going up. We made a small one. So this one's for my sister. So we're going to update you guys on it pretty much anytime I add to it. If you have the long-term alerts, first link in the description, you'll get a text message. If not, I'll try to even post it on my Instagram or elsewhere. But we started this one a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, so here it is on the platform. Again, it looks a little different, but here's Colt's sister. We made the first trades on August 11th. I think that was the first one. So about a little bit longer than a month ago. So maybe 6 weeks, excuse me. And then we bought the Uber shares on September 7th. And then I also bought the UWMC that first day. So we took the initial allocation. She put in $1,500. And then I spread out pretty much $500 between each name. So I started with 3. 2 of them are growth names. 1 of them is a little bit of an aggressive dividend name. So it has the ability to grow but pays out a dividend. Didn't it feel like 2 weeks ago? Isn't that crazy? So we've built it up. We started little by little. I mean, we already got a nice little gain on it, but pretty much she's adding $200 every month. So she's not, my sister's not really, she's not balling like that. She works a normal job. She goes out and she's like a very normal person. Like we're very, very different. So I think it's good because this just highlights how you don't really have to, you don't need a lot of money and you don't need to really be as into it as much as you would expect. But we're adding 200 a month and we're just going to stick to this growth and dividend. We're going to get her probably 60 to 70% or 70% growth, 30% dividend. And then, yeah, she's a passive investor with 0 interest. And then she's more likely to be retail and sell out if it drops $1. $1, Bob. So that's what I'm saying here. This is it. So we'll give you a little bit more updates here. Give me a second. So BKSY going again. Yeah, she does need some Abivi. Welcome, Miss Slater. In Nepal, JS special dividend. Be careful. I don't know the JSC. I've just seen some mad, shenanigans off of certain special dividends. But let's go. So honestly, man, if you have not started a long term, please follow along with this. If you have a friend who's kind of been waiting, get them on board. Send them the Instagram picture. I'm going to post the plays on there pretty much. I'll post them on Instagram and the long term. But you see what I'm saying? Let's get involved with it. But this is an opportunity for us to start again while we are still, doing our thing. So again, can you do this? Are you willing to take a gamble on me? Huh? Come on. Is anybody out there? Is anybody new? Or anybody who hasn't done it yet? Are you willing to take the gamble on me? If you got $200 a month, can you get $2,400 in a year? That's all we need. That's all we need in one trade a month. You don't even have to pay me. You're not even paying me. You're paying yourself. Oh, come on. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Where in the world will they do that? Where after we're like, yo, look it, we already did this before. And then we did it again. And then we're going to do it a third time. It's just free $99. Costs you nothing. If you could get $200 a month and put it into your own name, you're not going to pay me for a course. You're not going to pay for stream alerts. You're not going to buy anything. All you got to do is take your $200, go fucking put this shit in your name, Go make sure you deposit it, and then you're going to buy 1 to 2 stocks every 30 days, maybe 45, 50 days max. That's it. That's all it requires. Worst case scenario, you end up a little bit richer by the end of the year. That's it. Maybe it goes down 50%, but that is yet to happen. And that'd probably be worst case. And that's me being realistic as someone giving you something for free $99. But best case, you're going to wind up with assets that you'll be like, wow, I've saved more money than I've ever saved in my life. I own something that not only did I save a lot of money, I saved in something that could increase even if I add nothing further. Oh, come on. Come on. So we're going to document all of this live. And again, just stay involved with either the main channel or even the Insta. We're going to find a way to get it to you. But I'm just saying, this is your moment, whether you're new or if you have a friend or anything and someone's been trying to get it. This is where we need to. We have a brand new small account. And as you're seeing, it's only been a month. And we're already like, oh, shit, we already got some gains. Right? And you're already seeing as it's going to play out. So keep that in mind. The Insta at the Trading Fraternity. You can't sign up for the stream alerts. The stream alerts will give you anything on stream, but unfortunately, you have to pay for the stream alerts. So that's why we say it's free $99. If you are participating and you come in here and you make a commitment to your future and you're actually involved, we don't want anything from you. You know, and some people buy the stream alerts just because they show love. I love you. God bless you. That's it. How much? Go look. But man, go click the links. Go through it. If you can't find it, you can't figure out the answers on that, it's very straightforward. It may not be for you. Don't spend any money. Get a long-term first. Amen? Amen. Horn! Oh, come on. Come on. Amen. See, now you don't even have to buy it. Just get the long-term. Let's pay ourselves. Let's build a generation. Let's disrupt Wall Street, please. Like real disruption, not this foo-foo lame shit. Like, let's disrupt Wall Street and then gamble and say everything's a conspiracy. No, disrupt them by owning the companies that they've owned for the last 50 years. You saw what happens. Buy good quality assets. Be a Bradley disruptor. I'm going to get too hyped, man. I'm going to get too hyped. Oh, man. Oh, man. QuantumScape. A-Sign. A-Sign Derulo. Woo! You would have got the alerts. You asked such personal, but I haven't seen your face. Well, and again, that's just when we chalk it up to the board. You know what I'm saying? But as long as you're here, you're following along. I mean, you still have access to it. You see what I'm saying? That we made the long-term alerts to make it convenient, easy, and no excuse from it. And even for this day, it's been almost a year since we started with that. We have done nothing with that data. I have not even taken a sponsorship in almost 3 years here on this channel. We have not taken one sponsorship dollar to promote or sell any data, access, or anything to anything that is financially related or related to any other industry. Come on. Come on. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. What? Like, only thing that has influenced you is my crazy ass and a fucking Bible. And then I say fucking before the Bible, too, so I don't know how it negates, but you know what I'm saying? So that's it. Oof. But yeah, so I love you all. I love you all. Let's go. The small account. Whether you have alerts or not on it, this is your chance to start building again right alongside. Don't matter where you start. Don't sleep on it. Why do you keep saying that? Because they pay me every time I say it. For the smartest guy in the world, you're pretty dumb. I love it. I love it. Well, Spy chilling out. What time? It's only 12, man. We still got 1 more hour. When did you start the small account with? Today? We have 3 different accounts. This one we started recently. The first deposit didn't come in till July, but I didn't make the first trade till August 2nd. So I waited till August was the first trade on here. Then this one we started in October with $500, and then we started this one in December, 2 months later, because we wanted to make a bigger amount, and then this is all of them. But Started with $500 between all the accounts. We'd added about $2,000 a month. So even then, though, even though it's at 103, pretty much without deposits, this account, well, there's no way to factor that, but it's pretty much, we would be 50% lower. So half of the money in here is gains, essentially. Or not half. I think it'd be like 30 or 40,000 or more. I gotta see. It is 34,000. 34. Brought to you by Suwannee Spice Wings. It's a money-weighted return. Yeah, the return is based on how much invested there. But again, realize this account required nothing in the sense of effort, time. You didn't need to sit in front of everything. You could have just bought this and then walked away. HYG is like it's like TLT, but for junk bonds. And it's been 2 years. And now that it's already has gains, it compounds from there. That's the crazy part. And it's paying 30% of that account is paying you 5.5% every year. Oh, so yeah, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. If you guys go and look at the picture I just posted and you scroll through it, it will show you all the positions. So at least that way, I know maybe hard on stream, but I go through all 3 accounts and you could just see which ones were what we have and how much money is invested in it, and then go from there. And then I will, if we don't update it, if we don't open up the free long-term investments, I'll post them delayed on Instagram. It will show you the Lambo because that's for the, we trying to get both sides here. You know what I'm saying? We trying to get the people who only want the Lambo money, and then we trying to get the real responsible people who want that real wealth money. You know what I'm saying? And they don't care about the glitter. But then we got to get the people. We got to save everybody. We want to. I'm too hyped. I'm sorry. You try to relax? I can relax. I want both. We could get it all. We could get all of it. Do you pay tax? The only thing on taxes you'll pay for the long term is the dividends because you're collecting income. Other than that, you do not pay taxes because your gains aren't realized. If you sell out, you do. But in this case, in the 2 years of all the money we've generated, there's no tax obligation on what we've purchased because we're still holding it. So you pay on the sell, exactly. So all of this, there's no tax obligation unless I sold today. If I did sell, then I would. But then, thankfully, it's been larger. I don't know how it would work with the capital gains in the 12 months, because I know stocks are a little weird. But that's why I consult with your tax professional. No, there is tax on drip, but then I'm pretty sure this is again, talk to your. You have to talk to your tax professional, because simply. Some of them, like if you pay your dividend on the drip, you essentially won't get on there. I've been trying to cancel stream alerts, but I can't. Send an email, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. You will need to know where you logged in from, or hopefully you know what email you signed up with. But just send an email if you are having trouble. Drip tax isn't a big deal. It is, but well, the best part is what you want to do is set it up. Is you want to find a way, just like when you do it with companies. Like if you guys, I've been paid. I did a consulting agreement with a publicly traded company back in the day, and they paid me in shares. And what you could do is that if you want to hold them, you can prepay your tax essentially. So most people, and even like when we're talking about Trump's taxes and all of that. People don't realize this. You could either defer or pay certain taxes up front. And usually you don't want to defer it, believe it or not. Okay? Because if you defer it, you may end up having a higher tax obligation. So sometimes what the best thing to do is pay the taxes immediately. So then that way, any gains on it, then it's going to go up in value, and then you pretty much, any returns, since you've already paid taxes, you could get it tax-free or start using your 401k. But if you prepay your taxes and then the asset goes up a lot in value, you are not subject to the additional. Again, verify with your tax professionals. There's a way to do it, and there's certain restrictions and limitations. What company, if they paid you in shares, you're allowed to say? This isn't about if I'm allowed to or not. Jennifer, you are not my friend, okay? I already saw your other messages. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I love you, but I know these are not friendly suggestions you have been giving me or the Chad. And I know about other Chads. They see it. That's what I realized now. I know the Chads see the other messages too. That's Jennifer. I see you, Jennifer. I see you, Jennifer. It's okay. I hope you know I'm just teasing you too, though. It's all love and we have fun here. Hopefully y'all make it past Elon. That's it. Hopefully you make it past Elon or never get clapped. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Amen. What are you saying that song? I'm on Elon's moon? No, I said I'm on Elon mode. I'm on Elon's moon. I didn't say that was Uncle. But Uncle, I asked Uncle about that one too. Well, that's our joke. We call everything Elon mode. You know, the autopilot is Elon mode. Nike, I'm gambling on the downside for it. I just total coin flip. Roblox barcoding. Where's Airbnb? Well, financial and bank stock. Financials will be a little bit interesting, but I mean, quickly the next problem is going to be raising rates, so that one's going to have a different effect. You should just see what that PHILO do. Look at my people proof. Ooh. Amen. Amen. We worried about Evergrande. I think Evergrande is going to it's a shit show. And I think the first half of the first front of the market is already brushing it off. I think people think this was the Evergrande situation, and I just disagree. So I think, just give it some time. But I think I am worried, said simply, to answer that question. I am definitely worried about it. I already have exposure in certain plays to it. I hope, and I will be looking to get more, but it is a question now of timing and then the malarkey of what's it called? The Chinese government. Why'd I get banned? I don't know why I got banned. I see you. McDonald's or Home Depot for the long term, solid. Those are some of the companies. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you ever really want to invest, don't forget there's McDonald's, there's Walmart, there's Apple, there's Amazon. You could always just start adding little by little to them. And then if you're kind of like, I don't want to hold cash, I want to invest a lot of the other names I have. Or remember, find positions you want to build up on. You can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with building certain ones that you really, really like. Yeah, I had this. I'm trying to find other words and phrases to use instead of F shit up. Oh, shit. Damn. Never mind. It gets hard. I tried. No. I think if you invested $1,000 at McDonald's IPO today, it would be worth over 15 million or 12 million, and it would be paying you, I think, $30,000 a month in dividends, or 12,000 a month, 36,000 a quarter. Task Pop. If you just put in $1,000 at IP, that's the point of the damn long term. That's McDonald's. That's not even Apple. Wow. You could go wrong buying overpriced equities. You can. And that's why usually the best way is how are you going to judge those equities? What time frame are you on? But usually with a long enough time frame, that could negate most overpricing of equities over time. Market be Val. Oh yeah, Powell speaks tomorrow. Powell, Clarida, and Knowles or something like that. For two, gonna try and roll it over. Let's go, Bradley Fresall. This guy, he loves Boeing. He loves Boeing. Vail, how do I feel? It's energy. I mean, I'm not a big energy guy, but right now in this marketplace, Vail is commodities. Do they have energy exposure? But Vale, I like some of them, and some people are even talking oil going to 100. I think there's an opportunity in it. I would go for a materials or energy play that you could at least get some dividends on, because that's going to be their next step, is that a lot of these companies are going to take the gains that we're seeing and start paying back shareholders, just like Shell did. Yo, Vail did too. So if Vale has a dividend, you could justify it. I am thinking solar. I do want some solar, but solar is like, ugh. You know what I'm saying? Like, solar is just, that one has always been high. You've never been able to get solar cheap, and it's never performed. Quantum Scalar. Vail has a good dividend, then, I mean, you could probably justify it. But again, be careful, though, because some of these that ran up, some of them used to be dividend traps, essentially. Oh, this is below 2020? That one could get interesting. In phase. Wind, I like wind. Wind and turbines is pretty solid on the energy front. The solar is too. If you could find, we have yet to really find a killer solar company, I think. All of that, I mean, just the trends and how much they're spending on like ESG and just environmental and then the government stuff, it's like, it's important. Wow. Interesting. So Boomer, 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 you're on to some shit, man. I'm liking it. He just sent me this for Didi as a catalyst, but apparently Didi's 60-day review process or investigation expires tomorrow. So Didi did not immediately reply, but under their cybersecurity review, a regulation issued by 12 bodies last year, a normal investigation should take up to 60 working days. So the conclusion of this review will be enacted within 30, but can be extended by another 15 days if the situation is complicated and relies upon authorities should be included. Dabba dabba dooba. But literally, should the relevant authorities fail to agree on conclusion, they can institute a special review procedure, submit the results to review of the Central Cyberspace Affairs headed by President Xi Jinping for final approval. An investigation must be concluded within 45 working days. So literally, yeah, I like that. I mean, again, I'm saying the China stuff, there was a lot of that's the word. I need another word instead of saying effery, because that's how I'm trying to explain everything. There's a lot of effery happening. I'll just say effery. There's a lot of effery in the market when it comes down to it. So that in China's effery and all the stuff they kept saying, I agree. Shenanigans. Just shenanigans. The funny stuff. Oh, there's been a lot of funny stuff. So that could be something. DD is actually, that's very, so tomorrow we either get a response or we don't. Or it turns into something bigger. Or it just turns into a delayed process. But again, China is definitely all about kicking the can. Oh, so my sister found out she was up 5%. What do you think her response was? 1 month into the long term, makes 5%. What's the response? Said, that's it? Nah, she didn't say that, surprisingly. She did not say that, surprisingly. She said, hey, vacay? I was like, man, yeah, that's it. She wants to just spend the money. So that's vacation? Like, oh, man. It's good, though. It's a good response. Good response. At least she didn't she wants to spend it, but not sell it. So that's, you know. I think that's like a normal thing, right? Boston loses and key Nelson Reed. Didn't Nelson get banned from being Nelson? Why do I feel like she rents too? Oh yeah, man, she does. She does. I did help her with her. I mean, I got her, what's it called? I did get her a couple months ago. I got her first. I put down a down payment for her house though. So I was like, you're ridiculous. And even then she didn't want to. I was like, why? I was like, why wouldn't you? I was like, just put it under, I said, put it under your name. I was like, we'll get like a 3% down. I said, run it. But she's fine, but she doesn't live in it yet. I don't think she's ever going to live in it. I think she's just going to rent it and then keep doing it. You gave her a down payment. I mean, it's only people I got here in America. Might as well. No. No, she's good. I mean, she works hard. Like, she really, like, remember, man, during the middle of COVID, she was working in the emergency room. Like, she's gone to school. She has multiple degrees. Like, she's a total normie and, like, totally one in the system. And, like, that's why she lived in San Fran. Like, she's, like, she's a giant liberal. It's beautiful. I love her for it. Because she's a really, like, she cares a lot about people, man. She just cares a lot about people, but she didn't make the best decisions. I mean, when it's all said and done, she was not in a position to buy her own home or anything like that. So I was like, well, I'll help you build back better. I said, why not? All right, nurse. Yeah, she's a nurse. She would make a lot of money. Like, she would make a nurse money, but she would spend it all. She would just, and it doesn't matter how much money you make. Like, and she was in San Fran. So she was making like a little bit more than $100,000 a year, and then she would blow it. And then anytime she would save money, she would travel the world. Like, she's already been to like 30 countries, and I've been to like 3 states in my whole life. You know what I mean? There's a big difference. Like, she's seen the world. She's had fun. She's partied. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's got she's got to do her thing. She worked for it too. Like, it's not like she didn't. So, yeah, she's the ideal brown child's mom to compare to. Yes, and she did good. She did good. Mama, she became the nurse. She got master's degrees. She did all of it. She did very good work in the medical field. You know, Mama loved this one. Mama loved it. I'm an enabler. I'm not an enabler because I was like, man, if she fucks up, I'm just going to make mad money off of selling the house. It's a win-win. I said, that's fine. I said, you don't want to live in it? I said, let me Airbnb this bitch. I said, we got this. Let me show you. And then I'll be like, maybe I'll show you what you could do. Then let's get you in the family business. Let's get you with some capital. You know? Yeah, you got me playing Halo. How would she F up? Isn't she renting it? Yeah, she's not. So that's why she wants to rent it, because she wants to do travel nursing. So I said, do whatever you want. I said, you have to either make it up now, or I even gave her the option, because I secured the house really cheap. So, like, we could flip it. I even told her, I was like, okay, you could flip it right now and take the cash. I said, we could split the cash. We both get a check. Or you could hold it, and we hold it and then do it. You could live in it. You could rent it. You could do whatever you want. So she's still deciding on that. It's crazy how you are, but they don't care at all. It's crazy. Family's wild. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially my family is just like so different, too. It's very wild. But that's beautiful, though. You know, I think a lot of families are like that. I think a lot of you guys are probably in families where you are the more, you know, you fall into your own little category. EEIQ. And then she's my older sister. I'm a young one. EliteEducation.com. That's popping. My family don't believe in me. Man, nobody believes in anybody. Ain't nobody believed in me until it happened. Man, why do you think she's just getting a long term? She's witnessed 15 years of all my life. Man, nobody believe in any. Y'all don't even believe in me until you see the long term 2 years later. Like, wait a minute. Like, wait a minute, Josh. Now it's too expensive. Wait till it crashes. No, let's go. You just need to believe in yourself. Tell him, Sean. Tell him. I did not play the ARBK IPO. Bro, they've all been rocketing and they're not hitting criteria. I just don't know what to do. What about my other sisters? I have funny stories because I've given them all smart gifts. So essentially, you know, always take care of your family, baby. That's why I'm in the game. But I have an interesting maybe we'll talk about it later. I want to see this. I guess no, they traded the full float. This one met criteria. If it wasn't for you, I would have YOLO'd and stay broke, but now you in the game, baby. Am I close with them? No, I'm like Jerome Powell. It's like I'll maybe like see them like once a month or once every other month, you know, make sure they're good and be like, okay, you know, and then that's it. No. I'm close with the younger of my sister, the one who's closer to age with me, and the other two I'll just, you know, I see them every now and then. We talk every now and then. We have like a nice family group chat and shit like that. That's it. And they're like, no, they're like, don't cut the bond buying program, Josh. I'm like, what? They're like, bond. I'm like, what? They're like, we need stimulus. And I'm like, that's not my job. Sorry about that. I talk to your mom. And then even my mom's like, what do you mean? My mom's still stuck in like 2005. If you come to my mom with any bill above like $75, she's going to go, haram. So it's good. That's why we have a good, we are fiscally conservative. That's at least mama's fiscally conservative. It's great. It's great. That's what I should, man, if some of y'all, if y'all ever want a loan, I'm going to make y'all just talk to my mom. I want to see what how she's going to be going over your game plan. And if she's like, oh, she's going to be like, that's crazy. How did I explain the Lambo? any of the like crazy cars I bought, I like show them to my mom, but then I just tell her it's a Honda. But then like some of them you can't tell. But then the Lambo, she was like, it says a Lamborghini. I know what this is. I was like, oh. And she was like, you sucker. Oh, yeah. But no, I've got her on a couple. I'll be like, oh, it's just like it's a Toyota. Like, that's it. Even when we bought her car, when I got her car, I told her, I was like, it's like $10,000. I said, it's not even like. Yeah. So does your mom have a she speaks English, but she sounds like a sweet lady. I mean, she has an accent. All right. She goes and sells it for $12K. Nah, she won't sell Mama won't sell anything. She doesn't sell anything. Even her, like, anything prior to that. She knows it. That's it. You buy and you hold. You hold it. That's it. Growing up, I was self-conscious of my... You had an accent, Daniel? You don't even have an accent. What? That's crazy. That is crazy. 50-day, does that make it support again? Yes, and the fact that we came to the 50-day fast, I think it holds a lot more. There's a lot more conviction. The foundation to Yosh holding. Amen. You were born in Mexico and really? Well, you speak really good English. Very, very good English. It's like Mustafa. Like, Mustafa was born in Iraq, but, like, his English is so good. And then, like, it's crazy because, like, if there's, like, a couple year difference or, like, it's hard. If you're born in another country, I mean, it's very difficult. You feel terrible, but happy birthday. Well, thank you. Why do you feel bad, man? It's just part of the story. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're on the IG. God bless you, baby. The long term. Go scroll past the Lambo and you'll see the truth. It's a Honda Huracan. I just changed the badges. Wow, welcome to the Illuminati. No, it's not my birthday, but thank you. I was born here, folks, Mexico. They never spoke Spanish to you. Yeah, I wish we got more Arabic, because my Arabic is trash. Like, any of the real Arabic people or Middle Eastern people who speak Arabic in here, they laugh. Like, everybody knows. Like, if, like, to the white people or the people who don't know, y'all think I'm, like, very, like, for, y'all be like, wow. You're like, wow, this guy, wow, he's so cultured. Then all the Middle Easterns just laughing at me. They call me a white boy. I'm like, man, it's not fair. And the Kalamarabi, Habibi. Come on, don't play me like that. Mm-hmm. On the gold digger prank. The expire's gonna run tomorrow. I think we got tomorrow's Friday. I mean, that will say a lot about the conviction in this move. And then you're gonna hear from Powell. You got that little Didi thing, as well as we're gonna see any China Evergrande updates coming into the weekend. And then also debt ceiling. I don't know if they're gonna vote today or tomorrow on it. And then we got a lot of weird stuff on that today. Again, didn't Nancy say that it's already going to happen? Like, did y'all catch that? Because every article I've read afterwards says that they're fighting to make it normal and all of that. But, like, I'm like pretty sure See, like, look. Here's the headline. It says Pelosi vows to avert shutdown, right? But didn't she say we're going to shut down? See, she signaled to avert a shutdown, a stopgap without debt ceiling amid Republican opposition. Whatever it is, we will have a CR that passes both houses by September 30. Said a press referring to a so-called continuing resolution that will be needed to fund the government at the start of the fiscal year. They proposed the stopgap was their risk. The conversation will continue separately announced. Democrats have a framework. I don't know, Matt. You're trying to set up her plays for... I don't know. That's the only weird part for today. And then if there's any funny business out of China. It's going to be set up, going to be up Friday in 2 weeks. To be the up Friday, what does that mean? Nikolai running. Leds, BB on CNBC. That EIQ still going. Is Leds LiDAR? No, Leds is popping. Pull up the replay. Let me see if it might have gone away. Airbnb coming to 175. Isn't that funny how much it struggled?
Necessary wrench into the gear of our job growth. Today, he's threatening to do just that. We are.
All right, have the replay. Should we listen back to Mama Pelosi? When did it happen, though?
But why would we think that would...
Very specific. Yesterday, this is probably why you're all here today, Leader Schumer and I met with the president about Build Back Better legislation.
She's very quiet on this one.
It is so exciting. It's going to do so much for our country. One of the biggest middle-class tax cuts for families ever, creating millions of good-paying jobs, unleashing the full power of
the
women
11-minute
in the
thing doesn't work.
workplace.
It's being weird.
Again, when women succeed, America succeeds. That's what we say. And that's with, now, if you're a woman in the workplace, this bill's for you, even for some dads.
Was it before or after
Child
she started talking
Child
about
tax
this?
credit to help pay the bill. Universal pre-K. Home health care. Not necessary for a child, could be for household wealth.
Oh, you got it?
Nearly doubling the unemployment rate to 9%. That should be the case, but increased borrowing costs for all Americans. It would be a catastrophe. And that's
Let me see.
encroachment of deserts. The list goes on. You know what they are, I think. That is cause for competition and conflict over habitat and resources. So it's a security issue. Health, jobs, security, and of course a moral issue if you believe, as I do, that this is God's creation and we have a moral obligation to be good stewards. But even if you don't share that view, we all agree that we have a responsibility to our children, that we have future generations to hand off the planet in a very responsible way. So a lot going on, from a woman's right to choose to preserving the planet, and central focus now on getting the job done that we're on a path to do. The President has given us a path for a better future for our country.
Is it before or after this?
A justice, whether it's economic or environmental justice
Dude,
or whatever.
this is so bad to
we
listen
are-
to when
we
it's
have-
not live.
I'm so proud of our members.
When I'm trying to
working
like
this,
find something.
working it, writing
Holy
the bills,
crap.
having their own discussions about it all. Now, but the president put us on a course. We intend to stay the course and pass both of these bills as soon as possible. Any questions? I probably should reward people who come here most, and then we'll go to others.
Could you please elaborate on what Senator Schumer just said?
Latin, do what you're doing. They're right and appreciated, and that's, don't take it from me. But let me just quote Mitch McConnell when this came up against.
I'm listening to it from the beginning.
Again, necessary to immediately meet the needs of the American people in time of disaster, as well as the legislation, the appropriations for Afghan evacuees to further welcome them to our country, meet their needs, and to do so in a timely fashion. We've gotten such a tremendous response from areas affected by Hurricane Ida, which is the focus of this legislation, to say, Ida struck, and you already are putting forth funding to make our communities come as close to whole as possible. Very grateful. Again, when we talk about the debt ceiling, we're not talking about future spending. It's important to note this is to pay the incurred cost. Last year, Democrats and Republicans together incurred costs for COVID that need to be paid for. This is a credit card bill that we owe. Under President Trump, only 3% of the debts, of the costs that we're dealing, only 3% have occurred under the Biden administration. This is largely under the Trump administration. And again, Democratic or Republican president, we have to lift the debt ceiling. So when Trump was president, he increased the debt by $7.8 trillion. Now, we take participation in the COVID expenses, but not the tax scam that added at least $2 trillion to the national debt. So again, we've done it before. We've worked in a bipartisan way. It's always been bipartisan, and that's how we want to keep it. Again, it would cost 6 million jobs, wipe out $15 trillion in household wealth, nearly doubling the unemployment rate to 9%, and increase borrowing costs for all Americans. It would be a catastrophe, and that's, don't take it from me. But let me just quote Mitch McConnell when this came up during the Trump years. Mitch McConnell said the following. He said,
Hold on, I'm switching to that link Troy just
but
sent.
not the tax scam that added at least $2 trillion to the national debt. So again, we've done it before. We've worked in a bipartisan way. It's always been bipartisan, and that's how we want to keep it. Again, it would cost 6 million jobs, wipe out $15 trillion in household wealth, nearly doubling the unemployment rate to 9%, and increase borrowing costs for all Americans. It would be a catastrophe.
High taker's ripping, even though we're kind of coming down.
Don't take it from me. But let me just quote Mitch McConnell.
Come on.
When this came up during the Trump years. Mitch McConnell said the following. He said, Mitch McConnell stated that not supporting a debt limit suspension, okay, and this is what he said, ensures that Congress will not throw this kind of unnecessary wrench into the gear of our job growth and thriving economy. When Trump was president, they didn't want to throw a wrench, unnecessary wrench, into the gear of our job growth. Today, he's threatening to do just that. We urge him to stop holding the debt and the economy hostage. Again, also on the floor today, we'll be doing NDAA, strengthening our security, honoring our service members, upholding our values. And today, we'll have legislation on the security interests that we have in the Middle East by putting additional funding for the Iron Dome. It's a defensive system. It's part of the Memorandum of Understanding and negotiated in 2016. and it will strengthen that support. So, again, we stand united on a bipartisan, bicameral basis for Israel's security, which is vital for American security. Again, we pray for every innocent life that is lost in the conflict on any side of these arguments. Tomorrow, led by Congresswoman Chu, we're passing the Women's Health Protection Act. This is a very exciting day for some of us in the Congress of the United States. We've long been supporters of Roe v. Wade. We haven't been able to codify it because we never had a...
Bro, what did we hear today? I can't find it. Didn't we hear something completely different? It sounds all the same, but I'm like, what did she say? I guess, did we miss it? Like, I feel like... Well, I guess I'm looking for what she said today. She said based on what she said something along the lines that she said it wasn't passed and now we're going to have the government shut down. She said something like that. That's why I was like, what? $14.01.
Necessarily think we should do that, but I do. And we came to terms as to a framework of an array of agreements that we have, depending on what the need is. Now, at the same time, we're finalizing on the outlay side. So if we need more, we need less, that will impact the choices we make there. But this was great progress, not in terms of, it's just that it's writing bills, and it takes time, and you have to make decisions, and that's what we did.
Have you settled on an overall price tag? Have you settled on an overall
No,
price
no,
tag?
we didn't talk about that. This is not about price tag. This is about what's in the bill.
I think it's about the price
What's
tag,
in the
Nancy.
bill?
I'm just...
For children, what's in the bill?
I fell into the trap of commenting on something old.
Universal pre-K, child care, child tax credit, family medical leave for their families, protecting the planet for them. It's about specific legislation. How much does that cost?
QS still
How
going?
do we pay for it? It's about the climate issues, as I ended on that, on the climate issues.
I give up. I give up. They said something on it. We'll have to see. Walmart to use BNPL offer from a firm in place of layaway holdings. I'm just trying to see because I'm pretty sure I thought she gave it away. I thought she said something along the lines that she said it's not getting passed. Walmart in a firm. Firm's popping off the Walmart news there. Yo, firm's actually popping. Mm-mm-mm. An 85-year-old woman should not be leading our Congress. So in the sake of being a devil's advocate, would you rather have an 85-year-old or an 8.5-year-old? Let's just make it interesting. This is a thought experiment. You know what I'm saying? Which one would you have? That's a good question. It's a good question, right? Right? Got you thinking a little bit. What's the difference? I mean, I'm going to make NFTs. I'll highlight it. The 85-year-old has more intelligence, less energy. The 8.5-year-old has more energy, but then would want to institute a $15 trillion toy bill. You know what I'm saying? And then he'll be playing Roblox in the Oval Office. My dad said we all end up kids again. That is true. Both would pump Roblox. Facts. That's the sad irony in all of it. Airbnb, we going, baby. We going, baby. I'm surprised, dude. Remember how much, dude, it was we were struggling at 170. Okay? I don't want anybody acting like you weren't worried at 170. Okay? I hope you weren't acting, you know what I'm saying? I know, don't be acting like, because you know at 170 you were like, I don't know about this 170. So now we got above 170. We got 5 above it. I'm very impressed. The leaps haven't gone up yet, though. The leaps are so weird how they value. Both stumble on basic English and spend other people's money on Roblox. Wow. Wow. The dagger. The dagger. I'm mad I didn't buy it. I mean, I got some at 126. I mean, we had time to buy it a lot earlier too, but you know, it's also good to it's good to buy it when it's before the move up essentially. So it would have been nice at a lower price, but I'll take getting it before it pops off. Well, Nancy slip at 40. The video doesn't go to 43 minutes. Am I averaging up on Airbnb? I might not on this one. Is Affirm still going? Again, we're already in the Affirm play. Remember, we ghetto spreaded. We have the 125. I don't know if you guys want to see that one. Remember, we have this one. So we're up 2,800% still. This one's worth 1,600, 1,575 net gain. And then we shorted this one. This one's down 400. So I still got 1,100 profit. But do you see I'm still able to make money on both sides. And even then, time decay actually helps us with the ghetto spread. The bonds, for some reference, bonds here. Total return S&P calls was down 30 to 40. And then did you buy it, but you sold them at break even today? Oh, so that probably, it brought the call value up. I mean, that makes sense though, given, you know, what 2% move on TLT. You haven't seen that in a while. You know how many debts Affirm is going to cause people's credits thing. I don't think it's going to, Airbnb Kramer tweet. I don't think Affirm's going to make people go broke. I think it's just going to make them become indentured servitudes. He said, remember, Airbnb works big here. So pretty much he's saying this is where Airbnb goes crazy. So he's saying this is where you start to get your moves. I agree. I agree. And then we're almost going to be in the money on that other play. That'll be even better. There you go. Yeah, wow. Airbnb could bring us $300 on the long term. That's great. So we built a big enough position. It seems like. Even on the small one. Airbnb might overtake the value. So look at, we're now $100 less than Snapchat. That's going to be interesting. Affirm up 10. Affirm's really rocketing. Airbnb with that Kramer tweet might go crazy. I sell my free Mara shares. I mean, they're free. Why would you want to sell them? Expedia CEO speaking. The TLT is about to hit another low. Now that I'm invested, I affirm for the long term. I see it everywhere. I agree. I feel like I haven't Airbnb shares move higher in volume. Jim Cramer tweets. Remember, it works big. But I feel like I haven't seen. I feel like I've seen. I've noticed Affirm a lot more ever since the. Excuse me, the whole pay-as-you-go hype. Mm. 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 Speed domestic demand remains strong. I mean, anything good for Expedia is probably going to be good for Airbnb too. I feel like I have more AMC shares than I've owned of anything. I mean, that's what happens when you get hyped with stuff. Or you got ape on the brain. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, but I mean, you got in the high. I got a lot of Airbnb. You know, I like it. I'm just glad we got those leaps. Ernest still holding the affirm. Woo. Oh yeah. Hey, if you guys have any big plays this week, oh wait, today's already Thursday. Fuck. Oh well, send me them just in case. We'll see. What's my go-to airline to fly, Habibi? We do not have airline preference. It is a price preference. Which one give me a good deal, huh? Yes, sir. That's what. So we have a portfolio, or we have a link in the description. And Chris, welcome. For the how we built the long term, and then we have a way to show it on a website, but it's down right now for a little bit. So I'm gonna be posting them on my Instagram until we reopen that. But you can see how it's played, and then usually I show all the positions. But if you want to hang along for this small account, this is our newest little mini project of 1,500 that we're going to build from there. Whichever let me on the plane. Habibi, I'm not picky. On both small accounts, the deposit is $200 a month. So essentially, you can get involved for $2,400 a year. And again, that is not me selling you a course. That's not me telling you to pay me $2,400 a year. That is literally saying you are going to pay yourself $2,400 a year. Yeah, Affirm is nasty. I'm glad we got that on the stream alert, though. I got the news out there pretty quick, and again, we're riding our play. Catania, we're still live. We live every day, Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Make sure you guys are subscribed. You're on mobile, press high. Chat, text out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. We need to start smaller accounts. Smaller? We started with 1,500 on the new one, 500 on the original, but is 200 a month really, is that too small? Or is that too big? $2,400 a year, $200 a month. I mean, my logic was always this. If you worked minimum wage part-time, or like I think full-time, and you made $36,000 a year, if you made $3,000 a month, and you saved 10% of that, you could put 200 to long-term, 100 towards gambling on options. So I don't know. Affirm has a deal with Walmart. Affirm blog post was from 2019. Oh shit. Hold on. That one's going to be interesting. I think we need to confirm. I'm updating the stream alerts on there. There are people out here who love what you're saying, doing that made the transition be an investor, started even smaller, and been here since 2018. Amen. Amen. That's what I'm saying. 200 is like, I think I'm keeping it I just think $200 a month is realistic and a good decision, and even better, thank you for saying that, you could start with smaller. The best part about this is that you could scale it smaller or larger. It works the same. That's one of the highlights that we have with it, is because you got to think about it. We did the same thing on $200 a month. We did the same thing with $2,000 a month. So you could do it on there, but 200 is not real. Again, I'm saying if you make $36,000 a year, to save less than 10% a year is very realistic. Now, how many people make less than 36,000? I don't know. I mean, I think 36,000 is below the average wages made in America, in the United States. That's like $18.75 an hour. My guy, that's 16 an hour at McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Average is 65, but median is 52. I make 36. I make 80. Kramer just put the kiss of death on Airbnb. Oh, no. Main point is time in the game. Yes, but I mean, we could start a smaller account, but what, 100 a month, 50 a month. I mean, again, and now think about what I'm saying. With $3,600 saved a year, the original idea is taking $200 for stocks and then putting $100 for options, and which would bring you to your full $300 a month. What's the average income in Ohio? Tony McGuire? Oh, no. Who's Tony McGuire? Is it Mark McGuire? That was the baseball guy. $30,000 in 2019. So I think depending on where you live. Yeah, see, look at the difference. Cali is 56, and then Ohio's 30. So, I guess wherever you live. Oh, Toby Maguire. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I think depending on where you live, that also does a lot. But you can scale it down. If you feel free to cut $200 a month into $100 a month, or even $50. But can I say this though? I'll even be down to make a smaller account if that's what you guys want. But please do not fucking try to worm your way out of this one. You have to be saving 10% of every dollar you touch. That's it. Otherwise, there's no discussion. I know some people say, hey, you may not make as much. That's fine. We'll find a way if we can make it, show you what we're looking at and try to do it. I'm not trying to, the point of, I hope you realize why I even take this time and effort and why we're even having this discussion. It's accessible to everybody and anybody could do it. And yes, some situations are better than others, and that I feel you on that. And that's why I really want you guys to understand you have hope no matter what amount of money, but you have to take a personal responsibility here. And it's very simple. All of what you earn is yours to keep. You must pay yourself first. Every time you touch a dollar, you need to save a dime of it into a separate account. In this case, a TD Ameritrade. So that's where it comes down to. It's like, so whether in this case, I'm operating off of the pretty much the income of Ohio and then 50% of the income of California. I'm operating off of that metric of 36,000. So in this case, if you make 36,000 a year, you must save 3,600 a year. If you make 20,000 a year, you must save $2,000 a year. If you make 15,000 a year, you need to save 1.5 thousand a year. So it's simple as that. Oh shit, the plane? Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming here into the... Oh, I'm sorry. That was loud there. My bad. Please make sure you still have your seatbelts on. But we are coming here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:15 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here in the San Diego International Airport. It is about 84 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, beautiful than the rest of the week, coming in a young Friday Junior here. So hopefully you enjoy your vacation. But unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines. So please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Young Friday Junior, baby. My bad on we had it on Nancy mode. The speakers were on Nancy boost. That's why it came in really aggressive. My bad. You know what I'm saying, Nancy. You know what I'm saying? You need that life alert, and then you need the hearing aid. You know what I'm saying? And we got 15% off if you flying with Colt Airlines. Shout out to the seniors out there, baby. Amen. And shout out to vets. Woo. Amen. Throw up the Nike chart. I throw up the Nike chart. I'm throwing up Nike charts. I'm getting my B&B. Shout out to vets, baby. 1 minute. Nine? I guess it could have been louder, but I feel like it was good. It could be bad. I'll take it. I like being the underdog. I'm gonna come in with some heat for Friday. I think it was a 10. 7.8. Oh, bro, you getting too hyped off of the little Bradley Frizzles in the chat. Oh, look at Bradley Frizzle going Hollywood on us. He going full Dwayne Wade. He says 7.89. He gonna give me Pythagorean theorem. About to say it's a 3.14. You crazy, man. You want to drive home in your Bentley Frizzle just talking that nonsense. This guy crazy. He says 7.8. Wrap it up. You got like 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry. I still didn't take it off Nancy mode. My bad. Shit. Ding 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 ding. Oh, I'm sorry. Nancy. Oh, GG, baby. There it is, baby. That's the bell. 7 hours in the books. I hope you are as hyped as we are. It's a beautiful day, but you are as hyped. Oh, man, this guy's loud. This Josh guy's loud. Oh, man, but that's it. We did it, man. GG. GG in the chat if you made it all day, baby. Oh, and 2.3 thousand likes. Or no. Let's go. Let's go. You hear that one? That was crazy. I'm loud. I'm sorry. I don't know. I feel awkward. I just totally ear raped you. I'm so sorry. I love you. I hope you're feeling good. But that's the day, baby. That's it. 7 hours in the books. We're over. Let's see. Where's Nike earnings? We got some Nike plays on there. We're going to see how that one plays. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful day. I hope I see you tomorrow morning. I hope I see you tonight on the watch list. But as I have this moment here, I need to tell you, God bless you and thank you for being here, baby. So I appreciate you. I don't care if you like me or not. Okay, you gave me an opportunity, so I appreciate it. That's all we need here at the Cult. Shout out to every single person who has just kept it positive, who has supported the channel. Y'all put me on in your car, your speakers, your work. Some of y'all even post about me on social media. You know that? Y'all, some people have already posted me to their Instagram story. They reposting shit. They sharing the stream. They doing all of it. So God bless you. I've adjusted the horn, and this one's for you, baby. Order. Let's go. So that's it, man. I hope you know we got love for you and we appreciate you. There was a lot of long-term talk today, a lot of passion and energy. I was excited about it. So hopefully you got a little taste of that. But I love you and thank you again for being here. And thank you for your time. Big shout out to all the members, man. They were even in the PHILO. Yesterday was so hype. I had my mind on them. But, man, I hope y'all give special appreciation. And even then, it doesn't mean that just because you don't have a membership badge, it doesn't really change anything. Because we do everything for free here. We did not expect anything in return. So I'm just humbled to be able to see that there's so many people, not only once or twice, but just who have been here for just months on end, literally years on end. And they've been willing to support. Nobody asked them to. Nobody required. They didn't get anything special from it. But that's what they did. So God bless the members, man. Thank you guys for supporting. And I hope you guys know I plan to see you here, whether you're a member or not, for another 24 months, okay? Okay, yeah, RIP to the ones that were lost, too. Not everybody makes it past Elon Mall, but hey, that's just what it is. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So we love you guys. Thank you to the members, even the stream alerts, too. They hold it down in stream alerts. I hope you know we working for you, okay? That's why we made the stream alerts, because not everybody could be here, and that's funny because I see the people who even comment on the pictures, and they're like, I wish I could be on the stream. I wish I could be here. And I'm like, that name sounds familiar. They've been with stream alerts for a very long time. So we working there for you guys. So if you ever miss anything, it's going to show up on the stream alerts, and we love you too. But shout out to everybody. And again, it don't matter which sides you're on, baby. You know why? Because we love y'all. So all the people, it don't matter if you got a membership badge. It don't matter if you got stream alerts or not. If you come here every day with the attitude to learn, here's how it works in the Cult. You either could pay attention or you could pay a premium. Some of you come in here and you pay attention. You facilitate the discussion. You push everybody. You push them in positivity. You know, you exemplify what we do here. You bring information. You bring news. You're part of what we're building here. You see what I'm saying? And we appreciate you. So thank you. Honestly, if you come here with a good attitude and you further that and you just show love and you got that in check, you know what I'm saying? That's all we need, man. That's all we need. So God bless you and thank you again for doing what you do. That is it, baby. And if you are just getting involved, second link in the description. That's where you need to be. And if you're already involved, stop sleeping on it. I know some of y'all just get on the watch list. We'll see. Send me some gains. I like to remix the Thursday videos, but oh shit. Oh no, I turned off the volume. You're good. My bad. Bro, these sounds are scaring me. I don't know what to do. But second link, we're going to recap everything. We'll recap our plays. We actually had a subtly really nice MGM today. We'll see how that plays out. Third link for that membership badge. Fourth link for the merch, baby. And God bless all of you rocking the bull. I appreciate y'all. And then all the new channels, Cult Real Estate, Cult PHILO, Cult Music. And then finally, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I just posted all of the long-term plays on the Trading Fraternity. Okay? I hope y'all know it. I hope y'all know that. It's on there. It may look like a Lambo, but that's the reality of it. You know, when you get into the stock market, it looks like a Lambo, and you think you're going to get a Lambo, and then you just scroll a little bit, and then with enough time, you'll realize, holy shit, this is going to be slow and steady, and it's going to build me more than a Lambo. This shit is going to turn into a house. This is going to turn into a house that keeps spitting out money babies. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it works. So hopefully, you'll see, man. You'll see. You'll see, man. It's beautiful. But follow me on Instagram. You'll see that. And I've been trying to give you... I posted more on Instagram in the last, 2 months than I have in the last 2 years. So I'm trying. Wait till I start messaging people back. I'm getting to it. I'm working into it, man. I'm working into it just little by little, okay? We got a lot of things we working on. I'm trying to get into it. Baby steps, baby steps, baby steps. But we here every day. Horn! Oh, they don't feel me. So, I'm feeling the hype, man. I'm feeling the hype. Okay, so listen, just go. How option prices works, I get it. You don't want the long term, that's fine. Go watch this video, 40 minutes, and if you don't understand options better than the average person or the average person who bought a course on options, I would be surprised. I would be very surprised. We got something here for you. We got something. It's free 99. You'll learn everything right in this video. Trust me on that one. And then you'll learn how to make the long term. Everything I've been talking about, this is how we started it. This is all how it started, because one day I said enough of this. Everyone's like, Josh, you only made money because you started 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I said, bullshit. That's a lie. I said, watch, we'll start it again. And we put $500, and I said we going to $500,000. I'm just saying, we ain't stopped that. It's going to $500,000. God willing, okay? God willing. That's all it is. That's it. You need the education, Sierra options. Last one's right here. Long term's right there. It's all in the description. All in the description. Let's get you guys on game. Let's go. All the old Chads. Y'all got to take care of the new Chads. You know what I'm saying? Get them hyped. Get them hyped. Get them ready. Get them the education. Let's go. It's going over. Let's go claim it, baby. Amen. Amen. But that's it. Finally, this is the final part. This is where we get weird on y'all, because we start talking money. We start talking stocks. Then you see people here for years. Like, how is there people here for years when we have so much crazy shit? Because then we're like, yo, we going to pray for you next. We like, oh, yeah, you want a long term? I got you. You want an option? I got you. You like, you want to get a prayer request? Huh? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. But that's how it works here, man. So I don't care what you believe in, okay? Because this has nothing to do with what you believe in. This is, you see all the people in here. You see them, and they've been here for a while. You know why? Because we like to just pray for each other. That's it. That's it. We want to put your jersey on our back, and I hope all the Chads, I remind them every day to pray for everybody in here and pray for the people on the same journey as you. You know why? Because if it can't flow through you, it's not going to flow to you. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a reality check. So we just rooting for everybody, man. We praying for them, and me and my mom, we doing it. My mom prays a lot more than I do, too. Like, my mom is on there every day, and she loves y'all, too, the same way. So God bless you all. I hope you know you're important to me and my family. And I hope you pray for my family and I as well, too. And pray for all the other Chads. So fill it out. It ain't going to cost you nothing. It's not going to mean anything. I'm not going to tell your friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does it hurt you? It ain't going to hurt you. Worst case that happens, you just get hit in the face with good vibes. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. They don't feel me, but that's it. That's the day. The watch list still is yet to come out, so hopefully we see you on that. But all I got to say is it's a beautiful day, and you got a beautiful life. And I hope you know you got a purpose, and I hope you know you are probably here for a bigger reason than you initially suspected. Isn't that funny? You weren't even supposed to be here to listen to this. I don't know how you even made it this far. Half the people already left. So I'm speaking to you, my friend. I'm speaking to you. That's all I'm trying to say. So take the PHILO, man. The story is not over. Got it? The story is not over. Y'all need to get that maturity to handle that. Handle wherever you are at. It is going to get dark. It's going to get sunny. There's going to be clouds. There's going to be a tan. I don't know. You might get everything you want out of it, but I'm just telling you right now, the story is not done. And the minute you rise up to that and rise up to the maturity level to handle that, wait to see what's going to happen. That's all. And I said it there, man. This is not for the people who are entitled to something for nothing. Okay? I'm telling you right now. This is all I'm trying to say. You are not going to advance in life because you just wanted it. You're not going to get better and more successful just because you cried about it. You know what I'm saying? Just because you grew up in a bad setting, so now you need this opportunity. No, that's not why. You're going to get it because you are mature enough to handle it. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, they don't feel me. That's a big difference. And that means anybody could get it. No, you don't even have to work for it. Oh, isn't that crazy? I didn't say, I'm just saying, I said entitlement for nothing. You don't even have to work for it. You got it. Can you handle it? Oh, that's all I'm saying. Are you mature enough to handle it? You may have to work on your maturity, but, oh, come on. Come on. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. So I hope y'all can realize that. I hope you got the maturity to keep going and always look forward and keep that hope, because you realize why. You be like, yo, this story ain't even done. I'm on chapter 2. Some of y'all you're in your damn 20s. You're in your damn 30s. You're in your damn 40s. I could go down a list of over 1,000 people who have changed this world, have made billions, if not trillions of dollars combined, who've had an impact, and you even know their name, and they all, some started at 20, some were at 30, some were at 40, but imagine their story along the way. Imagine if they said, oh yeah, nah, the story ends here. Oh no, I'm going to judge my performance after my second year. After my 5th year, after being on this earth for 20 years. What are you, half the years you were sleeping and shitting yourself. Come on now. All right, don't play with me. Come on. You were 20 years old. You were shitting yourself the first 5 years of life, roughly. How much of that time have you been sleeping, literally sleeping? And then if you're 30, how much have you been spending sleeping and in traffic? And you want to tell me the story's done? I'm sorry. I can't accept that. There's just a lot of buildup. It's just the plot. So I hope you're ready. And I hope y'all can keep moving. And I hope you got what it takes. And I hope y'all rise to the occasion. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm not trying to give you some cookie cutter, watered down bullshit and then throw it to you at a lower level. No. I'm trying to give y'all something that you can rise to. Rise into the maturity. Rise into what you have waiting for you. You see what I'm saying? That's a big difference. That's a big difference. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying rise into where you are supposed to be. That's that when you whoa, just show the world you can handle it. Show the world you're mature enough to stay committed even though the boat is swaying. You see what I'm saying? Oh, come on. Come on. Just wait for it. Because why? It's going to be tough. It might get dark. It might be confusing. You may not even understand it. But all I'm saying is going to be worth it. Okay? I ain't saying it's going to be easy, but it will be worth it. Because you will see the fruits of that when you do get through it. Because there's no way to get real maturity till you've been through something front to back to be able to act a certain way. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all, because that's why the situation, that's why you got to rise to it. And you got to stay focused right here, right now. Because if you don't make it through this, you didn't mature. Because that means you didn't have the experience. How come you don't throw a fit like you're 2 years old anymore when you don't get a toy? Because you've been through that. Eventually, you've gone through not getting enough toys and then learning how to behave, and then you rise to an event. You rose to that situation. So let's go. This is money maturity, baby. Money maturity. So get ready. I hope you're ready, and I hope you locked in. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, you're not a chameleon. So you're going to wake up tomorrow, Friday, a beautiful day. We made it this far in the hard. Oh, let's go. Another week in the books, baby. Another week in the books. Woo! I love it. So tomorrow's Friday. It's beautiful. You worked hard this week, baby. So let's go. Wake up and drive. You're not going to wake up in neutral. Waking up in neutral means you're going to wake up without a decision that it's going to be a good day. You're going to wake up and say, it's going to be a good day. You're like, I feel good. I don't know why, but you're like, it's going to be a good day. And I'm going to have a good attitude. And I believe I could accomplish everything I set out for, because usually human beings do not try to do things they don't think they can accomplish. Oh, come on. I'm going to say that one more time. You're going to wake up with an attitude in drive, meaning you believe in you're going to say, I'm going to achieve everything I'm going to do. You're like, I believe I could do everything I'm going to do today, and I'm going to do it well. I believe I can. I believe I could do what I'm set out for. Let's go, Nike. That was the guidance. But you believe you could do it. Because if you wake up and say, I don't feel like this is too big of a problem. This is too big of a challenge. This is too big of this. If you feel like it's too big, you're not going to try. That's just how human beings work. I've never said I'm going to do something I don't think I could do. When have you done that? When have you been like, yo, I don't think I can fly a plane, but I ended up flying a plane. I can't fly a plane. I'm not going to try. Oh, come on. So let's go. Wake up with that attitude, the attitude of belief that you are fully ready and equipped to handle what you need to handle. Okay? Okay? That's it. Wake up and drive. No neutral. You are not a chameleon. You will not have your attitude adjust to whatever gets thrown at you. Sorry. That's not cult shit. So welcome. Welcome, baby. Welcome. Whatever you got to do, you have the whole rest of the day ahead of you. 120%. 130% easy. Easy. That means do whatever you have, whether it's small or large. This is part of maturity, ladies and gentlemen. Listen up. It don't matter if it's a big task or if it's a small task. It doesn't matter if anybody will notice it or not. You got to give it 100%. You got it? That's it. At least 100. At least 100. Woo! Let's go, baby. That's all we need. So go. 100. Whatever you do, do it well. Show that you can handle the small. Show that you can handle the insignificant. And tell me you won't become significant. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. There's something about, that's a killer right there. The person who just handles the meaningless just as much as the meaningful, who handles the trash as if it's a nuclear code. Oh, come on. Come on. That's maturity. That's your first maturity test. I hope you know that. Woo! Woo! So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to end it right there. Go read Richest Man in Babylon. Go read Proverbs New Living Translation. Go read The Strangest Secret in the World. And Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. Okay? And don't ever forget why we're here. And why we keep going. And why we treat this small like it's big. And why we focus and go through the battles and the storms. And why we understand, too, that this too shall pass. They don't feel me. Come on, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So that's it, baby. I hope you feel the energy. I hope you feel it. I hope you got kick-started to finish the rest of your day. And I hope you're ready for this beautiful Friday, baby. Let's go. You're beautiful. You got a beautiful day. You're here for a reason. You got a belief that you can accomplish. Man, you are fully... Let's go! Woo! I love it. So God bless you. I'll see you on the watch list. I will see you in the morning, baby. I'll see you, and that's it. Peace out. It's too hyped. Too hyped. Oh, hey, I'm hyped too. I want a pony. Okay, love you. Bye.